Where is Wayne Allen Root? Where the hell is he?
All right, the root is on fire. I'm Wayne Allen Root, your Secretary of War. You've heard of the mainstream media. Welcome to the Wayne Stream Media. I'm the loudest MAGA mouth in the USA, maybe in the world. Coming to you from Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world, now my hometown. I'm the hardest working man in showbiz, certainly conservative showbiz. I'm 16 to 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, trying to make America great again. With the fastest show in the history of TV, this show is conservative, patriotic talk on steroids, squared to the 1,000th power. Reminder, my command central, root4america.com. At the top, 4 tabs. Watch Wayne on TV, listen to Wayne on the radio, listen to Wayne's podcast, watch Wayne's daily video podcast. Click on any one of them and you're on live, or you get links to all the places to watch or listen to me every day. Or you can watch or listen to a library of all my recent shows. My shows are on 7 days a week. Root4america.com. It's all in one place. I make it easy for you. My email, wayneroot@gmail.com. wayneroot@gmail.com. Email me anytime. Love to hear what you think of this show. wayneroot@gmail.com. And I read every single email. If you look forward to watching America's Top 10 Countdown show every Saturday, I hope you're watching my daily video podcast. It's called War Zone with Wayne Allen Root. It's now the official podcast of thegatewaypundit.com, reaching their 2.5 million unique daily readers at the Gateway Pundit. They had over 1 billion page views this year for the second year in a row. They're headed for 1.3 billion views this year. We are the official podcast. And we've also joined Patriot TV at patriot.tv. 2 hours a day of war at patriot.tv. 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific, Monday through Friday. So Warzone is found at patriot.tv, thegatewaypundit.com, and rumble.com. You just type in at Rumble, Wayne Root, Wayne Allen Root, or Warzone. All right, quickly, before I get to my opening commentary, last week we had an interview about geoengineering, otherwise known as chemtrails. And it was a really popular interview with Dane Wigington. And we left out inadvertently about 1 minute of it, which I think is the single most important minute you'll ever hear. So I made sure we had it for this week's show. I want you to listen very carefully. Dane, I got to ask you, why is it happening? Are they trying to poison us with chemicals? Are they dropping aluminum and mercury and all kinds of chemicals on our head, just like the vaccines are filled with aluminum and mercury and are poisoning us? Is it the same theory from the sky? And who's they? Is it the government? Because Trump is the government now. He couldn't be okaying this. He couldn't be approving it. He couldn't know about it, or he'd stop it. So what's going on?
I deal with people inside that circle, and they certainly know. I know Robert Kennedy. So the bottom line is they know. But I would argue any of those people in any of those circles, if they step out of line, they'll meet a fate just like John F. Kennedy met. That those who truly control the levers of power are those who print the money, and they are behind the curtain, not out on center stage.
Someone like Robert F. Kennedy is in a position of such power and importance, and he knows about it. Why can't he do something to stop it or slow it?
Again, I give John F. Kennedy as an example.
Or Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk, same thing. Both drew a line in the sand. They weren't around long afterward, were they? We should pay attention to those events, because that's exactly what we're dealing with.
All right. Powerful words. Powerful words. Why can't they stop it? Because someone would cancel them. And I mean physically cancel them. It's time for my opening commentary. It's titled A Reminder to Marjorie Taylor Greene and all the Trump backstabbers and nonstop complainers who have forgotten what President Trump has accomplished for America and MAGA. All right, so note to all Trump haters and backstabbers and nonstop negative complainers in the GOP and the MAGA movement, you get farther in life seeing the glass as half full rather than half empty. First, let's get this straight. I believe in free speech. I believe in debate. A little disagreement is healthy. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing with President Trump. I disagree with him all the time on certain issues. It's as apple pie as, it's as American as apple pie and Chevrolet. No one is saying to never disagree. It's not about the disagreement. It's the way it's being done. It's the way it's being conducted. And it's the places where you're doing it. Now, I've disagreed with President Trump for 5 years on the topic of the COVID vaccine, but I've sure never done it on CNN or The View to impress an audience that wants President Trump dead or in prison for life, and openly celebrates, and certainly openly celebrated over past weeks, the death of Charlie Kirk. I see the glass as half full. Yes, the COVID vaccine is the biggest disaster in healthcare history other than Obamacare. It's dangerous and it's deadly. But President Trump never mandated it. Not one American was ever forced to take it by Trump. He understands children should have never taken it and should never take it. And he's given military members who refused the COVID jab their jobs back, plus back pay. You know what I call that? A win. Take it and thank President Trump. It's as good as we're going to get. I've managed over the past 5 years to disagree over that one issue while still supporting President Trump 1,000%. I managed to celebrate all his other fantastic achievements. I defended him 24/7, 365 on my TV shows, radio shows, podcasts, and newspaper columns. I've managed to disagree with Trump on that one issue while pointing out that President Trump is the greatest president of my lifetime and one of the greatest of all time. I've managed to disagree on that one issue while pointing out that, that without President Trump's superhuman efforts over the past 10 years and 3 presidential elections, we'd all be up you-know-what's creek without a paddle. I've managed to disagree with President Trump on that one issue while first pointing out all the good he's done, all the miracles he's accomplished, and the mega success he's brought to MAGA and America First and the GOP and conservative patriots like you. Today, I disagree with President Trump on a handful of issues, while pointing out that our great Republican hero, Ronald Reagan, believed, and this is a quote from Reagan, the person who agrees with you 80% of the time is an 80% friend and not a 20% enemy. I agree with President Trump 95% of the time, sometimes 99% of the time. And I'm betting so do most MAGA voters. One of my favorite sayings is always dance with the one who brung you. In other words, always be loyal and grateful to the person who saved your life or made your career or made America great again. That's a good person. The GOP was dead after Barack Obama. Dead, as in DOA. We had lost to Bill Clinton twice and Obama twice. We'd lost the popular vote for president in 5 of the last 6 elections, and Hillary Clinton was the prohibitive favorite to make it 6 out of 7. And if Hillary won, the odds are strong the GOP would have never won again. End of story. Only Trump saved us. Only Trump could have beaten Hillary and changed the future direction of American politics. In both 2016 and 2024, Trump not only won both times, but his coattails brought along GOP majorities in the Senate, the House, a majority of governorships around the country, and a majority of state legislatures. Republicans control everything thanks to Trump. His victories also rewarded conservatives with a Supreme Court mega majority. Only Trump could have made all that happen. In 3 presidential elections, Trump won 214 million votes, more than anyone in history. That's after being impeached twice, indicted 4 times, convicted in a rigged New York court, almost losing his life savings in multiple rigged New York civil suits, and almost losing his life in 2 assassination attempts. And then there's what the man has faced for the past decade. It is Herculean. President Trump is attempting to govern against an opposition political party, Democrats, that are practicing Soviet KGB, East German Stasi, and Chinese communist levels of insurrection, revolution, resistance, censorship, propaganda, judicial nullification, and government weaponization. President Trump is leading the battle with our communist and radical Islamic enemies who are in our country, who are busy 24/7 plotting ways to conquer America and Americans, and bring us under subjection to their world domination plans. President Trump is working to revive our deindustrialized economy and our weak supply chains while restoring the essentials that produce economic and military might for America: mining, rare earth mineral production, steel production, energy production, computer chip production, medical supply production, and artificial intelligence. President Trump is fighting with all his might to save our economy from disasters, economy killers like inflation, DEI, wokeness, the green energy scam, and the exploding national debt, all while fighting globalists, communists, the deep state, the DC swamp, the mainstream media, social media, rhinos in his own party, and now conservatives conservative critics like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and a cast of thousands of others dividing MAGA over their disagreements on various issues. Marjorie, your concerns and disagreements are so tiny and insignificant compared to what President Trump has to deal with on a daily basis. Your achievements on behalf of MAGA are so small and insignificant compared to what President Trump has accomplished for all of us that all we can do is laugh. My message to all of you on the right who complain nonstop about disagreements with President Trump on one issue or another, disagree all you want, but always remember who brought you to the dance. There's only one man on earth capable of shouldering all these burdens and leading MAGA, America first, and the GOP to victory while making America great again, President Donald J. Trump. Without him, we're lost and America's finished. So he may not be perfect. We may not agree with everything he does, but he is all we've got. Think about that and maybe cut him some slack, or start seeing the glass as half full, or just shut the hell up. All right, that was my opening commentary for this week. The sponsor of this segment is Energized Health, and they've been my sponsor for 5 years. I joined the Energized Health program personally in November of 2020, so exactly 5 years ago, changed my life and supercharged my career. I owe it all to them. I lost 25 pounds of fat and gained 10 pounds of muscle in the first 88 days on the program. That was 5 years ago. My life's never been the same. It reversed aged me, made my face thinner, made my body tighter. I gained energy, intercellular hydration, and I gained 4 new TV shows and podcasts past the age of 61. It extended my career. I don't think that's ever happened in TV history. And so they were my fountain of youth. It reversed aged me. I'll be on this program for life because it is simple, it is easy, and it is healthy. For decades, they've transformed the life of thousands of people, including thousands of my fans right on this show, using the breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Here's your chance to be like Wayne. Right now, Energized Health is offering my fans the Wayne Allen Root 40% off action discount. Just type in war or say war when you speak to them. Go to energizedhealth.com, energizedhealth.com, say war, and you go on my journey. Hopefully, it's your fountain of youth, and you get 40% off. Energizedhealth.com, promo code WAR. We'll be right back. We start America's Top 10 Countdown.
Tonight's show is brought to you in part by Energized Health. Transform your health from the inside out with intercellular hydration.
I'm joined now by Kip Herriage, who's been my economic expert for 22 years. I read his newsletter every morning. He's the economic expert and CEO of Vertical Research Advisory. His website, VRAinsider.com, including this year, VRA has beaten the markets 19 of the last 22 years, almost 90%. What is the secret to your success, Kip Herriage?
Hey, Wayne, great to see you again. Secret to my success is I've done this for forever, done it 40 years. As you know, I come from really very, very little, from a fifth-generation Texan. They say there are two Americas. I think I come from the third America. We didn't have any money at all. But I found my way to Wall Street. Spent 15 years on Wall Street, took 7 companies public, raised several $100 million for the companies I worked with. And really what I learned on Wall Street was in many cases how not to do things. But I had great mentors that taught me how the markets worked. We built an investing system really learned how to do great research into growth stocks and how to time the market. And that's what's worked for us all these years. As you said, we're up 41% for the year so far. And we think the next 5 years are going to be pretty extraordinary.
Obviously, you're very good at what you do because you taught me 22 years ago about gold. It was $350 an ounce, and it's well over $4,000 now. You taught me about Bitcoin. You told me to buy the 2,000. It's 110,000. Bravo. Why did you get into this business? Why did you leave Wall Street for the newsletter business?
Yeah, again, after 15 years of doing it and being in New York City, it was time for me to leave. Frankly, I retired at the age of 38, just before the dot-bomb happened, the dot-com, then the dot-bomb. So I left Wall Street about 6 months before the market top, retired at 38, and came home. And then my clients started asking me, what am I doing? What am I investing in? So in 2003, I started the VRA, had about 10 clients and 10 subscribers in the first month, and it's grown from there. We're at several thousand subscribers all over the world. And what we love about what we do here is that we're beholden to no one. We're not told what to recommend. We're not like a brokerage firm that has the conflicts of interest. We simply invest. We invest our money and tell you what we're doing with our own money. And then you're free to do what you like with our daily letter and our economic research and our stock market research.
All right, so Kip believes we're in a generational bull market. You've got to get in, and you've got to be positioned perfectly and correctly in your retirement funds. He will tell you how to do it, and he'll tell you how to do it free for the next 2 weeks. VRAinsider.com. 2 weeks free automatically because you are responding to this specific website, VRAinsider.com. 2 weeks free, and his best-selling book, The Big Bribe, free as well, and you will stay for life after 2 weeks free. That's my promise. We'll be right back. Wayne Root. All right, Wayne Allyn Root, America's Top 10 Countdown. We start the Top 10 Countdown. But first, let me mention it is Christmas season. Christmas, Hanukkah coming up, Thanksgiving next week. Everyone's thinking about gifts. Hard to find a great gift for the conservative Republican MAGA in your life. How Democrats Have Made America Great is my book. Everything you need to know. 140 blank pages because Democrats have never done a damn thing to make America great. Funny, gag gift. Great gift for all the conservatives in your life. Buy 10 of them and give them out to every conservative friend and family member. It's available at Amazon, where it's been a #1 bestseller. How Democrats Have Made America Great at Amazon.com by Wayne Allyn Root. All right, the countdown begins. Countdown number 10. Well, I keep talking about judges, specifically mentally deranged communist judges, a.k.a. traitors to America. I've been warning about this every week for months and months now, and here are just a couple of headlines. First of all, last week's show, at the very last minute as we were taping it, this news came in and I mentioned it. A federal judge slams the brakes on the Trump administration trying to kick out commercial driver's license for illegal aliens. So the judge is saying, you're an illegal alien, you broke into the country, you're a criminal, and you might have been a murderer and a felon, but you can drive an 18-wheeler on America's roads. You probably don't even speak English, and Trump can't do a thing about it. That is amazing. And then in Chicago, how about this story? A man with 49 prior arrests douses a woman with gasoline and sets her on fire aboard a Chicago train while screaming, "Burn, bitch." And guess how it happened? A Chicago judge was told by a prosecutor, you gotta lock this guy up awaiting trial. Her name is Cook County Judge Teresa Molina Gonzalez. She ignored the warning that he's gonna commit a violent crime, and she let him walk free with nothing, no bail, nothing, walk free. Now this woman burned on a train. Amazing. These judges are communist traitors. Countdown number 9. Speaking of traitors, 6 Democrat senators and congresspersons call on the military and intelligence community to refuse illegal orders from President Trump, defy orders from the President of the United States. We have a full-blown insurrection, as I've warned for many months now. I keep advising President Trump must charge traitors with treason, or this will never stop. All right, countdown number 8. Exhibit A for the communist traitors. U.S. Senator Alex Padilla of California walks out of a U.S. Senate hearing on ICE raids. He won't even stand there. He can't even listen to it because he loves illegals so much. Just like the judge who has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from taking away commercial truck drivers' licenses from illegal aliens. This is such extreme insanity. It can't be explained by anything but a communist takeover of the United States, which is treason, or Cloward Piven. If you can't find enough people in America to destroy this country and collapse the economy, then import millions of illegals from outside the USA to make it happen. Or number 3, bribery. They're all on the payroll of the Mexican drug cartel and China, who brings all the fentanyl into the United States. It's as simple as that. Move on. Countdown number 7. Not only is the entire Democrat Party just bat-you-know-what crazy, mentally deranged in a communist conspiracy, and on the take from the CCP and the Mexican drug cartels, but they're also stealing your taxpayer money. Florida congressional Democrat indicted on a $5 million FEMA money laundering scheme. Her name is Congresswoman Sheila Sheriffless McCormick, Democrat of Florida. She's facing 53 years in prison. She stole $5 million of your FEMA money. Unbelievable. Countdown number 6. Gallup polling reports a record 40% of young white women under the age of 44 want to flee the United States, the most in history. In 2014, it was only 10%. Now it's 40%. That's the whole base of the Democrat Party. Let them go. Pass the hat around. I'll put the first 1,000 in right now. Bon voyage. Arrivederci. Adios. Get rid of them. Send them to Gaza. Countdown number 5. Another great week for Trump. I keep saying he does more in a week than Ronald Reagan did in 8 years. The USDA chief says everyone will have to reapply for SNAP benefits, food stamps, because of all the rampant fraud. Fantastic. Treasury Department issues historic rule to prevent illegal aliens from securing income tax credits. Huge. Power is stripped from the Education Department in the latest Trump administrative move to dismantle it. And the Trump DHS launches a nationwide operation to locate hundreds of thousands of migrant children that the Biden-Harris regime lost or handed to criminals and traffickers. Bravo. Another great week for President Trump. All right, this segment has been sponsored by Lost Soldier Oil and Gas. The golden age of Trump prosperity is all about making America the energy capital of the world. Enter Lost Soldier Oil and Gas. It took 40 years to piece together this 40,000-acre giant gas discovery. It's estimated to contain up to 6 trillion cubic feet of gas, making it one of the largest natural gas discoveries in the Rocky Mountain region in the last 30 years, with a management forecast projecting the first 25 wells alone to produce 400 million cubic feet per day of natural gas, and by 2035, targeted production of over 1 billion cubic feet per day. The surge in AI data centers is big in the news, right? This is the demand on energy going on in America today. And this is how we power the AI future of America with clean natural gas. Headed by oil and gas legend Mark Brunner, whose previous public companies delivered spectacular returns for investors. At their peaks, Pinnacle Energy grew about 100 to 1. Every dollar you put in, you made 100. And Ultra Petroleum, about 1,000 to 1. It soared as a public company from 15 cents to $200 a share at its peak. A $10,000 investment turned into $13 million over 10 years. To learn more about Lost Soldier Oil and Gas, just go to lostsoldier.com. Lostsoldier.com. Fill out the contact form to get right back to you. Lostsoldier.com. Don't go anywhere. Great guest coming up next. Dr. Oz joins me. Then we head to the Final Four, otherwise known as Root Madness.
America's in a fight for her soul. Our freedoms are under attack. Our values are being torn down. And the same corrupt elites who built this mess think they can silence us. The patriots who still believe in this country. Not a chance. Here at Real America's Voice, we're standing shoulder to shoulder with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, a movement that says we will not be silenced.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
And the voice of millions of patriots who refuse to kneel to tyranny. This is the movement of fighters, men and women who still believe in God, family, and the American dream. The conservative alternative to AARP.
Real rights, they come from God.
If you're ready to stand up and join the fight, go to amac.us/RAV right now. That's amac.us/RAV, because this isn't just about politics. It's about saving America. Faith, freedom, America first. AMAC and Real America's Voice, united for the Republic.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot, and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The pocket hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the Superlight 25-foot pocket hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
All right, welcome back. Time now for my conversation with Dr. Oz from my daily video podcast Warzone, which you can find at thegatewaypundit.com, thegatewaypundit.com, and at patriot.tv, and at Rumble, Monday through Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Dr. Oz is a heart surgeon, an Emmy Award-winning TV host, and he now serves as administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS. We began our conversation discussing how Obamacare has been a disaster.
Without question, healthcare is increasing at a significant pace. It's even 5%, probably faster than other parts of the economy, which is frustrating because life's expensive as it is. Now we're having to dole out extra money that a lot of times folks can't come up with. Number one source of bankruptcy in the country is a health condition. First, you get sick, you can't earn money, then you got to pay bills that are so egregiously large that can't imagine anyone being able to keep up with them. And my job, as you know, is to pay the bills that the government's responsible for. So Medicaid for our most vulnerable, Medicare for older Americans. We have CHIP, which is for kids. But then there's the Affordable Care Act, which, we shut the government down because the Democrats did not like the fact that there was someone actually looking at the bills. And part of the challenge with healthcare expenses is that we as a nation are sick. This is the core of the MAHA movement. Wayne, MAHA is primarily about making it easier to be healthy. And we have made it hard to be healthy. It's easy to gain weight, hard to lose it. Easy to be sedentary, hard to get exercise. We've done all kinds of things in society that allowed us to do things to our bodies that ultimately we have to pay the bill for. So what are the solutions? Get back in shape. Eat the foods that your body knows how to digest, real foods that come out of the ground looking the way they look when you eat them. But when it comes to our policies for managing people in hospitals and insurance companies and pharmaceutical companies, we've got to get tough. And the president has been very, very tough on these folks. He insisted from day one that we address a massive problem with pharmaceutical pricing. I don't know, Wayne, if you appreciate this, maybe the viewers may not. But if you buy a product, a pharmaceutical product made in this country, put in a bottle in this country, packaged here, if you buy it in this country, it's 3 times more expensive on average than if you buy it in Europe. Right. Makes no sense. So the president said, we're done with that. We want most favored nation drug pricing, which means the drug prices got to be the same. You can make money. We want you to make money. We want innovation. But you got to make the same amount of money on Americans as you're making on Europeans. And we've been pushing for that. We've got a leading U.S. company, Pfizer, to come on board, a leading European company, AstraZeneca. We got all the fertility drugs agreed to. Now, the biggest maybe of all is we got the drugs designed for weight loss, the so-called GLP-1 drugs. The president calls them the fat shot. But those fat shot drugs now are, instead of being $1,200, $1,300 list price, under the new arrangements that we have, we'll be able to buy them for about $250. And especially for a government like my need to pay for the federal from the federal tax budget, it saves so much money that we can begin to give these medications to a lot more people. And here's the best part: it's relatively speaking inexpensive. So we actually save more money by avoiding diabetes and hypertension and all the downstream illnesses like heart disease and renal failure and liver problems. We save so much money from not having to deal with those headaches that you actually are making money. You're saving money for the federal taxpayer within 2 years of this program.
You know, I'm a big health and fitness nut, I guess you'd say. I mean, nut's a bad word, but I really am. I'm very enthusiastic about working out 2 hours a day in my home gym, and I take 100 vitamin pills a day. And it's probably no coincidence that I've really never been sick in my life. I've never had anything bad, knock on wood, in my entire life. And I don't get colds, and I don't get the flu. And the one time I had, COVID, which was 2021, I got over it in 48 hours. So my point to you, Dr. Oz, I think, MAHA should be all about making these things tax deductible, and then people will all be enthusiastic and be motivated to be healthier. In other words, you should make gym memberships tax deductible. You should make vitamins tax deductible, not just drugs in your health savings account, but vitamins. And if you put a home gym together, make the equipment tax deductible. Has anybody suggested anything like that? That's my big bugaboo. I just think people need to be encouraged to be healthier instead of always relying on drugs and medicine and doctors. Let's make sure they don't get sick in the first place.
Well, without question, Secretary Kennedy's aligned with you in a desire to make sure that you use preventive approaches. I agree with the overall concept. Congress has looked at these kinds of ideas. The problem is it's expensive. And then the question becomes, well, what's your obligation? If you're desiring to be healthy enough to witness your kids grow up and marry your daughter off and live the fullest as possible, that's probably a worthwhile investment for you to make as an individual. But we could incentivize it. I actually think we do the opposite. We often incentivize things that aren't good for you, processed foods.
Right.
And we don't give any support to healthy foods. Figuring out people who understand they're valuable for you will buy them. And I'll take that argument one step further. The value to the economy of a healthy population is trillions of dollars.
Right, correct.
The costs is hundreds of billions. So there's a lot more money for America if Americans are healthy, if we're a fit population, which is why we want high quality care. Across the board, if you look at what the president's articulating, whether it's most favored nation drug pricing or dealing with some of the issues around prior authorization with insurance companies or just getting us to eat better, we want to have more babies. That's a good thing for a nation as well. But much of it is built around the basic ideas. To be a wealthy nation, you must be a healthy nation. We want them to go together, and they naturally will travel together. So let's focus on health, and wealth will come. Quality drives all of these programs. The best way to save money is high-quality medicine, because bad quality medicine costs you 3 times. You got to pay for the bad doctor, you got to pay the good doctor to fix the bad doctor's mistake, and then you got to pay downstream expenses from the complications.
And drug prices, I think the cuts in drug prices is brilliant, and it's compatible with capitalism, because instead of charging, $1,000 for a drug in America and $100 in Europe, why don't you just charge, $50 in Europe, $50 more in Europe and $50 less in America? In other words, you can even out the bill around the world is what I'm trying to say. And then everybody wins. But of course, the drug companies are probably scared that people in other countries can't afford it if they charge more than $10. So they bill us $1,000. You just got to even out the bill all around the world, make it a little bit higher for other countries and lower for Americans. And then I think everybody wins. That's the general idea, right?
You sound like the president. Exactly how he describes it. They pay a little more, we pay a little less. Eventually, you're about even. But they're real life examples. NATO. Look what happened with NATO. We have an external threat, right? Russia could invade. So what do you do about it? You align all the countries. You say, okay, you're all going to pay 5% of your GDP. Everyone's going to put, same percentage in of whatever they're worth. Then America will make up the difference. But we're not going to pay all the bill. Why would we do that? Right. So illness is an internal threat as opposed to an external threat. But the metaphor extends. If we're going to pay most, which is maybe okay in some settings, we're not going to pay all the bills. We're a big country, we're a wealthy country, but you got some stuff as well. You chip in, we chip in less, there's enough to go around.
So the big problem about Obamacare, which I want to get into because this is something you've brought up, is that there are 4.4 million people that don't know they have Obamacare and 11 million people who don't use it, yet taxpayers are still stuck with the bill. What is that about?
So Obamacare, which was created in 2010, was puttering along, lots of issues with it. But what happened during COVID was the Democrats were worried that people wouldn't be able to pay any premiums at all. So they decided to put extra premiums. Oh, these COVID era extra premiums made it basically free for most people. When something's free, you don't even know you have it. People get signed up wrongly. There was a settlement this week, $233 million. These two scoundrels defrauded the U.S. government by signing people up. Folks who are substance use disorder or homeless people, they sign them all up for Obamacare. They sign them up for Medicaid. So these people are wandering around with multiple insurance policies because they're not paying for any of them. But we are. The taxpayer is paying those bills, and it gets pretty expensive pretty quickly. So the 4.4 number is these folks that we believe are inappropriately on Obamacare. Either they don't know, they didn't want it, they're registered somewhere else. And why would we pay insurance twice? And that's the kind of problem that happens if it's all free. And these are the kinds of things we can address. And you mentioned the number, I'll give it to you. There are 24 million people on Obamacare, and we believe 11 million people last year did not use their policy. So the question I have for everyone listening is, if you have health insurance, you generally use it, right? You pay your medical bill, you buy a prescription medication, you use it. So if that many people not using the insurance, people who generally don't have much money because they're using Obamacare, something doesn't match. There's something happening. And this conviction by a jury in Florida this week is additional evidence that the Democrats are wrong. They claim there's not much fraud. There's a ton of fraud, a ponderous amount of fraud in the Obamacare system, and we've got to fix that. It might actually be responsible for 40% of the entire bill.
All right, we're joined by Colin Gage, CEO of ARMR Sciences. We have a fentanyl crisis in the United States, a full-blown crisis, and your company is doing something about it. What are the solutions that ARMR is developing to deal with fentanyl?
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Wayne. So we are developing the first ever long-lasting preventative countermeasure against fentanyl and potentially against fentanyl 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0. And we could talk more about that.
And how do these solutions work?
Very straightforward. So we work with the body's immune system to generate a protective immune response against fentanyl. That protective immune response binds to the fentanyl molecule and prevents it from attacking your brain. If fentanyl doesn't attack your brain, you don't have an overdose. It's as simple as that.
So who would receive these solutions, and who are your primary end care users?
Good question. We want this to be available as an option to military, first responders, and frankly, all those teenagers, adolescents, et cetera, college students who are experimenting with drugs. There's no reason that we should be having 22 high school age students die every single week from fentanyl overdose. These students are being poisoned, and we want to end that.
Ultimately, how can ARMR Sciences help ensure that America is prepared, protected, and resilient against the threat of fentanyl?
So preparation and protection are our entire ethos. We want to provide a shield against fentanyl, and we're doing that by working with the body, by working with what we have available to ensure that people have a defense against these drugs rather than just reacting to these overdoses. Why not prevent them altogether? That's our entire mission, is to prevent versus react.
And are you planning to go public? And if so, why should investors invest in ARMR Sciences?
Yeah, so we are planning to go public in 2026, likely in Q1 or Q2 of 2026. This is a big mission, and we need to unify and get behind this. So we want to work with every investor out there to make sure that this has the best possible chance of success. So, I encourage anyone who's interested in participating ahead of our planned IPO to go to investarmor.com and check out more about our offering. And, feel free to shoot me an email or anyone on the team. Happy to answer questions.
All right. Thank you, Colin Gage, CEO. Learn more about this American company and this great opportunity at investarmr.com. That's investarmr.com. Thank you, Colin. And don't forget, you can also scan the QR code right on that screen. ARMR is a great company. Check it out. All right, up next, the Final Four, otherwise known as Root Madness.
This is Fubo. It's a better way to watch live sports, shows, and news without cable. Watch 4 games at once with Multiview. Record every game with a click. Start watching at FuboTV.com.
Imagine this banana is a Byrna less lethal launcher, capable of shooting rock-hard kinetic and tear gas mixed with pepper chemical irritants.
The ammo can incapacitate an attacker from 60 feet away without causing death.
This Byrna less lethal launcher is legal in all 50 states. No permits required.
Over 600,000 Byrna pistol launchers have been sold to government agencies, law enforcement agencies, and to private citizens.
Do you want to know what the Byrna less lethal launcher looks like? Visit Byrna.com.
Aroma 360 offers a sensory journey like no other.
I'm Damon John, and this is my wife, Heather. What sets Aroma 360 apart is its simple and easy integration with our HVAC system. Picture this, a scent that hits you like a wave of inspiration. That's the power of Aroma 360.
Every guest who walks in is greeted by an irresistible aroma that sparks conversation and leaves a lasting impression.
Take the first step by visiting Aroma360.com today.
President Trump delivered on his promises. The border is secure. Deportations are underway. DEI is out and meritocracy is in. America is back. But we can't get complacent. The radical left is already mounting a resistance. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the red wall. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us secure victory. Turning Point PAC is building the red wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We are funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states. Charlie may be gone, but his legacy lives on. It's up to us to continue the fight for the heart and soul of America in his stead. Turning Point PAC is 100% committed to Charlie's big picture vision to build the red wall. Starting in Arizona, New Hampshire, and Nevada, 3 battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. Will you help us carry the torch for Charlie? Your gift helps us deploy door knockers, chase ballots, and ramp up our grassroots efforts for the fight ahead. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Welcome back. The Root's on fire. I'm Wayne Allen Root. This is the Wayne Stream Media. Hey, this segment is sponsored by Goldgate Capital. It's my final 4 segment, most important segment of the show. Thank you, Goldgate. I've spent the past 25 years warning you about inflation, reckless spending, insane levels of deficit and debt. Half of this country on 100 different forms of welfare. Maybe it's 1,000 different forms of welfare, including millions of illegal aliens. And I was right. It's a ticking time bomb. And don't forget, World War III still looming. Europe wants World War III with Russia. May not even be in our hands. The best solution I see to prevent all these problems, from economic decline to war, total collapse, anything that happens that's coming down the pike, the answer is gold, which is why every central bank in the world right now is buying all-time record amounts of gold. You should be too. I know I am. When I first started singing the praises of gold, it was about $400 an ounce. Today, it's over $4,000 an ounce. So what are you waiting for? Follow the smart money. I believe the table is set for the most incredible bull rally in precious metals history. But don't wait or procrastinate. You don't want to be left behind holding a bag full of worthless dollars. Goldgate Capital sells physical gold and silver delivered right to your door or inside your IRA, SEP IRA, 401k, retirement account, 100% insured. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And only for my fans, you can receive up to $25,000 in free silver on qualifying accounts. Call Goldgate Capital today. Up to $25,000 in free silver. 855-770-GOLD. That's 855-770-GOLD. Or go to waynerootcapital.com. All right, let me mention my social media real quick before I start my Final Four, as I always do. You can get my responses, I call my root response or my root reaction to every big story in the news all day long on social media. All you do is go to X or Gab or Truth Social or Getter. And at all of them, I have the same social media handle, at Real Wayne Root. At Real Wayne Root. Sign up, become a fan and follower at my pages at X, Truth Social, Getter, and Gab, at Real Wayne Root. Time to start the Final Four. Countdown number 4. All right, so Democrats are truly extreme, radical, deranged, and crazy. They're destroying our lives with their insanity. And let me give you a few examples. And the one I'm going to start with is the big one, right? I could have made this the #1 story in America this week. A senior citizen who saved himself from a would-be mugger in Queens, New York, is headed to prison because of New York City's draconian laws. That's right. Charles Foner, 67 years old, was attacked by a lifelong criminal. Let me see if I can find the information on him. Here it is. So the alleged robber, his last name Gonzalez, had at least 15 arrests dating back to 2004 and a record of mental illness. He goes to rob this senior citizen in Queens, New York, and the senior citizen pulls out his gun to protect himself. The guy is mentally ill, obviously, history of mental illness. He continues to charge at the senior citizen even once the senior pulls his gun. So he shot him. Well, guess what happened? The senior's going to jail for 4 years. And that's because he cut a plea bargain deal. The prosecutors in New York City wanted to give him 25 years in prison. I'm looking at my director, Bitar. We can't believe this stuff. It's not even possible that liberals could be this bad. They wanted to give him 25 years in prison. They allowed him to cut a plea deal for using a gun to defend himself. Thank God I live in Las Vegas, Nevada. Everyone can carry guns in Las Vegas, and we can shoot anyone who's attacking us. There's no problem with it. You help women, you help seniors, you help anyone who has to fear a big, giant, hulking, mentally ill criminal coming at you. If you have a gun, it's the great equalizer. In New York, you're not allowed to defend yourself. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. They want the citizens to die. It's the most incredible thing I've ever seen. But if you do use a gun to defend yourself, they want to put you in jail for 25 years? With hardened criminals, with murderers, so you can get raped in a prison cell all day? And this guy now, with a plea deal, 4 years in prison. He'll miss 4 Christmases, 4 birthdays. He could die in prison. He won't see his wife. His dog might die while he's away. He won't see his children. Incredible, truly incredible. Just a couple more stories to show you the madness of Democrats. Illegal alien driving an 18-wheeler allegedly killed a National Guardsman, 23 years old, in another needless wreck. Incredible. Wanted terror suspect, so not just any illegal, but a terror suspect, entered the U.S. under the Biden administration and got a commercial truck driver's license. Another story. ICE arrests illegal alien fugitive accused of beating a Texas woman with a tire iron before raping her. Lovely. ICE arrests a Moldovan illegal immigrant and convicted killer who tortured and then threw his victim out a 9th floor window. And 130 Democrat lawmakers asked the Supreme Court to side with transgender athletes in upcoming cases. Madness, insanity. Countdown number 3. Well, if you look in the news, there's sure a lot of complaints. We're giving ammo to the liberal left and the liberal media with conservatives and MAGA people, MAGA big shots who do nothing but complain about President Trump. I mean, it's absolutely disgusting. So let's look at what President Trump accomplished this week before you criticize him. And again, I don't agree with him on every issue. There are things I disagree with. We shouldn't be in Ukraine anymore. I don't agree with bringing in 600,000 or is it 800,000 Chinese nationals to go to college in the United States. I think he should be spending less time, as you know, I've said this on this show, is one of my big stories, less time with world affairs and more time focusing on America and all the problems in America, like inflation, which continues to be stubborn. So I see some problems here and some disagreements with Trump, but I never fail to see the good that he does that's better than any other president I've ever had and any other president I guarantee you we will ever get again. The news is out, okay, with the job numbers. Native-born workers rise by 2.57 million since Trump's become president, and foreign-born workers plunge by 1.6 million. He's removed, or they've self-deported 2.3 million illegals, and that's why there's 1.6 million less jobs for illegals, while there's 2.5 million more jobs for American citizens. And the latest numbers for October were pretty good. They were up 114,000 jobs. That is double the expected number of new jobs. Congratulations. Bravo, President Trump. Isn't that why we elected him? The Saudi Crown Prince was here in America, meeting with President Trump in the Oval Office, where I was a month ago, and he pledges to give the United States $1 trillion in investment money. This is what liberals don't understand, is what the average person doesn't understand. Trump has now raised about $18 trillion from foreign countries, $18 trillion to pump up our economy. It's not going to work overnight. It's going to take a year or two or three, but eventually it's going to equal prosperity. It's going to equal good times. It's going to equal lots and lots of new, good paying jobs. Thank you, President Trump. We also found out this week NVIDIA had to post their earnings, blow-away earnings, some of the best earnings ever. Walmart beat their earnings. America is not going down under Trump. The economy is not dying under Trump. It's not collapsing under Trump. It's doing much better than the media will ever admit. Countdown number 2. Well, we've got to focus on what matters. The biggest threats facing America are communism, socialism, terrorism, and Muslim extremism. Here are a few headlines. At least we're moving in the right direction with these stories. First of all, the U.S. declares Nicolas Maduro's Cartel of the Suns as a foreign terrorist organization and elevates the Chavista regime to a formal enemy of the United States. The last step before military action. And by the way, while I'm recording this show, I was checking out some late-breaking news, and at this very moment, every airline in America and in the world has been notified to stay out of Venezuelan airspace because it's about to become a war. We're going to kill the cartels in Venezuela. And at this point, Venezuela is one big cartel, and Nicolas Maduro is in charge of that cartel. More good news. Governor Abbott designates Muslim Brotherhood and CAIR, C-A-I-R, Council on American Islamic Relations, as foreign terrorist and transnational criminal organizations and bans them from buying or acquiring land in Texas. And finally, the United States House on Friday passed a resolution condemning the evils of socialism right as Zohran Mamdani arrived at the White House for his meeting with President Trump. So, with all that in mind, we need President Trump to declare the Democrat Socialist and Communist Party of America and Muslim Brotherhood and CAIR as foreign terrorist organizations, go after their assets and funding with RICO, and ban them from the USA forever. And while you're at it, declare George Soros and the Soros crime family as foreign terrorists and indict them for treason, for funding all of it. Countdown number 1. So I like presenting some of my creative ideas in this number 1 slot from time to time. My big idea this week, we need to start a national movement like Proposition 13 in California, which dramatically reduced property taxes for the last 40 years in California and made sure that seniors could stay in their homes, because Prop 13 said property taxes get frozen at a certain rate and very little increase allowed ever again. So you could stay in your house for 40 years, and the prop taxes are pretty close to what they were 40 years ago. What my movement will fight for is eliminate property taxes completely for seniors age 65 and over. And this is not a federal thing. This has got to be done on a state-by-state basis. And by the way, if not eliminate property taxes, certainly at the very least, eliminate school taxes as part of your property tax bill. But I want to eliminate all property taxes for seniors. Once a senior reaches age 65, we've already paid for our homes for 30 years or more. Now we own them. We're not renters paying rent to the government. The government has no right to steal a senior citizen's home because they can't afford the property taxes anymore. It's our home. We paid for it. We don't rent it from the government. We're not slaves or serfs, and we have paid enough for 30 or 40 years. We paid for schools for all those years. Our kids are long gone from school. Why should we pay for kids we don't have using schools anymore? It's not our responsibility. We already paid for our kids to use those schools. How will government pay for schools if seniors don't pay? First, it's not that big a hole. Seniors are a small percentage of the entire population that pays property taxes. Maybe we transfer all school bills to sales tax so the bill is spread out among every citizen, the entire population, not just seniors who own homes. Maybe a special school tax is spread out among every citizen with a child in school. That's your responsibility, not ours. You want kids? You want them in public school? You pay for it. Time to give seniors a break. We deserve to stay in the home that we own for the rest of our lives. We paid for it. It's ours. It doesn't belong to Big Brother. That's it for today's show. I'm Wayne Allyn Root. This has been America's Top 10 Countdown. God bless you. God bless Trump. God bless America. And as I always say, viva my tax-free Las Vegas. See you next week.
Where is Wayne Allyn Root? Where the hell is he?
America's in a fight for her soul. Our freedoms are under attack. Our values are being torn down. And the same corrupt elites who built this mess think they can silence us. The patriots who still believe in this country. Not a chance. Here at Real America's Voice, we're standing shoulder to shoulder with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, the movement that says we will not be silenced.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
And the voice of millions of patriots who refuse to kneel to tyranny. This is the movement of fighters, men and women who still believe in God, family, and the American dream. The conservative alternative to AARP.
Real rights, they come from God.
If you're ready to stand up and join the fight, go to amac.us/RAV right now. That's amac.us/RAV, because this isn't just about politics. It's about saving America. Faith, freedom, America first. AMAC and Real America's Voice, united for the Republic.
President Trump delivered on his promises. The border is secure. Deportations are underway. DEI is out and meritocracy is in. America is back. But we can't get complacent. The radical left is already mounting a resistance. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the red wall. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us secure victory. Turning Point PAC is building the red wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We are funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states. Charlie may be gone, but his legacy lives on. It's up to us to continue the fight for the heart and soul of America in his stead. Turning Point PAC is 100% committed to Charlie's big picture vision to build the red wall. Starting in Arizona, New Hampshire, and Nevada, 3 battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. Will you help us carry the torch for Charlie? Your gift helps us deploy door knockers, chase ballots, and ramp up our grassroots efforts for the fight ahead. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
This time on Law and Border, we'll ride with ICE in Houston, Texas, Indianapolis, and Gary, Indiana. Starting out in Houston, Texas, Ben and the team roll out early to catch the worst of the worst in what's known as targeted enforcement operations.
That's a huge number, in my opinion, of crimes that we prevented.
And we'll go from the streets to the detention facilities and ask the same question. Why are the Democrats so opposed to us deporting these illegal aliens?
About 60% of the folks in this facility right now have criminal convictions.
Then we'll visit a neighborhood right outside of Houston, Texas, that was believed to have been built for the sole purpose of harboring illegal immigrants.
Yeah, definitely sensing a trend.
From Houston, Texas, we head to Indianapolis, Indiana, to show how every city in America has now become a border city since the Democrats betrayed our nation, incentivized illegals, opened up the floodgates, and allowed us all to be overrun. And for a little icing on the cake, we'll end at a deportation flight that's leaving out of Gary, Indiana. And as usual, the left continues to attack ICE, Border Patrol, and anyone else who is standing up for America and her sovereignty. So stick around for an episode of Law and Border that you don't want to miss.
Well, it was night, and now it's day. Ben Berkman with his camera. Truth coming through. Heads up.
Welcome to Law and Border, where we go to the front line to expose the truth about the real attack on America.
This is an invasion. It is an invasion.
You're watching Law and Border with Ben Bergquam. In the crisp early morning hours, we link up with Director Brett Bradford from the Houston ICE Field Office to take part in their targeted enforcement operations.
It's kind of a scary feeling in that so many folks came in, you really don't know who all came in the country and who all we have now to go find and apprehend and remove. Houston is staffed at number 13, so we're kind of right dead square in the middle. Yet in almost every performance metric, we perform in the top 5. We're third in the country as far as detention population, so our capacity as far as detained population is about 4,500. So we're the third largest field office as far as that goes. So our folks, I like to say they definitely produce. If you look per employee at our stats, we're right at the top of the list. Every field office. Our arrest numbers are, I think last time I looked, we're about number 4 in the nation for arrests. And I think it's either 3 or 4 for removal since the inauguration, since January 20th.
This is something that's, I think, when I heard this riding with some of the others, I couldn't believe it. I don't think the American people could believe it, that you can't physically even go into their home to get these guys unless they invite you in. You could even, just talk to us a little bit about that.
Correct. That's one of the challenges with the administrative warrant versus the criminal warrant is that we have to have consent to enter the house as it stands right now. So it makes it much more challenging to try and get them. Even if we know they're in the house, we can't enter the house. Whereas many times you do have the criminal warrant. So our officers have to be a little more creative in figuring out ways to locate these subjects and be able to apprehend them. And one of the ways, like I said, that works very well for us is catching them in transition. I mean, most all of them eventually have to go to work. They have to leave the house at some point. So we spend a little time and try and pattern their behaviors a little bit, and then sit and wait for them to actually leave the residence and catch them maybe a block down the road, box them in, catch them in their vehicle, so they're less likely to have weapons and other things readily available to them. It seems to be a safer, more effective way for us to make the arrest right now, and the way that's for the best for us for the most part. And with the pace we're working at right now, we're not able to do that on every case as much as we would like because of the sheer numbers and sheer volume that we're going after. So, that's the balance you try to strike. And with our more egregious criminals, the ones that are more high-value targets, we'll spend a little more time researching those to make sure we've got all our information, all our ducks in a row, so to speak, to make sure we get those folks. And maybe some of those that are lower-level criminals or are not quite as high value, maybe we'll spend a little less time and just go to the residence and do some of the more simple actions. It's all a balance, value versus time you spend on the case.
What are some of the guys we're dealing with and what potential dangers that put you guys in?
We've got the whole gamut. I would say last week when we were doing our surge operation, we had a few folks that were convicted of homicide. You're going to have a lot of assaults, DUIs. It's the whole gamut. I mean, you've got to be concerned about everyone. A lot of these folks, even if they don't have a criminal history that we're aware of, if they're in this country illegally, we've never encountered them before, and you don't really know who they are. You don't know what kind of criminal history they might have in the country that they came from. So I think you need to be prepared for anything on every case you're going after, even if it's a non-criminal. You don't know for sure that they haven't been engaged in some kind of criminal activity in their countries. Everything we do is targeted. So we are never just going into an area and just kind of roaming around and seeing who we find and looking for brown-skinned individuals or anything like that. Every time we leave the office, it's a targeted enforcement operation. We know our targets before we ever leave the building. We've done database checks. We've done open source social media checks. We've done sometimes surveillance days before. So we've done a lot of work and many man-hours of work leading up to the actual arrest itself. So we know exactly who we're going after.
He has a deportation order from 8/27/2018. He's a gang member, self-admitted, of the South Park Mexicans and also of the Knights Templar cartel. Conviction for possession of marijuana, he did 90 days probation. And then he has a theft conviction, which he got 90 days confinement.
So that's the house we're looking at. White truck driveway right there.
But I believe last year we had about 10,000 administrative arrests for the Houston field office. About 90% of those were criminal. We had approximately 15,000 removals just for the Houston field office last year. Of those, about 60% were criminal. So if you think about all the criminals that we, again, not only took off the streets, but took out of our communities as a whole, think about how many crimes you prevented. You know, it's a stat you can't measure because it didn't happen. But how many kids didn't get victimized? How many people didn't get murdered? How many sexual assaults didn't occur because of all of that work and all of those criminals that we took out of the country? I mean, if you think about the removals, 60% of 15,000, you're talking about 8,000 to 9,000 criminals that we got out of our communities and out of this country entirely last year alone. That's a huge number, in my opinion, of crimes that we prevented. That's where the reward comes in, and that never gets old.
That looks like the target. Yeah. He has a backpack on. It looks like the target from a distance. He's just standing there right now. There you go. Someone's getting to the truck right now. As soon as he pulls out, we'll just take him down.
And as the target gets in his truck, our ICE ERO officers make their move.
Lock him up.
It's a successful arrest, and one more criminal illegal alien in custody without an incident.
We want to explain to you in 2 minutes what's going on.
Yeah, we'll let you make a phone call. You know what's going on, right? You have a warrant. Okay. And you'll be going to the Montgomery processing center. Okay, in Conroe. We'll let you make a phone call and tell your wife what's going on. But right now, we have to move your truck. Okay, there she is. That your wife? Okay, we'll let her know what's going on.
Hey, you got an ID? It's in the backpack. Can I get it?
No, we'll get it. We'll get it for you.
We never receive a warrant.
No, they won't.
The worst part about all of these scenarios is the case in point right here. As the wife of this criminal illegal sits on the phone with her legal advisor, she tries to make demands of the officers. But the organizations that are aiding and abetting these illegals are part of what's known as a rapid response network. But don't you worry. Once we have all of their clients off the street, they too will be dismantled and prosecuted.
So today, I just got the report in. We have a total of 33 teams operating in the field today, 155 law enforcement officers on those teams.
To all the sanctuary jurisdictions across America, talking specifically for what you guys are doing, give me your best argument on why that's stupid and why they should be working with you.
Well, because I think, as I mentioned earlier, you do a disservice to the immigrant community. If you're truly wanting to protect the immigrant community, the law-abiding immigrant community, that's not where we're asking for your partnership. We're not asking you to go into the communities and snatch up these folks that are law-abiding, even though they're here illegally. Other than that, they're law-abiding folks. What we're asking for, cooperation across the board, generally speaking, is in the jails. We want those folks who are not only in this country illegally, but have gone on to further commit crimes in the United States that are in custody. When they finish their criminal sentences, transfer custody to us. We can take them in a safe environment. It saves us many, many man-hours of trying to do research and locate them, and it gives us a safe environment to take custody. I cannot understand why there isn't broad support for turning criminals over to us. In these sanctuary jurisdictions, instead, they're releasing them in the community where they will further victimize the immigrant community. That's where they commit their crimes for the most part, because they know a lot of that community is afraid to report crimes. So they go back into the immigrant community and they victimize the immigrant community. So that's why I say these sanctuary jurisdictions are really doing a disservice to the immigrant community as a whole, and they're protecting the criminals. That doesn't make any sense to me.
When we get back, we'll take you where the illegals receive their due process at the Montgomery ICE Detention Facility.
About 60% of the folks in this facility right now have criminal convictions.
Come along and join us as Law and Border is the first news outlet to be given approval to go live from inside the facility. Then we'll visit a neighborhood right outside of Houston, Texas, that was believed to have been built for the sole purpose of harboring illegal immigrants.
Yeah, definitely sensing a trend.
To keep up to date with Ben as he travels to expose the truth about the Democrat destruction of America, follow him on social media at Ben Berkwam and check out his website, frontlineamerica.com.
Hey, what's up? It's the People Shark here, Damon John. I'm going to give you a tip that I have never shared with anyone before. This tip is about how to create the wow factor in your home. Every person that comes into my home comments about how amazing it smells. It's all thanks to Aroma 360 Scent Diffuser. We feel like we live in a luxurious hotel every day.
And I love how evenly it scents our space.
I highly recommend that you go directly to aroma360.com to get yours today.
President Trump delivered on his promises, but we can't get complacent. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the Red Wall. Turning Point PAC is building the Red Wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We're funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Donate at tprab.com or scan the QR code now to fund our field operations.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
This episode of Law and Border is brought to you by PatriotMobile.com. Use promo code RAV for free activation today, only at PatriotMobile.com. We rejoin Goliad County Sheriff Roy Boyd. Sheriff Boyd was one of the law enforcement agents that was on the front lines during Joe Biden's border invasion.
Talk to me about Goliad County pre-President Trump, Joe Biden to post-President Trump, what it looked like then, what it looks like now.
Well, it was night, and now it's day, is pretty much what it is. So under President Biden, what we had a free-for-all where the cartels were coming through with their contractors and subcontractors and bringing hundreds of thousands of people through our jurisdiction every single year. And so the smugglers were coming up, they were trespassing on property, they were driving through gates, they were hauling illegal aliens, they were hauling loads of dope, and they just were all over the place. At one point, we were in pursuits with smuggling organizations anywhere from 3 to 5 times a week. We no longer have that problem. Now our target is to go after organized crime that has cemented itself within our jurisdictions for our task force that we formed as a result of the Biden administration's open border policy.
From Sheriff Boyd, Ben and the team head to the Montgomery ICE Processing Center.
Just to give you a perspective, under Joe Biden, we weren't allowed into any of these facilities. They didn't want us to see it. Alternatively, NGOs were invited in while they wouldn't even let media in, real media, to show what was actually happening. And so for us to be able to come here and highlight the truth, both expose the lies that the left and the activists and the media are telling and show the truth of what's actually happening under the Trump administration. It says, Sheriff Roy Boyd, it's night and day. You know, it's the exact opposite of what you hear. How many detainees do you have right now?
1141 current.
Oh, right there, okay.
This door we're going to go in over here is for the ICE processing area. So the buses come in here and unload everybody. So all the bodies that we arrest will come here for initial processing. This ICE processing area you're going to see here is where we do the ICE processing. At that point, they may or may not be booked into this facility. So just because they get processed by ICE here doesn't mean they go into this facility. And that's why you just went through GEO's intake. But again, this is where all the detainees are brought in once they're apprehended. We've got holding cells where we'll keep them while we're processing through the initial ICE processing to determine what we're going to do with the case. They may be housed here, they may move to another facility, or be released. It all depends on the circumstances of the case as we process them.
Could you just walk us through kind of the process, what your operations are, your objectives?
We provide high-quality medical services at Montgomery Processing Center. We have more than 80 medical professionals. Upon arrival, the patients are screened for tuberculosis. We also screen them for any acute or chronic conditions. Those that have any chronic conditions, we refer them to an advanced practice provider. All the patients that report being healthy, they still get a physical assessment within 14 days of arrival. And we pretty much...
This is Randy Tate. He's the facility administrator for the Montgomery ICE Processing Center.
And how many bunks per room? Is it different? Are they all standard?
Each zone is different, and it's originally designed to meet the ACA standards, which we meet, and it's also designed to meet the female standards as well. So Zone 1, we house females, and the ratio for toilets and showers is a little different for them. But each zone has a different capacity. Zone 3 is high-level detainees, and the capacity is 90 in each of those dorms.
I'm out here with Brett Bradford, the Houston ICE Field Office Director. We were out on operations yesterday. They've been working nonstop since President Trump took office. We're actually doing the first live interview at this facility. This is the Montgomery
Processing Facility.
So this is Real America's Voice News' first live interview out here. If you can just tell us better from your words than from mine, talk to us about the numbers we're seeing right now. I know you had a big operation last week, and the numbers of folks that were out here. We're actually out on this nice synthetic grass field that all the inmates get to stay at.
Sure, we had a nice surge operation last week. We had 422 total arrests in the field office. This facility you're at today is our Montgomery Processing Facility. This is where all of the arrests made in the Houston field office, this is where they come to be processed. Not only the ICE processing, but then they can also be processed and detained here at this facility. The capacity here is a little over 1,400, and as of May 12th, I believe we have about 1,200 detainees in here right now. 10% of those are female, the rest are male, so we do house male and female here. all criminal levels, and about 60% of the folks in this facility right now have criminal convictions in addition to being in the country illegally.
And just to clarify, when you look at some of the reporting that's going on nationally about your operations, your work, the great work you guys do, are there any misconceptions that you want to get out there? I know we toured the medical facility, you've got a law library, what your objectives are in your operations?
Well, there's two things I would mention. Number one is we're not doing raids and sweeps. You'll see a lot of information out there about us raiding neighborhoods or sweeping neighborhoods. That's not how we operate. We do targeted enforcement. So before we ever go out to arrest anybody, we've done research, we've done database checks. We know who we're going after before we ever leave the office. Now, do we encounter other folks in the pursuit of that one target? Sure, and those are collateral arrests that we may make. Other individuals that are in the vehicle or in the residence with that individual will be identified, and if they're in the country illegally, they are subject to removal. But we're not just sweeping areas and looking for folks. We're going after specific individuals. The other thing in these facilities, I think you'll see when you do the tour today, these detainees are treated well. They're not mistreated. They get great medical care, dental care, food, nutrition, recreation. Everything is provided for them in this facility. So nobody's being mistreated. The purpose of our detention is not punitive in nature. It's for the purposes of removal. So we're holding them just long enough to effect their removal from the United States.
And you were saying the average right now is about 27 days that they're here before they're removed?
Yes, sir, about 27 days on average.
From the ICE Processing Center, we head down to a community known as Plum Grove that sits right outside of Houston, Texas, and is a community that has reportedly been built specifically to cater to illegal aliens.
I've been coming down here for a while, and I just got this brilliant idea. Why don't I just go start asking people if they've heard of this place being developed for illegal aliens? So this is the community of Plum Grove, Colony Ridge, Cleveland, Texas, kind of all mixed together. Best way to describe it is it feels like a foreign country. How you doing? Hey, I'm doing a story. I'm with the media. I'd heard that this community was developed for illegal aliens, and I wasn't sure if you knew anything about that. Oh, no English? Okay. Gracias. Good morning. I'm sorry to bother you. I'm with the media. I'd been told that it was developed specifically for illegal aliens. Are you familiar with that at all? Oh, ¿habla inglés? Oh, no English. Okay. Gracias. No English. Hey, I'm doing a story. I'm with the media, but I was told that this community was developed specifically for illegal aliens.
No inglés, amigo.
¿No inglés?
No.
¿De dónde son?
De México.
México, okay. Gracias.
¿Quieres tienda?
Yo soy reportero.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Gracias.
Está bien.
Nice guys. Hey, sorry to bother you. I'm with the media, and I'm doing a story on the community here. And I was told that it was developed specifically for illegal aliens, and I'm trying to figure out if you guys know anything about that. No? ¿Habla inglés? No English. Yeah, definitely sensing a trend. Count the number of people that actually speak English. Because I figure I wouldn't get very many answers asking in English. And so far, my hypothesis was correct. Now, I can't say they're all illegal, but they don't speak English. You know, that's not like definitive. But you do notice a trend. If you've ever traveled to Mexico or any Central American country, you'll notice the houses there are developed kind of in stages. It's like as you have the budget to build, you build. So you do this extension and then you do this next extension. And sometimes it's out of the same material and sometimes it's out of new material. But you just kind of keep doing that. And you definitely get that sense here. This is a makeshift. There's not anything in the way of code enforcement going on out here. No HOAs. Hey, that's great. I mean, I kind of like that. Build whatever you want, however you want. This is also it's a labyrinth. I mean, it's a maze. Even once you get in here, figuring out your way out, if you didn't have GPS, it'd be very, very difficult. Or if you know your way around here, very easy to hide.
Well, we can definitely say one thing. It makes sense why ICE is targeting this community. And from Houston, Texas, we go to Indianapolis, Indiana to answer the question, is DACA actually a good thing?
They've denied me my...
We'll show more evidence of how every state has become a border state. And we'll show you the Law and Border exclusive access to the deportation flight out of Gary, Indiana.
That's it. There they go. I voted for that. America first.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house.
Warranty on.
I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, they'll replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family. Is that us? Too much? American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the Superlight 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Welcome back to Law and Border. The moon hangs low in the humid air as we link up with Indianapolis ICE enforcement, headed up by Chicago Field Office Director Sam Olson.
There's another target about 10 minutes away, still here in this area. We will target cars there, and we will arrest him when he leaves the house. We also have 2 teams in Indianapolis watching 2 different targets there.
A quiet tension fills the car as we head to our first stop. In law enforcement, you never know what you're going to encounter. Minutes later, we get word that one of the suspects is in custody. We help answer the question, is DACA a good thing?
Oh, yeah, they got him out.
He's in here.
Yeah, so it sounds like he's in there, y'all. Yeah. Safe spot. And then
Gotcha. Roger.
Fully
Roger.
I wanted to be known, but he just told me, I can't come out, you got me seatbelted. He just told me to go back to Honduras. They said that they have been stalking me this whole entire time. He also told me I don't have rights. And he also told me to go back to my country.
Are you here illegally?
I am not here illegally. I am under DACA. I'm under here. I have legal status. I pay taxes. I go to work.
When did you get here?
I got here when I was 5 years old.
How old are you?
I'm 26. I have my whole life here. I have 4 kids here.
What has prevented you from getting your legal status in that 20
I'm
years?
currently working within my legal status. My legal status, I have updated my application and I'm waiting for my legal status to change.
Have you committed any crimes?
I have some cases pending, but I am due for due process.
Well, guess what, buddy? You're about to get it.
I've done nothing. They pulled me over for nothing, and then they told me who I was. How do you know? They said it's because of my vehicle. That vehicle is not registered under me. So they have been just following me. As he said, they said that they were stalking my house.
To anyone else who's confused, it's called surveillance, and it's what our law enforcement officers
For them
do.
to just go without any kind of actual question. And then when I asked him, hey, do you have your body cam on or anything like that? He said, yes, but I don't see a body cam on him.
I never told you I had a body
Yes,
cam
you did.
on. No, I
Yes,
didn't.
you did, sir. Yes, you did. And you also told me to go
have a
back.
body cam.
You also told me to go back to Honduras, did you not?
I said if the judge decides
No.
you're gonna go back.
Right before you left
said
the
you're
car.
going to go back.
Be a man. Right
Be
before
a man?
Yeah, right before you left that car, you
I
said
am
go
a
back
man.
to Honduras.
Are you a
didn't
man?
Yeah. And I tell the truth. I don't
You
sit
are.
here and lie
Yeah,
under
okay.
a badge, phony
You've been very
phony badge.
uncooperative the whole time.
Uncooperative? I'm not fighting. You guys are chaining me like I'm a dog and I've done nothing. What? Say it.
You've been resistant the whole time.
Does this look resistant?
And to all those people that say DACA is a good thing, this guy might be the most arrogant illegal we've ever encountered.
Who brought you over when
The
you were 5?
entitlement is shocking from someone who's been in our country illegally for over 20 years
no idea
and then allegedly committed additional
But
crimes.
I've done everything possible to try to get legal status here. And this is just a public outreach of law enforcement. And they're not even law enforcement.
So
They're
wait,
ICE.
but back to your. So when your parents came over, you weren't sure if they came illegally or illegally.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because I was 5 at the time.
Do you know now though?
I know now. My mom, who's my blood, she is under legal process, yes, of becoming a U.S. citizen. I can't, bro. And you guys stopped me for what? No, explain it to me right now while the camera's on.
Because your immigration stuff.
And how did you guys know about that?
Before immigration.
Right, but how did you guys know that I was driving that vehicle? You guys didn't. And now you're being super rough. They've denied me my...
He has a pending case for domestic battery. So that's pending right now. And the latest DACA renewal that he filed is on like a supervisory hold pending that criminal case. So at the time, his DACA status has expired. So they're probably not going to approve it until the outcome of the criminal case. So today's new leadership, we're going to bring him in, just give him an NTA, let the immigration courts figure out.
So yeah, he's got a pending charge of domestic battery on it. At some point in the past he had DACA, but now there's a hold on that, so he'll be set up to see an immigration judge. So this is one of those cases he's not going to get brought in, right? We're just not going to remove him today. He's going to go through that whole process.
Okay, anybody else can produce their badge number? No?
And from one to another, we get word that another illegal has been apprehended, along with what's known this time as a collateral.
That they said were U.S. citizens. There's potentially at least one that may not be. They call it collateral. So this is going after one target, happen to find others that are here illegally as well, pick them up.
The two in the van, since the van appears to be registered to the target, and the people in it claimed, it sounded like they might have claimed to be U.S. citizens, but we're going to go and just further talk to them. I think we have some new technology on here that we can actually see if they've been encountered by immigration before, based upon some biometrics. So we'll try to check that avenue.
So say that again. So we have a van of the target van, but we have two individuals that they're not the van owner, claiming to be U.S. citizens, but that may not be the case.
Right, exactly. And I'm not sure if they both claim that or what the claim was, but
I mean, people wouldn't lie, would they?
Right. It does happen with us, and again, like if we have that reasonable suspicion that they might be here illegally, we're going to try to investigate that as much as we can. At this point, when somebody claims that, right, we got to figure it out, especially when they're driving our target's van from the target house.
Saying the target doesn't live there.
Right. So they just ran the checks and he must be arrestable. So he's a collateral, so we're going to arrest him now.
What about the driver? Close the door.
First, the information we got that the driver was a U.S. citizen, and we thought both were. But then when we asked for identification from the passenger, he gave us a Mexican ID issued for Mexico. So knowing that he had that, then further questioning, and then through additional investigation, we found he was actually deported 3 times from the U.S., all within the past 3 years, I believe. So it was a good catch, and that's why, again, he wasn't our target, but it was in a vehicle that was registered to one of our targets, and so we're going to kind of continue to do police work, and if we encounter somebody who's here illegally, we're going to arrest him. In this case, it was somebody who, again, could be charged criminally for that, because he did re-enter after being deported. I'm not sure which route we'll go on that case, but again, we definitely have that option. Door 3 is opening.
All right. Here we go.
Don't go anywhere as the battle to secure our country continues with more targeted enforcement operations and more arrests.
Most of these are going to be arrests.
And then we'll finish as the illegals are loaded onto a deportation flight in Gary, Indiana. Some will be set for removal, while others continue their due process at a different location. What a difference a year makes. Thank God for President Trump, and thank God for ICE.
Want to come to America? Come in legally.
And be sure to stick around after the show as we celebrate the 250th birthday of the United States Marine Corps with our very own patriotic entertainer, Dave Bray, USA.
We are proud to claim the title of United States Marine.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
This episode of Law and Border is brought to you by PatriotMobile.com. Use promo code RAV for free activation today, only at PatriotMobile.com. Welcome back to Law and Border. Let's catch up with Ben and Indianapolis ICE as they pull over another suspected illegal target.
Policía, ¿cuál es su nombre? Suárez Velasco? Sí. Oh. Somos agentes federales de inmigración. Tengo un orden de estado por usted. ¿Entiende?
Take this stuff out of your pocket. Yeah, appreciate it. Pop into here. Yes, sir. Speak English? No. Okay. Somos franceses, pero habla español. Ustedes aquí, únicamente, tengo un orden de arrestado por usted. Usted tiene el derecho a los abogados y usted tiene el derecho a contactar su consulado. ¿Entiende? Extra. Un momento.
So right now we ran her, and it looks like she was encountered by immigration before, but we don't know exactly what for, so we're going to try to do some additional checks. But the male we arrested was the target.
It does look like she's.
Usted tiene el derecho a un abogado. Usted tiene el derecho
So, second collateral of the day.
Correct. Yep.
¿Viene? César? César es el indicado. Where's hey, Christian Jack?
Can I ask you real quick, sir, what you asked her? Are you able to say that or not?
Which part?
Where she's from, kind of the background.
I just asked her name, where she's from, if she has any documents for the United States.
And she's from Mexico?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Following the apprehensions, the Law and Border team heads into the Indianapolis ICE Processing Center and is granted exclusive behind-the-scenes access. It's amazing to think that this is mostly from one day of operations, but even scarier when you consider that it's just a drop in the bucket compared to the number of illegals that are in this community and every community across America.
We try to bring everybody here, and then if they have to go to a different detention facility, then they'll go there, or some people will come in here to be ready for removal. Like if we send them to, up north of Chicago for removal or over to Kansas City. So that might happen as well. But most of these are going to be arrests that happen today.
I wasn't expecting this many people.
And here's our DACA friend again, who appears to have been educated in the school of leftist activism.
Right now we have 4 processing stations here, and that's it, right? And so when you have a large number like this can be, we're stuck bottlenecks because all this has to happen, right? This isn't just something we're arresting and then sending them right back, to their country. That's they go through this administrative process and book in all of those things where we're asking medical questions, everything as they go through the process. That's why I think it's just, it's not right to say that, we're not going through any type of due process, because that's just not the case, on these cases. So, but that's what we're hoping for too. Other places, we're trying to start to do a lot of processing for vehicles, processing in other locations, just because we're limited, on some space. But the nice thing is that resources have been coming in. So a lot of the stuff we've asked for, we've gotten, which historically hasn't been the case. So, that's helping these guys get the job done.
And from a bed space standpoint, I guess this wouldn't be considered much bed space, but is this the only location, or where would these guys typically go? Would they go straight from here to another holding facility?
They would go to a different facility, yeah. We contract with some counties to house, and there's other facilities kind of throughout the country where we go. This is just like a daytime holding area until we can find an additional bed.
Gotcha. Do you know what the capacity is for this area?
For our AOR, the whole 6 states, right, it varies, right? We're trying to increase that, but I think we're kind of the highest that we've ever been, even nationwide right now, just for people in custody. And so, it changes so much. I think right now that we've been, a lot of our partners that help us, contract for detention are working well with us, to kind of house the detainees. But then it's on us then too to try to make sure that the process is going, that we're getting people through the court system and everything else, so we can remove her and free up more beds. Because essentially, it's a one in, one out at this time. We're arresting somebody, once they remove them, there's somebody else ready to do it. Because as you can see, our officers are out every day making arrests 7 days. Everyone we arrest, we go to bed for.
So that's never an issue where you have too many people, you don't have beds, you got to release, or is it not an issue yet?
It gets complicated, like logistically, but right now everybody we're saying, we're not turning anybody away. We're trying to arrest them all, and we figured out by making removals quicker, all of these things. So it's a challenge, like logistically, like we might have to arrest somebody here today, and they might be moved somewhere across the country tomorrow, just from where their bed is. But that's the nice part of having a nationwide detention network that we do.
So there you go, guys. It's the entitlement on top of that. That's so frustrating.
Up next, it's the moment we've all been waiting for, watching ICE Airlines go wheels up as another round of illegals is set for deportation.
You want to come to America? Come in legally.
And a sigh of relief as our nation finally begins the healing process after the 4-year invasion that AutoPen Joe and the Democrats allowed under their administration.
That's it. There they go. I voted for that. America first.
And be sure to stick around after the show as we celebrate the 250th birthday of the United States Marine Corps with our very own patriotic entertainer, Dave Bray, USA.
We are proud to claim the title of United States Marine.
President Trump delivered on his promises. The border is secure. Deportations are underway. DEI is out and meritocracy is in. America is back. But we can't get complacent. The radical left is already mounting a resistance. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the red wall. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us secure victory. Turning Point PAC is building the red wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We are funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
Welcome back to Law and Border.
All right, guys, so we're here at Gary, Indiana, Gary Airport. We were out on ICE operations yesterday in Indianapolis. This is the location where the flights come in. This is the domestic flights, regional flights. They'll pick up the illegals. They'll bring them down from the main headquarters where they've been housing them. They've got final orders of removal. They'll come to an airport like this. So we've been invited to come down here and actually join in to see how that process goes. We're going to see the illegals being brought in. We're told it's about 60 today just here, and not including the ones they're going to be picking up along the way. Vans should be arriving any minute, and we'll be jumping in to see the process. Come with us. So here we go.
We're here in Gary, Indiana, which is just right by Chicago, and we have essentially a removal flight. So we have, our 6 states. We have a detention network within our 6 states that we cover. And so when somebody has an order of removal, even order removed by a judge or another means, and have a travel document if necessary for their country, we stage them up. They get on a flight, and then they'll go back to where they're from. This flight is not a charter flight, so it's not going to go back directly to one of their home countries. It'll stage down in the southern U.S., and depending on where they're from, they'll either get pushed on another flight with other nationals of the same country directly to where they're from, or if they're from Mexico, then they'll be sent via land to a land border. This is the first stop of the flight today, and I think it looks like the number increased a little bit, so we're probably in the 70s here. And then after this, it'll stop in Kansas City, where another group will get on, and so it'll be a full flight going south. That's when they'll be, kind of put in different, groups with nationalities to further, get removed.
A lot of logistical moving parts here.
So yeah, it's a lot of work put in.
Thank you, sir.
Nice there, baby. God bless ICE.
The thing that gets me is they intentionally allowed this to happen, spent millions of our tax dollars to do it. Now, looking at the resource, I'm just looking at the number of people it takes, the manpower, the money, the time, for these removals. It's hard to quantify what we're talking about when we talk about the scale of the operation that needs to happen to secure our country again.
Right, it's a big task, and the good thing is our officers are ready for it. But as like what's going on here, this is going on at many other airports throughout the country, right? Ours is just one AOR that has these flights, right? There's flights going every day to a lot of states, picking up people that are ready to be removed from the U.S. Wow. There's 2 to 4 flights a week, and those flights will be increasing. I mean, as we continue down the enforcement side, like the back end of it, when we do get the removal order, we have to have these flights out. But even in addition to flights, we're running ground transport, meeting up with other AORs down to the southern border as well, for the Mexican population that we have that's removable. So we're also conducting land removals too, in addition to these flights.
But if people want to apply.
Right, if people want to apply, USA Jobs.
Going up onto the plane. Any final messages?
Vamos para Colombia.
Hasta luego, huh?
Vamos para Colombia.
Anyone want to say anything? Habla inglés?
Yep.
Want to say anything?
Not at all.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What do you think about ICE?
I think there's a reason why we have borders. Every country has a right to decide who comes in and who doesn't. And I support legal immigration. It's got to come through the front door. It's like when I have a house, I decide who comes into my house. If somebody climbs in my back window, I decide if they leave. I kind of look at it the same way. What do you think?
So when white people go to Mexico, Mexicans not do the same thing they are doing?
I don't know anyone that broke into Mexico. If you go illegally into Mexico, they'll deport you.
In America, everyone gets due process, and this man will have his case decided by a judge. If it's determined that he does not have cause to be here, he will be removed.
Where are you from?
Nicaragua.
Nicaragua?
Yeah.
When did you come here?
4 years.
4 years?
Yeah.
Did you come? You came illegally? How did you get here?
I don't know.
Anyone else?
I don't know.
Habla inglés?
Nah. Only when they say I f***ed up.
You f***ed up?
Yeah, I f***ed up.
Oh, it is. Why?
Because I take me in the jail for 12 months. I never give the medical attention in my ass. I got my ass really fucked up.
We talked about this, but we got to go up on the plane. Noticed a lot of empty seats, but they're going to be picking more up and filling that up as we go.
Right. Yep. This is the first loop that we have on the flight. So after the flight leaves here, it's going to stop in Kansas City, and I think there's 60 or 70 that they'll pick up there, and then it'll stop again in Louisiana, pick up a few more, and then the final stop will be in I think it's Harlingen. Will be the final stop of this plane. So, and then it'll be removed. But some of the aircraft that we have, it looks like this one is probably seats 135, so anywhere between like 120 and 160 seats on each plane. And again, we try to have those full on every flight because now like we have our detention capacity is pretty high, and so we have a lot of people that are ready to go out. So we make sure that we're sending full flights, so to make sure that we're using our resources efficiently.
Awesome. I voted for that.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Bray, USA here, patriotic entertainer, the voice of law and border, but I'm also a United States Navy and Marine Corps veteran. This year, for the 250th anniversary of our beloved Corps, I released a brand new rendition of the Marines hymn that I know that you are going to love. So get ready to turn up the volume for the rock and roll rendition of the Marines hymn by Dave Bray, USA. If you want to support my music on a mission, go to DaveBrayUSA.com and pick up one of these shirts for your favorite Marine today. Semper Fi, and happy birthday, United States Marine Corps. Hoorah!
This song goes out to the men and women who exemplify the meanings of the words honor, courage, and commitment. They are the few. They are the proud. They are the United States Marines. So Semper Fi, my brothers and sisters. Semper Fi. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we will fight our country's battles in proud to claim the title of United States Marine. Whoa! Unfurled to every breeze, from dawn to setting sun. We have fought in every climate place where we could take a gun. In the snow of far-off northern lands, or in sunny tropic seas, you will find us always on the job. We're United States Marines. Whoa! We are proud to serve. Many a strife we fought for life and never lost our nerve. If the army and the navy ever looked on heaven's seas, they would find the streets are guarded by United States Marines. Whoa!
If you love that one as much as we do me a favor, take your phone, click that QR code, download the song, send it to your friends and family, and buy some of the merchandise on that website. Let Dave Bray know that you love him, you love America. God bless you guys. We'll see you on the next one.
Next time on Law and Border.
Seeing if there's any protesters. We got a few out here. Let's go see if we can talk to them.
We'll investigate the enemies within that are protecting and obstructing ICE in their operations.
Are you trying to block him from coming over here?
And we'll confront the Reverend Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Push Coalition for their hypocrisy as they march for illegal aliens who disproportionately affect low-income black communities.
It is true. They take jobs.
And as the left continues to melt down across America, we begin the celebration in Washington, D.C. for our 250th anniversary as a nation, contrasting the haters of the nation with the lovers of liberty.
Hi, baby. Happy birthday. We love you, Trump.
And we'll continue our journey back across America to show you the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol as they fight to save this nation from those who are trying their best to destroy it.
Attacking police, attacking ICE, protecting criminal illegal aliens. It's got to stop. It's got to stop.
The Bible says that Abram took 318 men that were born in his household and won a victory and then received a promise from God for supernatural multiplication. Galatians 3:13 and 14 that you've heard me preach, if you've heard me preach for any time at all, that I consider the central, there it is. Christ has redeemed us from all the curse of the law, being made a curse for us. For it is written, cursed is everyone that hangs on a tree. 14, that the blessing of Abraham might come on the Gentiles through Christ Jesus, that we might receive the promise of the Holy Spirit by faith. When Abram comes on the scene in Genesis 12:1, he's living in his parents' home. It's just him. Before he ever has his son and begins to multiply, he already has 318 trained fighting men in his house that enabled him to operate like a nation, even though he was a household. The Bible says that blessing is on us. That nobody is supposed to run. God's mission is too big for any one man or woman to carry out. Can you say amen? So God puts people in families. And somehow in the last 18 months, I would say that a spiritual family without any effort. My wife's here in the front row. She could tell you if she had a microphone. Nobody has, she's got, that's her sister cheering for her in the back. And that's it. She would tell you that I've resisted this for a long time. She was telling me in 2018, God's going to give you a church. I said, I will never pastor a church. I'm an evangelist. And then that happened. Then there was a guy, Daniel Bracken. He's a pastor in Wasilla, Alaska. He leaned over to me in 2019 on the front row and he said, the Lord just spoke to me that young evangelists are going to start wanting to get in touch with you, and you're going to help them in their evangelistic ministry. I thought, whatever. I don't even give my number out or anything. I just want to preach and go home and play video games and mix in some ice cream here and there. And sure enough, right when he gave that word, he gave it to me in the front row. My phone lit up from an evangelist I knew. Do you ever do any mentoring for young evangelists? Then that's turned into the group that some of you are in, that ministry group, where there's a few hundred people heading up on 1,000 now that are a part of that. I have seen, all I've done in life is facilitate what God's done. My vision board is a blank poster board. I don't have any. I had goals and they were very small. I accomplished them all by the age of like 31. I wanted to have one person respond to my altar call one time. They did. I wanted a crowd not to boo me out of the building. It happened once. And then I was happy. But now there's a wind that's blowing that as much as I'd like to duck it, it's a supernatural wind. Even this, I asked last night, I never checked the registration. And last night I said, how many do we have coming? Just to brace myself, 300, 400? They said, no, it's heading up close to 2,000 people for Breakthrough in Ministry. This is a major meeting in year 3. You know, this is not something that's gone on. The growth of the churches, where we're going to be in our new building shortly in Pittsburgh, that will immediately go to 1,400, 1,500. Texas, 2 Sundays ago, was at 583. And then these 2 churches are up over 200 consistently in Phoenix and Los Angeles, and we're just getting started. And then now there's pastors that are looking to join, evangelists that are looking to join because, and I want to say this, I'm going to say it one time, and then I'm not going to preface any more comments. Nothing I'm saying is to insult any group of people. It's to insult every group of people equally. This is not we're better than people. It has nothing to do with that. But anybody that's in the United States or Canada, which would be the bulk of the people here, have probably noticed the 10 things that I'm going to share with you right now. 10 reasons the American church is ripe for a new denomination and fellowship. Because I'm going to say right now what I should say for the end, for the big close. Pastor Russell and I are formally launching Revival Today Global Pursuit at this meeting. You do not have to be a part of that group to attend this or future meetings. But for all the people, Pastor Russell and I were talking, you never meet anybody on the road that's proud of what they're a part of. I belong to this group. I don't really go to the meetings. I don't really, do I have to send my tithe there? Would I be wrong to send my tithe somewhere else? There's a problem if you're dating a girl and you're afraid to show the girl to your parents. There's a problem if you're a girl and you're dating a guy and you're ashamed to show the guy to your pastor, your youth pastor. That shows a problem. You shouldn't be ashamed of any group you belong to. You should be proud to belong to something. You shouldn't have to go to a meeting because they emailed you and told you you're required to go to 1 meeting a year. You shouldn't give because you got a text message that your tithe didn't show up this month and you need to tithe to remain in good standing. A ministry group should be ministers that are born into a house, that have a common objective, that stand like brothers for battle and do a great work for the Lord with joy. That's what God is raising up this week. And tonight I want to say congratulations for being a part of one thing that God's going to use to drive the devil out of the United States, drive the devil out of Canada, and make great impact in the nations of the world in Jesus' name. Can you say amen? 10 reasons America is ripe for a new denomination or fellowship. And then, of course, you're going to have charismatic people that say, we shouldn't have a denomination. It's not about titles. Things need to be organized. There weren't 318 lunatics running around winning their own battle. They had a leader. They were under somebody. God works by order. Can you say amen? Number one, powerless Christianity. 10 reasons the American church is ripe for a new denomination or fellowship. Number one, powerless Christianity. Weakness, a form of godliness that denies the power thereof. 2 Timothy 3:5. Churches have substituted intellectualism, entertainment, and self-help for demonstration of the Spirit and power. Crowds without conversion, sermons without transformation, and members with no spiritual authority. Number two, doctrinal confusion and compromise. There's a professor at Biola University that's a Christian university that joined to sue in Colorado, joined the lawsuit with the state to make it where ministers can't, if somebody wants to not be L, G, B, or T anymore. He joined with the state of Colorado in saying it's wrong as a minister to counsel people out of the Bible, not try to pray it out of them, that you're not allowed to share scriptures to try to get them to go in the other direction. So I'm not nitpicking. The Presbyterian Church closed its missions department last month and told their 92 remaining missionaries to come home. That's a group that not long ago had everybody go in canoes down to Africa and pack their coffins with them and convert Ghana to Christ, convert Nigeria to Christ, and now they're gone. So there is, what are you going to do? What are you going to do for the rest of your life? Are you going to be a part of a group you're ashamed of? And, you know, I go to this, but I don't really go to the meetings. You know, if you hang around dead people, you become dead. And some of you have seen it, that people are proud. You know, I'm like the big fish in the small pond, but actually, they're withering away without knowing it. Why not hang around people that have a common goal and a common love for the Holy Ghost and a common desire to fulfill the Great Commission? Can you say amen? Many pulpits avoid preaching repentance, holiness, and the baptism of the Holy Spirit. Result, doctrinal drift and moral collapse. Believers unsure of what they really believe. There's Pentecostal denominations that have put out statements on healing that you would have got your credentials yanked for making those statements 35 years ago. And so, how many of you, did anybody see our Sunday service from Pittsburgh? There was a young man named Stephen, and then he came up at the end of the service. I read his testimony anonymously. He said, I was on drugs by age 15, dealing drugs by age 18, and then arrested and put in prison at age 18 for 5.5 years. And then the mother of his child had postpartum depression, I believe took her own life. So you think, you're a single father who's done 5.5 years in prison and addicted to drugs, and you're 23. That's where people are at in America. So he said, now think of this. When people hit rock bottom, their spirit kicks in. And somehow or another, they know they're supposed to be in church or in something like that. So he said one night, he could feel a spirit in the house with him. And it felt like his girlfriend's spirit. He said, so I engaged with it. But he said, after a few days, whatever it was turned very evil. Yeah, it's a demon. They're called familiar spirits. But nobody knows that hasn't been to church. Half the people in church don't know that. And so after he did that, he said, I called a medium to try to get her to get rid of it. And he said, when that happened, it got 10 times worse. He said it got so tormenting that one day at 5:30 in the morning, this is a guy that sold drugs and went to jail. He's not a lightweight. He's in the gym. He's in our church gym 6 times a week. He's a tough guy. He said, one day at 5:30 in the morning, I grabbed my dog and ran out of the house. And he said, I went to a church the next day and asked the pastor for help. He said, after telling the pastor all that, the pastor looked at me and said, you have mental problems. And then told him he needs to go get therapy. Sent him out of the church. First of all, even if you do have mental problems, Jesus never laid his hands on everybody except for a few crazy people. The Bible says they brought unto him all the sick, and no matter what their sickness or what their disease, or if they were tormented or possessed by evil spirits, he healed them all. Then he went to a Catholic church. The Catholic church at least will acknowledge demons. So the Catholic priest said, I've heard of that. I don't think you're crazy, but that's it. Well, that's nice. Hey, you're not crazy. Go back to that demon-possessed house. And he said, then a friend texted me out of the blue and said, there's a church in Pittsburgh that's having a tent meeting. Our church, out in the tent last summer. You should come. It was the Sunday I wasn't there. Pastor Russell was preaching. Pastor Russell gave the altar call to get saved. He came up. He stayed in the line for Pastor Russell to pray for people for the next day and a half. Got hands laid on him, got delivered. And then he said, I started coming to church. And he said, I want you to know everything has changed. He said, I don't have any, he said, I couldn't even look at myself in the mirror. He said, there's no torment in my home. I can look at myself in the mirror every day when I get up. I'm not addicted to drugs. I don't sell drugs. If people go to church and can't get help, where are they supposed to get help? But I'm glad I'm looking at 1,000 people today that when they see people that are bound, they know how to set them free. When they see people that are sick, they know how to loose the healing power of God. Can you say amen?
Thanks for watching the Revival Today Global broadcast. If you would like to experience one of our services live at one of our Revival Today churches, make sure that you go to revivaltodaychurch.com for more info.
President Trump delivered on his promises. The border is secure. Deportations are underway. DEI is out and meritocracy is in. America is back. But we can't get complacent. The radical left is already mounting a resistance. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the red wall. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us secure victory. Turning Point PAC is building the red wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We are funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
The Bible says that Abram took 318 men that were born in his household and won a victory and then received a promise from God for supernatural multiplication. Galatians 3:13 and 14 that you've heard me preach, if you've heard me preach for any time at all, that I consider the central, there it is. Christ has redeemed us from all the curse of the law, being made a curse for us. For it is written, cursed is everyone that hangs on a tree. 14, that the blessing of Abraham might come on the Gentiles through Christ Jesus, that we might receive the promise of the Holy Spirit by faith. When Abram comes on the scene in Genesis 12:1, he's living in his parents' home. It's just him. Before he ever has his son and begins to multiply, he already has 318 trained fighting men in his house that enabled him to operate like a nation, even though he was a household. The Bible says that blessing is on us. That nobody is supposed to run. God's mission is too big for any one man or woman to carry out. Can you say amen? So God puts people in families. And somehow in the last 18 months, I would say that a spiritual family without any effort. My wife's here in the front row. She could tell you if she had a microphone. Nobody has, she's got, that's her sister cheering for her in the back. And that's it. She would tell you that I've resisted this for a long time. She was telling me in 2018, God's going to give you a church. I said, I will never pastor a church. I'm an evangelist. And then that happened. Then there was a guy, Daniel Bracken. He's a pastor in Wasilla, Alaska. He leaned over to me in 2019 on the front row and he said, the Lord just spoke to me that young evangelists are going to start wanting to get in touch with you, and you're going to help them in their evangelistic ministry. I thought, whatever. I don't even give my number out or anything. I just want to preach and go home and play video games and mix in some ice cream here and there. And sure enough, right when he gave that word, he gave it to me in the front row. My phone lit up from an evangelist I knew. Do you ever do any mentoring for young evangelists? Then that's turned into the group that some of you are in, that ministry group where there's a few hundred people heading up on 1,000 now that are a part of that. I have seen, all I've done in life is facilitate what God's done. My vision board is a blank poster board. I don't have any. I had goals and they were very small. I accomplished them all by the age of like 31. I wanted to have one person respond to my altar call one time. They did. I wanted a crowd not to boo me out of the building. It happened once. And then I was happy. But now there's a wind that's blowing that as much as I'd like to duck it, it's a supernatural wind. Even this, I asked last night, I never checked the registration. And last night I said, how many do we have coming? Just to brace myself, 300, 400? They said, no, it's heading up close to 2,000 people for Breakthrough in Ministry. This is a major meeting in year 3. You know, this is not something that's gone on. The growth of the churches, where we're going to be in our new building shortly in Pittsburgh, that will immediately go to 1,400, 1,500. Texas, 2 Sundays ago, was at 583. And then these 2 churches are up over 200 consistently in Phoenix and Los Angeles, and we're just getting started. And then now there's pastors that are looking to join, evangelists that are looking to join because, and I want to say this, I'm going to say it one time, and then I'm not going to preface any more comments. Nothing I'm saying is to insult any group of people. It's to insult every group of people equally. This is not we're better than people. It has nothing to do with that. But anybody that's in the United States or Canada, which would be the bulk of the people here, have probably noticed the 10 things that I'm going to share with you right now. 10 reasons the American church is ripe for a new denomination and fellowship. Because I'm going to say right now what I should say for the end, for the big close. Pastor Russell and I are formally launching Revival Today Global Pursuit at this meeting. You do not have to be a part of that group to attend this or future meetings. But for all the people, Pastor Russell and I were talking, you never meet anybody on the road that's proud of what they're a part of. I belong to this group. I don't really go to the meetings. Do I have to send my tithe there? Would I be wrong to send my tithe somewhere else? There's a problem if you're dating a girl and you're afraid to show the girl to your parents. There's a problem if you're a girl and you're dating a guy and you're ashamed to show the guy to your pastor, your youth pastor. That shows a problem. You shouldn't be ashamed of any group you belong to. You should be proud to belong to something. You shouldn't have to go to a meeting because they emailed you and told you you're required to go to one meeting a year. You shouldn't give because you got a text message that your tithe didn't show up this month and you need to tithe to remain in good standing. A ministry group should be ministers that are born into a house, that have a common objective, that stand like brothers for battle and do a great work for the Lord with joy. That's what God is raising up this week. And tonight I want to say congratulations for being a part of one thing that God's going to use to drive the devil out of the United States, drive the devil out of Canada, and make great impact in the nations of the world in Jesus' name. Can you say amen? 10 reasons America is ripe for a new denomination or fellowship. And then, of course, you're going to have charismatic people that say, we shouldn't have a denomination. It's not about titles. Things need to be organized. There weren't 318 lunatics running around winning their own battle. They had a leader. They were under somebody. God works by order. Can you say amen? Number one, powerless Christianity. 10 reasons the American church is ripe for a new denomination or fellowship. Number one, powerless Christianity. Weakness, a form of godliness that denies the power thereof. 2 Timothy 3:5. Churches have substituted intellectualism, entertainment, and self-help for demonstration of the Spirit and power. Crowds without conversion, sermons without transformation, and members with no spiritual authority. Number two, doctrinal confusion and compromise. There's a professor at Biola University that's a Christian university that joined to sue in Colorado, joined the lawsuit with the state to make it where ministers can't, if somebody wants to not be L, G, B, or T anymore. He joined with the state of Colorado in saying it's wrong as a minister to counsel people out of the Bible, not try to pray it out of them, that you're not allowed to share scriptures to try to get them to go in the other direction. So I'm not nitpicking. The Presbyterian Church closed its missions department last month and told their 92 remaining missionaries to come home. That's a group that not long ago had everybody go in canoes down to Africa and pack their coffins with them and convert Ghana to Christ, convert Nigeria to Christ, and now they're gone. So there is, what are you going to do? What are you going to do for the rest of your life? Are you going to be a part of a group you're ashamed of? And, you know, I go to this, but I don't really go to the meetings. You know, if you hang around dead people, you become dead. And some of you have seen it, that people are proud. You know, I'm like the big fish in the small pond, but actually, they're withering away without knowing it. Why not hang around people that have a common goal and a common love for the Holy Ghost and a common desire to fulfill the Great Commission? Can you say amen? Many pulpits avoid preaching repentance, holiness, and the baptism of the Holy Spirit. Result, doctrinal drift and moral collapse. Believers unsure of what they really believe. There's Pentecostal denominations that have put out statements on healing that you would have got your credentials yanked for making those statements 35 years ago. And so, how many of you, did anybody see our Sunday service from Pittsburgh? There was a young man named Stephen, and then he came up at the end of the service. I read his testimony anonymously. He said, I was on drugs by age 15, dealing drugs by age 18, and then arrested and put in prison at age 18 for 5.5 years. And then the mother of his child had postpartum depression, I believe took her own life. So you think, you're a single father who's done 5.5 years in prison and addicted to drugs, and you're 23. That's where people are at in America. So he said, now think of this. When people hit rock bottom, their spirit kicks in. And somehow or another, they know they're supposed to be in church or in something like that. So he said one night, he could feel a spirit in the house with him. And it felt like his girlfriend's spirit. He said, so I engaged with it. But he said, after a few days, whatever it was turned very evil. Yeah, it's a demon. They're called familiar spirits. But nobody knows that hasn't been to church. Half the people in church don't know that. And so after he did that, he said, I called a medium to try to get her to get rid of it. And he said, when that happened, it got 10 times worse. He said it got so tormenting that one day at 5:30 in the morning, this is a guy that sold drugs and went to jail. He's not a lightweight. He's in the gym. He's in our church gym 6 times a week. He's a tough guy. He said, one day at 5:30 in the morning, I grabbed my dog and ran out of the house. And he said, I went to a church the next day and asked the pastor for help. He said, after telling the pastor all that, the pastor looked at me and said, you have mental problems. And then told him he needs to go get therapy. Sent him out of the church. First of all, even if you do have mental problems, Jesus never laid his hands on everybody except for a few crazy people. The Bible says they brought unto him all the sick. And no matter what their sickness or what their disease, or if they were tormented or possessed by evil spirits, he healed them all. Then he went to a Catholic church. The Catholic church at least will acknowledge demons. So the Catholic priest said, I've heard of that. I don't think you're crazy, but that's it. Well, that's nice. Hey, you're not crazy. Go back to that demon-possessed house. And he said, then a friend texted me out of the blue and said, there's a church in Pittsburgh that's having a tent meeting. Our church, out in the tent last summer. You should come. It was the Sunday I wasn't there. Pastor Russell was preaching. Pastor Russell gave the altar call to get saved. He came up. He stayed in the line for Pastor Russell to pray for people for the next day and a half. Got hands laid on him. Got delivered. And then he said, I started coming to church. And he said, I want you to know everything has changed. He said, I don't have any, he said, I couldn't even look at myself in the mirror. He said, there's no torment in my home. I can look at myself in the mirror every day when I get up. I'm not addicted to drugs. I don't sell drugs. If people go to church and can't get help, where are they supposed to get help? But I'm glad I'm looking at 1,000 people today that when they see people that are bound, they know how to set them free. When they see people that are sick, they know how to loose the healing power of God. Can you say amen?
Thanks for watching the Revival Today Global broadcast. If you would like to experience one of our services live at one of our Revival Today churches, make sure that you go to revivaltodaychurch.com for more info.
Charlie may be gone, but his legacy lives on. In you, in me, in the groundswell of patriotism he ignited nationwide. Now it's up to us to continue the fight for the heart and soul of America in his stead. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code to fund Turning Point PAC's grassroots operation. At Turning Point PAC, we're 100% committed to Charlie's big picture vision to build the Red Wall. Starting in Arizona, New Hampshire, and Nevada, the 3 battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. Go to tprav.com or scan the QR code and donate to support Charlie's vision. We can build an impenetrable red wall that will destroy the Democrats' plans and pave the way to victory for America First candidates in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Your gift helps us deploy door knockers, chase ballots, and ramp up our grassroots efforts for the fight ahead. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
10 reasons the American church is ripe for a new denomination or fellowship. Lack of faith for healing and divine protection. Number 3, the pandemic exposed a crisis of unbelief. When fear spread, most churches had no faith-based response, just compliance. Pastors who once quoted Psalm 91 shut their doors when pressure came. Faith teaching was replaced by safety statements. The world saw a powerless church that preached miracles but practiced fear. God is raising a remnant that believes the Bible literally again. A church that lays hands on the sick without apology and models courage under crisis. Number 4, weakness against government overreach. When government orders came, entire denominations bowed instantly. Civil permission became higher than divine commission. Churches stayed closed while casinos stayed open. Boards sought insurance approval instead of spiritual direction. The church labeled non-essential proved it by acting that way. God is forming leaders now who fear God more than the government, churches that honor authority but never surrender Christ's lordship. Number 5, lack of holiness and consecration. Sin has been tolerated, renamed, and normalized in pulpits and pews alike. Entire movements have been crippled by moral failure, sexual sin, drunkenness, greed, and the quiet corrosion of character. There's one denomination that doesn't even exist, or movement that doesn't even exist anymore. They would have a timer. One preacher preached at one of their conferences that I'm friends with. He said, when I got the mic, the timer was counting down from 16 minutes. And he said they'd finish in about 65 minutes, the whole service, and then they'd go to the bar and the hotel lobby. It'd be like if we all went to the hotel bar lobby here at this hotel when we finished, and we all sat there and drank for 3 hours, 4.5 hours. And I said one time, instead of putting the timer up for the preacher, they should have put it at the bar. Even if you're going to drink, if you'd have cut that down to 85 minutes and let the service go 4 hours, you'd have been okay. Why was there a timer in the service and unlimited drinks? I mean, you didn't do it. I don't know why everybody's looking offended. Were you at the party? I feel like I'm giving this speech at P. Diddy's living room. Entire movements have been crippled by moral failure, sexual sin, drunkenness, greed, and the quiet corrosion of character. Result, the power of God lifts, credibility collapses, and the world mocks what once carried glory. The anointing cannot coexist with compromise. God still requires clean hands and a pure heart. But a new generation is rising that fears God more than losing followers. Leaders who will live clean, walk straight, and carry fire that doesn't burn out. If you're one of them, can you say amen? Number 6, financial misalignment. Money's often managed by tradition rather than mission. The church should be both spiritually rich and strategically generous, fueling evangelism, media, missions, and ministerial care. When finances are not aligned with the Great Commission, even abundance becomes unfruitful. God is raising up a generation that uses wealth to advance the kingdom, expand the church, and bless those who preach it. Can you say amen? I mean, if you're kicking dues, or whatever they want to call it, into a denomination every month, shouldn't there be some mass crusade to show for it? Shouldn't there be some churches that are being built where they don't have to be financed through that denomination? Generational disconnection. Number 7, young leaders are often stifled by outdated structures or mistrusted by older ones. Revival fire is frequently smothered by tradition instead of stewarded by mentorship. A massive leadership gap. The next generation is spiritually hungry, but institutionally homeless. The church must once again become a family where fathers release, not restrain, and sons honor, not rebel. Number 8, absence of evangelistic urgency. The average church has stopped winning souls. The message of eternity has been replaced with community events. Result, declining membership and entire cities untouched by the gospel. Heaven's priority, souls, is no longer the church's priority. When evangelism becomes central again, power returns. Growth accelerates. The church remembers why it exists. Number 9, no clear missional unity. Fragmentation among believers over minor doctrinal and political disputes. Churches operate as isolated silos rather than one advancing army. The body has resources, manpower, and technology, but no united vision to reach the nation. A few apostolic families must rise that unite believers around one cause, fulfilling the Great Commission, and move as one body with many expressions. Number 10, bureaucratic bloat with institutional paralysis. Denominational hierarchies that consume resources but produce little fruit. Decisions move at the speed of committees instead of the speed of the Spirit. Result, revival dies in red tape. Nimble movements are replaced by slow machines. But this next fellowship must combine apostolic authority with operational agility. Fast, flexible, and fruitful. Can you say amen? So those 10 things would be how I didn't want to just go on a big rambling rant. I wanted to show you 10 pointed things why probably one, at least one. But one of those things was the main reason why you're here today. Because nothing has existed up until this point. This was a meeting just to give breakthrough in ministry. But you've probably noticed as your church grows and as you start to have breakthrough in ministry, people that should be celebrating you with it start getting nervous about you. How can you be on a team that doesn't want you to win? There should be a place that people can go where when you come next year and let everybody know how you are now at 1,000 on Sunday, people are happy. People are happy you're having big evangelistic crusades. People are happy that you're kicking the devil out of your city, and we're forming that place tonight and this week. And if you're interested, welcome to Revival Today Global Pursuit. We're going to give the devil the worst handful of years that he's ever had before Jesus comes back. If you believe it, can you say amen? Where is Cody Jones? Come up, Cody, if you would. They're going to give you a mic. I don't know whether Cody owes everybody in the congregation money, but no one's clapping. No one's happy. One multi-week revival after another multi-week revival. I'm not calling you up to give credit to what happened to you at the meeting last year. I want people to hear what you've seen. You know, church, how many know church attendance is down? People don't come night after night. This guy, among many of the people that are here, we could pull out several people that are here that are defying everything the religious eggheads and institutions are telling you. Tell what you've been seeing and why the pastors have felt, why a pastor that would be nervous about having 3 nights of meetings all of a sudden doesn't want it to stop for 6 weeks. What's causing it?
Yeah, I would say this first and foremost, that the people that I was warned about up front, I realized they were holding the key to my next breakthrough. And one of them was him. And so a few years, I was just telling somebody this when I walked in. A few years ago, when I came here to Breakthrough in Ministry 2 years ago, was that the first one 2 years ago? 2? The first one I came to, I had just had a meeting with where I was at, and they basically told me, it's either us or it's them, you pick, at a place that I had been almost a decade. And I said, well, if you're going to make me pick, then I'm leaving. And honestly, I didn't walk out of there with like my head held high, like I felt like I was somebody. I felt very defeated in the moment and thought that was just almost 10 years of my life that I felt like I flushed down the drain. And so I have followed Pastor Jonathan for about 12 years, up to today would be 12 years. But I told my church on Sunday, I said, last year when I came here, and I made up my mind that he wasn't just going to be someone that I followed or showed up to his meetings. I said, Pastor Jonathan became my shepherd. And in the last 12 months, our ministry has exploded in a supernatural way. In a supernatural way. And so I was just doing a revival 3 or 4 weeks ago, and a pastor called me. He said, I talked to Pastor Jonathan, and he told me I should have you. And then when it was a week before I was to come, he called me and said, hey, just so you know, I got a bunch of pastors calling me and tell me that I probably shouldn't have you. And I said, why? And they said, number one, prosperity. And then they went down a couple other things. Well, he ended up having me. That meeting ended up going 2 weeks where we had 2 people healed of stage 3 and stage 4 cancer. Altars flooded with people being born again. And at the end, I asked him, I said, are you glad you had me? And he said, I absolutely am. Because now his church, he has to have 2 services on Sunday and has no room, nowhere to put people, has completely outgrown the building. And so, because I followed a pattern and I got connected to where the anointing was flowing, and I'm telling you, it has blessed my life tremendously. That last year in Breakthrough in Ministry, the Lord spoke to me at the last conference to start a church. I announced we were starting a church. In 6 weeks, we launched the church, started with 50 people on a Sunday morning. At our launch, we had 350 people came in from everywhere. First Sunday, 50 people. And in 10 months, we've tripled as a church. We just had our first crusade last week, over 1,000 people on the dot. Do you remember in Hobbs, New Mexico, when you invited me down, Pastor Dean, and Pastor Jonathan laid hands on me when he found out I was starting the church? He said, you're going to hit 1,000 by this time next year. When we had that crusade, we didn't have 998. We didn't have 1,010. We had 1,000 on the dot. 1,000 on the dot. And so people, denominational lines are being erased. Do you want to know why? I have a Methodist pastor who's a friend of mine in his 70s that left the denomination. He said, do you know why I left the denomination? I said, why? He said, because I got tired of being asked if I marry gays. So I have friends that are Baptist, Methodist, Pentecostal, and guess what? They're all hungry for a move of God. And when people carry the power of God, when people carry the fire of God, you can go into a place and blow it up. Why? Because pastors are sick and tired of being a part of dead denominations. So when you go in and you carry the anointing of God on your life, you're going to watch drug addicts get saved. You're going to watch marriages get restored. You're going to watch sick bodies start to get healed. You're going to start to see devils get cast out of men and women. And you want to know something? I was a heroin addict 12 years ago, but I'm not a heroin addict anymore. Why? Because one touch of the power of God came upon my life and set me free.
Thanks for watching the Revival Today Global broadcast. If you would like to experience one of our services live at one of our Revival Today churches, make sure that you go to revivaltodaychurch.com for more info. And don't forget, you can catch Pastor Jonathan and Adalis on the road all year long by going to one of our evangelistic meetings. If you want to see where they're going to be next, make sure that you go to revivaltoday.com/events.
President Trump delivered on his promises. The border is secure. Deportations are underway. DEI is out and meritocracy is in. America is back. But we can't get complacent. The radical left is already mounting a resistance. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the red wall. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us secure victory. Turning Point PAC is building the red wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We are funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the Garment and Upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Say it so the devil can hear you. I'm spirit-filled. I'm bold. Acts 5:29. But Peter and the apostles replied, we must obey God rather than any human authority. Number 3, shout it out. I'm uncompromising. We don't bend to pressure. We shape culture by conviction. The church was never meant to echo the world, but to redefine it. The church was never meant to echo the talking points of the world. We were meant to change it by the Bible. Compromise produces comfort. Conviction produces power. The cost of standing firm is nothing compared to the cost of blending in. We stand where others shrink. History remembers the ones who refuse to bow, and heaven still backs that kind of courage. If you're one of them, can you say amen? Number 4, Romans 15:20. My ambition has always been to preach the gospel where the name of Christ has never been heard, rather than where a church has already been started by someone else. Number 4, we are builders. Everybody say, I'm a builder. The goal of being an evangelist isn't to try to get booked to fill in on a Wednesday night somewhere. Everybody say, I'm a builder. This is building. This didn't exist. This isn't a meeting I was invited to. I just don't have any invitations. Go preach somewhere. If you say enough inflammatory stuff, a crowd forms. Go to a bus stop. There's a crowd there. Go to a Greyhound station. There's people already there. I'm not getting any invitations. What do you want? You want to go speak on a Wednesday night, 23 people that don't like you? They just stare at you. Then at the end they say, you know, you made a lot of good points. Oh, thanks. I can go home and throw myself out my 3rd-story window. Thank you. Everybody say, I'm a builder. There should be things in the kingdom of God that don't exist right now that by the time you die, they exist because you followed God's plan and built it. There was no such thing as a breakthrough in ministry conference. There was no such thing. There wasn't a thought in my head about a revival today, Arizona, at this time last year. Spirit-filled people are builders. They're not looking to let somebody in, let me into the thing you built. Now, God will open that door. It's good to stand alongside somebody and fight with them. But for you to live a disgruntled life because nobody gave you, they don't even let me speak. So, anyway, can you pray for me? Everybody say, I'm a builder. We think of nations and generations, not just congregations. Builders think beyond boundaries. Paul aimed for untouched territory. His eyes were on nations, not neighborhoods. True builders carry generational vision. We don't protect comfort zones. We pioneer new ones until every voice has heard the name of Jesus. Builder. I don't hear of any Americans going overseas anymore to do missions. I'm not talking about paint a house. I'm talking about, who's the last time you heard about them? South Sudan it was just Sudan. Now there's South Sudan because the Muslims kicked them out because they don't want Islam and they're Christian and they have no pastors. And everybody wants to go to church. Who are you going to hear from this group that would go to South Sudan? You're not going to go. I hope somebody goes. Someone should go. I'm not getting any invitations. I can tell you a whole nation you could go to right now. I went to where the Sudanese were. There were 1,200 the first night. Then I told them I'm going to pray for the sick the next night, and there was a little over 8,000 in 2 nights. Because there's nothing to do. There's just sand. Literally, there's just sand. So, hey, even if you don't like me, there's a show. I'll stand on some things and jump around. People came out. People got saved. People got baptized in the Holy Ghost. This is going to be a mission-sending organization. I want you to pop that flight map up on the screen. This is what my next 8 days look like. Or sorry, if you count Pittsburgh, then it'll be 9 days. Start it again. Start from the beginning. I missed it. Pittsburgh to Phoenix. Leave here. Straight. Refuel. Land. Preach for 4 hours. Get straight back on the plane. Sevilla. Refuel. Start in Montreal. Land 40 minutes before church starts. And start a week of meetings there. That's 19,000, just under 20,000 miles in those days. There's going to be 85,000 pastors in Uganda at that pastors conference. And then the next week after Montreal, go to Nigeria. I got the weirdest packed suitcase you've ever seen. I had to pack for 90 degrees and 9 degrees. Everybody say, go to the nations. Builders, thinking of nations and generations. Number 5, 2 Corinthians 4:8. We are pressed on every side by troubles, but we're not crushed. We are perplexed, but not driven to despair. Number 5, indefatigable. I learned that playing Scrabble. You know what that means? People that you can't wear out. There must be people in City Hall confused as all get out at how he has how are other pastors on sabbatical? No lawsuits, no one shot in their church, and Pastor Russell just keeps popping up like the Energizer Buddy on Ozempic. You know what he is? He's indefatigable. You can't take him out. You can't wear him out. That is something the Spirit puts in you, where they beat you and put you in prison, and you say to your colleague in prison, hey, want to sing something? Before you go to bed, want to sing a hymn? If it was Paul and John, it would have read, and Paul said, let's pray and sing. And John replied, no! Going to sleep. You couldn't get that guy sad. Wear him out. You couldn't get him to frown. Now, everybody say boldness. I'm going to tell you what's coming into you by the Spirit right now. Supernatural boldness and supernatural indefatigability. They can't wear you out. They sue you once. You know what Pastor Russell said from his platform when they told him they were going to shut his church down? He said, call the Marines. I'm not leaving. He was quoting Wolf of Wall Street from the pulpit. Call the Marines, I'm not leaving. People don't know what to do with people like that. And part of whether you know it or not, what magnetized you to this meeting tonight and this week is you got tired of being around people that folded anytime they were threatened. And you want to be around people that have what you have on the inside of you. A steel spine that the Holy Ghost put there. I'm not backing down. I'm not backing up. I'm not sitting down. I'm not shutting up. I'm stepping forward and taking ground, and no devil in hell can do a thing about it. If you know that's you, one final time tonight, take 30 good seconds. Clap your hands, all ye people. Let the devil know he's in trouble. Shout hallelujah. Say one more time, the Lord is good and his mercy endures forever. Every hand lifted, every attack of hell that was supposed to take you out, it's going back to hell from where it came. Every sickness, every disease, every torment, every spirit of suicide that followed you to Phoenix, it dies in this atmosphere today in Jesus' name. The devil will never have the satisfaction of wearing you out, of seeing you lay down and cry. The last tear that you shed will be the last tear you ever shed. From this day forward, the only tears that come out are tears of joy, unspeakable and full of glory, knowing you have the victory. Joy, boldness, inability to be worn out comes into you tonight by the Holy Ghost. With your hands lifted, if you're filled with the Spirit, begin to pray in the Holy Ghost. Pray. Stir up your inner man. The fire must never go out. Rondo restandie. Piniaraba. Rondo reka. Iniaraba. Rondo resta. Iniarabo. The sound the devil hates. The sound he can't understand. Pondo rekatie. Bostoniaraba. Prindiarabotie. Rostoniaramandie. Pondo rekaste. Pandie raste. Ondo reka. Holy Ghost fire. Holy Ghost fire. Your tongues are going to war against lukewarmness, against indifference. Praying always in the Holy Ghost. Building up your most holy faith. Pindiaraba, rescandiata. You shall not be defeated. You will not give up and quit. He who began a good work in you, he who began a good work in you. Kenya, one more minute. Pray. Holy Ghost power. Holy Ghost fire. Do what CNN hates. Do what MSNBC hates. Do what religion hates. Pray in the Holy Ghost. Kita prastandie. Iniaramando rosto. Every cancer in the sound of my voice, I curse you, come out. Every disease, every central nervous ailment, be healed, be healed, be healed. Proyostondo reka, indiarabatie, hostonie raka, bonoro. There's fire in here. There's power in here.
Thanks for watching the Revival Today Global broadcast. If you would like to experience one of our services live at one of our Revival Today churches, make sure that you go to revivaltodaychurch.com for more info.
Charlie may be gone, but his legacy lives on. It's up to us to continue the fight for the heart and soul of America in his stead. Turning Point PAC is 100% committed to Charlie's big picture vision to build the Red Wall. Starting in Arizona, New Hampshire, and Nevada, 3 battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. Will you help us carry the torch for Charlie? Your gift helps us deploy door knockers, chase ballots, and ramp up our grassroots efforts for the fight ahead. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Investigations that we're seeing, the targeted political investigations, are of a piece with the other predetermined outcomes that we're seeing across the department. And one thing that you see if you read the piece from Emily Bazelon that interviewed the 60 DOJ attorneys is how consistent this theme is across different sections of the DOJ, where people are basically being asked to justify things the administration wants to do, whether the facts support it or not. These prosecutions have proceeded the exact same way. Now, one thing that goes along with that I think these prosecutions have been really powerful at revealing, is that when you get rid of reliance on objective fact and law, when you shuttle out all of the attorneys whose job it was to maintain a level of quality and integrity at the department, you start to make a lot of mistakes. And so one thing we're just seeing is just wholesale errors, both misconduct and just simple gaffes and just legal shortcomings in some of these things. And unfortunately, especially at the beginning of the administration, a lot of times people just did not push back against these accusations from DOJ. Now that people are pushing back a bit more, we're actually starting to see DOJ put to its proof. And watching from the sidelines, having been in the department and knowing how much it's transformed, it was frustrating to see people accept things as fact when it was clear to me that if there were any testing, it would be revealed to be as thin as it is.
Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito has now weighed in on new gerrymandering congressional maps in Texas. On Friday night, he blocked a lower court's ruling that barred the state from using them. Now, that court determined that the new district lines were drawn based on race. And the new Texas congressional map sets the state up to likely flip 5 Democratic seats held to Republicans in next year's midterm elections. Now, Texas asked the court to act quickly because campaigning for the midterm election has already begun.
We're going to make Mamdani the face of the Democratic Party. 24 hours ago, the press secretary said, we are having a communist mayor come to the White House tomorrow. What are those Republican strategists doing tonight?
They are memes. They are throwing paper. They are confused because here's the thing. Everybody who lives here, even people who didn't vote for him, know that Mamdani is like a reasonably charming, charismatic person. But what they did not expect is this buddy cop movie that he managed to pull off with the President of the United States. And I think if you're a Republican and you were thinking, here's our new AOC, here's our new Nancy Pelosi, and he's Muslim, you've got to throw that plan out. Because what he looked like is your cool neighbor. What he looked like is somebody, Donald Trump, I mean, I don't have to repeat all the jokes on the internet, but the way Donald Trump looked at him it made me uncomfortable. It's like, oh my gosh, like he wanted to hug him. And one part of it is the president, for all of my absolute legitimate criticism of him, he is a heat seeker.
He sure is.
He knows charm and he knows power. And he's like, okay, this guy, Donald Trump has never been a say it to my face kind of person, but when he is around charm and power, he defers. And that's what we saw. And every Republican consultant who thought it was going to be easy to knock Mamdani down, they got to redo their strategy.
My heart remains filled with joy, my life is filled with happiness, and my true convictions remain unchanged, because my self-worth is not defined by a man, but instead by God, who created everything in existence. You see, I have never valued power, titles, or attention in spite of all the wrong assumptions about me. I do not cling to those things because they are meaningless and empty traps that hold too many people in Washington. I believe in term limits and do not think Congress should be a lifelong career or an assisted living facility. My only goal and desire has ever been to hold the Republican Party accountable for the promises it makes to the American people and put America first. And I have fought against Democrats' damaging policies like the Green New Deal, wide open, deadly, unsafe border policies, and the trans agenda on children and against women. With that has brought years of non-stop, never-ending personal attacks, death threats, lawfare, ridiculous slander and lies about me that most people could never withstand even for a single day. It has been unfair and wrong, not only to me, but especially to my family, but it's been wrong to my district as well. I have too much self-respect and dignity. I love my family way too much, and I do not want my sweet district to have to endure a hurtful and hateful primary against me by the president that we all fought for, only to fight and win my election while Republicans will likely lose the midterms, and in turn be expected to defend the president against impeachment after he hatefully dumped tens of millions of dollars against me and tried to destroy me. It's all so absurd and completely unserious. I refuse to be a battered wife, hoping it all goes away and gets better. If I am cast aside by the president and the MAGA political machine and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, military-industrial war complex, foreign leaders, and the elite donor class that can never ever relate to real Americans, then many common Americans have been cast aside and replaced as well.
And the AI stuff, once they learn, for example, that we're not even using AI to make images.
Okay, I actually think this is the most important story. The president is expected to sign an executive order that essentially stops states from having the ability to even regulate AI. What is your take on this, Joyce? You know, I think this story is the 800-pound gorilla.
Yes. It's repetition of the mistake that we made with not having any sort of legislation that guided developments on the internet and with social media,
Sister,
right?
it's worse than that. Because Trump is making money hand over fist. You have to add corruption to this one.
Well, that's the real problem, but it's not corruption when the president does its stuff because the Supreme Court has already given him a pass, right? I mean, if he's sitting in the Oval Office engaging in transactions and talking with the Treasury Secretary, then the Supreme Court has said it's not a crime. Look, as a lawyer, hope springs eternal, and one hopes that the Supreme Court down the road might correct. But the reality is that all of this rampant absence of any sort of regulation is happening in an environment where corruption is rampant, as you say. I believe in following the money, and that picture is not a pretty one.
But as horrifying as all of this is still the lone issue that Trump is polling relatively favorably on. Still, in this terrible Fox News poll that Trump got this week, he still receives his top marks on border security. 53% of Americans approve, and half of approve his handling on immigration. When public sentiment is not against you, when the courts aren't fully against you, when lawmakers aren't holding you accountable, what gives here? I mean, are we just simply waiting it out for this to be decided in 2026 in the next election cycle? What is going to happen between now and then when it comes to any sort of accountability?
I think what we're seeing is a result of the fact that Trump has spent the last 10 years running a national media campaign convincing all of us that immigrants are a threat and that they're here illegally. And there's been no nuance.
Not us.
And yes, not us, not me. Yeah. But I've been a Democratic staffer for many years, and what I saw on the other side was a lack of a defense of the people who were here and why it used to be a key priority for Democrats to fight for legalization of these people. Because I hate to describe it this way, but they are sitting ducks to the whims of whoever is president. Yeah. And what we're seeing and what Trump is doing, he's using a system that is largely legal and that was built over many administrations this always could have happened. And so what gives is I get a lot of hope by what I already saw in Charlotte, by what we saw in Chicago and LA. I think the solutions aren't going to come from DC right now. I think the leaders in these communities really seeing these tactics and seeing in our schools there are 30,000 kids not showing up. And if we don't match that up with national leaders narrating that, we don't have a chance in some ways of helping people understand these are not people with criminal convictions. They're not terrorists. They're not here illegally. Some are, but it's equivalent of a traffic ticket and then deportation.
More than 2 million immigrants moved from the U.S. as of October. Those are numbers from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. 1.6 million of those, they say, are self-deportation, so it's everywhere.
Federal police in Brazil have arrested former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro. And he was scheduled to start a 27-year prison sentence in just a few days. Bolsonaro was convicted of plotting a coup to remain in power after losing the country's 2022 presidential election. The right-winger, ally of President Trump, has been on house arrest since earlier this year. Bolsonaro has denied all wrongdoing and called the trial a political witch hunt.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Saturday, 22 November in the year of our Lord 2025. Of course, it's our favorite show of the week, the Saturday Show. We are packed today. Just want to tell you that. Eduardo Bolsonaro is going to join us momentarily as soon as he can get, as soon as we make contact with his studio. His father arrested, I guess overnight or early this morning, about to start his 27-year prison sentence for doing nothing, for just basically doing the same activity we did here in the United States, which is trying to get to the bottom of a stolen election, because the election in Brazil was stolen. Now they've trumped up additional charges and raided his house and arrested him again with the same left-wing judge. And it boggles my mind where we're playing footsie with Lula's group. Lula is a Marxist and a partner of the Chinese Communist Party, and is behind the scenes trying to lead the BRICS movement to basically destroy the U.S. dollar. Dave Bratt joins us, so we're going to get to everything today. I got a strong recommendation to Stephen Miller and Homan and the team. Why don't we, the mother of all sanctuary cities is New York City. Mondami's elected with, 60% of votes of foreign nationals. And I don't know if you saw Tucker with Nikki Haley's son, but everything I disagree with Nikki Haley on her neoliberal, neocon policies, I will say this. She's a pretty damn good mother, because that son is pretty impressive. And he's saying, hey, people come to the country and are naturalized shouldn't hold political office. Kaboom. So the Ugandan Marxist jihadist. And look, President Trump's got his own way of rolling. You know that. He's going to zig and zag. He's got a master plan. He's playing five-dimension chess. I got all that. But it doesn't take the fact away that Mondami, with all his charm, and look, remember, he did the charm and the TikToks and going through the thing. We're the first guys to talk about this, because Alex DeGrasse is going to come up in a moment. And Alex DeGrasse is the guy, the young superstar strategist, gave me a heads up on this guy back in February when he was polling at like 2%. Because of the Working Family Party and the DSA, the combination of that, which has a massive ground game. And I think they announced the other day they had over 100,000 people canvass for him. But I believe his vote was 60%, foreign naturalized citizens, quote unquote. Like, he's naturalized. I still make the point, and I think it's fairly straightforward to prove that he lied on his naturalizations paper. He's actually not a citizen, and he's not eligible to be the mayor of New York. And I would certainly hope that the administration, because we got to have, it's got to be fair. It's got to be whatever, if somebody comes in here and lies in naturalization papers, they got to leave. They got to turf them out. And he lied about being a jihadist and associated with jihadist entities. In fact, Governor Abbott designated the Muslim Brotherhood in CARE, and for as weak as Abbott's been on everything, and I realize this took pushing of the Patriot Mobile team and particularly Colonel Self, the congressman down there, and others, Abbott did do it. He signed it. I would like to, if the administration signed and we pushed a designation of the Muslim Brothers a terrorist organization, I don't think it would be too long before Mandami was shown the door, was put in a plane and sent back to Uganda. Yes, I'm saying it. I think that there's been dark money. There's been money coming through his parents, particularly his mother, and other sources. And there's a number of people that have done this investigation that you can show it. But when are we going to New York City? I love Memphis, Chicago, LA, Portland, all of it. But New York City is the mother of all sanctuary cities. It's the global financial capital of the world. We can't have it overrun and controlled by illegal aliens. Full stop. So I anticipate on Monday we're going to be sending ICE there. Let's send Charlotte. Great. You got 30,000 kids not even there. That's how many illegal aliens you got down in Charlotte. You got the construction sites are quiet. And people saying that's terrible. Let's hire American citizens in those. Let's hire citizens before Elon gets his robots in there. How about an American citizen on a construction site? Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Christian Illinois, and I like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
You can get everything we put up on Getter. I'm up there nonstop. It's Saturday, 22 November, year of our Lord 2025. We're going to have a lot to go through today. Bolsonaro is going to join us. I really appreciate the fact this audience is so engaged and so powerful. People come to us right away. You know, the people in Brazil reached out to us immediately. They got to come on War Room and talk about President Bolsonaro being arrested. Times of financial turbulence. I think we're going to have it. I think it's going to get a lot worse. You see this kind of mini meltdown in artificial intelligence stocks, because I think people are saying, hey, what is exactly the business model here? Let me understand the math, because it looks like some people are calculating like 8% returns when all these investments are made. And right now these data centers are out of control around the country. And so in the energy part of it, no one's kind of walked through how this is not going to affect American citizens and have your electric bill blow up. And I'm pro-nuclear power, but hey, I don't know. You're going to have 100 mini nuclear power sites. Who's going to run them? I like nuclear power when the United States Navy is running it under the Rickover model. I need a clock here, brother. Thank you, sir. We're always ready here on Saturday morning. Dave Bratt, you're riding shotgun with me today. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, the Mamdani piece is a shocker. President Trump rose to power and built the biggest coalition ever because of his fight, right? The fight against border immigration, the endless wars, the inflation, et cetera. And now Mamdani's in there saying he's in charge of affordability. Look at New York City or any other major Democrat city. And the hamburger index is $25 to get a hamburger, fries, and Coke in New York City. It's $12 elsewhere across the country. Look at education. It's over $40,000 per kid in New York City. The pension system's bankrupt in New York City. The list Peter Navarro went over of inflation. Mamdani's in favor of every inflationary pressure, printing money, fiscal spending, city money. The green revolution's not over. They're just waiting out Trump. The globalists are still there. That green energy makes your fertilizer more expensive, makes your food more expensive. And so while he's saying I'm for affordability.
Whoa. At least he has the stones to tax folks. We should have had in the big, beautiful bill, we should have increased, we should have started a new $1 million and tax them at 3%. We didn't do that. We backed off that. Mamdani's going to do it. Jack Posobiec had the only guts there yesterday. He asked him flat out.
Yep.
Are you just going to tax white people? The guy hates whites. He hates Christians. He hates Americans. You never heard that. You never heard American mentioned in his speech. The smiley guy with the charm, the Trump with the charm yesterday in the Oval Office, and the charm on the TikToks. Go back to the victory speech. Where's the charm there? You know, what did he say to President of the Challenge? Turn the volume up? He's going to come in and charm? He is, let me repeat this. He is a Ugandan Marxist jihadist, okay? And if we designate the Muslim Brotherhood a terrorist organization, and if we can unleash Scott Bessent at Treasury and at IRS to get to, and have the intelligence services go into this guy's finances and his parents' finances and what he's done, you know, this whole relationship with Egypt and these nefarious groups in Egypt, you're going to find some quite interesting things. Once again, hey, if you're going to pal around with Mamdani, that's fine, because it's probably a 5-dimension chess strategy I don't get, but I'm just a stupid Mick. But what I would like to do is on Monday, pull him out of Charlotte and let's go to New York City. New York City is the mother of all sanctuary cities. We've been kind of delaying that because it's a strategy to kind of like, we're going to go to Chicago, we're going to go to Charlotte, we're going to go to L.A. But we understand, boom, the mother lode of this, the problem of this is New York City. How the hell do you think he's a mayor? This is why he is the manifestation of 50 years of treason by our elites. Let me be blunt. Mamdani is that's what it is. That's Sadiq Khan in London. Has anybody missed London? Where the elites in the United Kingdom said, oh, no, we got to let them in. See what you got there? See what you got in Brussels? See what you got in Brussels, 30% Muslim population. See what you got in London. I told at the National Conservative Convention, I told the Jewish people, hey, don't worry about downtown Tehran. Don't worry about the mullahs. You got a problem in London. Jewish people can't walk in London in the middle of the day in certain sections. And before too long, it's going to be Englishmen and whites. That's coming, and that's what he represents in New York City. Of course, they're going to have a smile on their face and be charming. They can be charming. Was he charming the night of his victory? So here's the thing. Let's look at his papers, check his papers, to see if he's 100% American, naturalized. Let's do it. DHS ought to be all over this right now. Designate the Muslim Brotherhood a terrorist organization like Abbott did bravely, courageously in Texas. He's getting a lot of grief. He didn't want to do it. He's one of these Bush guys. You see them in the whole Iraq-Afghan war. Did they ever go after the Muslim Brotherhood? No, they did not. They went after the one secular nation run by a very bad guy, I might add, Saddam Hussein, and made up and lied about weapons of mass destruction, because the neocons wanted to take it out, and all the neocons, you saw them in National Cathedral the other day. You saw them in National Cathedral all over there, and Trump wasn't going to go, the president wasn't going to go anyway, but they didn't want him there. They had a Coven meeting, right? No, this thing stinks to high heaven.
Yeah.
You have to confront. If you're not going to confront Marxist jihadist, if we're not going to confront Marxists, so my only recommendation is what's good for Charlotte is better for New York City. You got Eric Adams as the mayor. Eric Adams is the mayor till midnight, I guess, on New Year's Eve, January 1st. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and roll in ICE. Let's get Tom Homan. Let's get Stephen Miller. Stephen, I don't need you going out to Memphis and talking big talk. Go to New York City and let's talk it. Let's get Homan in New York City. Christie, armor up armor. Give me the 2.6 guns. You can go by and you can host Fox and Friends in the morning and then go clean out the city right after it. New York City is the mother of all sanctuary cities. How the hell do you think Mondami is the mayor? Let me repeat this, he's a Marxist jihadist. He's a Marxist jihadist. Full stop. Of course they're going to smile up front. Let's put him under some pressure. Let's see how much he's smiling then. Let's see that chief of staff that was giving Poso's right here yesterday, gave him stink eye. Because they're Bolsheviks. They're Bolsheviks. These people know how to roll, trust me. Look what they're doing around the rest of the country. Look at the Working Family Party. Look at DSA. Here's the one thing I admire about them. They ain't backing off. DSA getting more aggressive. You talk about anti-Semitic, you run around, all this anti-Semitic. Look at these guys. What, hello? And 33% of the Jews voted for him overall, and I think 2/3 of Jewish people under 35 years old voted for him. Have you gone to their website? You seen what they're saying? You either confront it or you don't. You either confront it or you don't. Brat, I've taken your airtime. You grab the mic back, Brad. See, when you're not here, I can grab the mic and just hold it. You're too polite. Grab the mic back. Assert yourself.
The young kids you saw, and Mamdani is reclaiming the fight theme away from Trump. You got to be kidding me. Trump needs to regain that ground. The whole country, the base does not want to return back to the Republican establishment golf club people. They want Trump and the fight, and Trump, like you're saying, one great way of bringing the fight is illegal immigration and this H-1B scam from India, processing 200,000 people. That takes up all of our time and resources, just processing all these claims. The Center for Immigration Studies put out a report 2 days ago and did a great job on all this. And so Trump needs to bring the fight to all of this, and the green stuff and the globalist stuff, bring down the prices, and he's doing it, but he needs to take on Mamdani.
Yeah, people want to do this, and I realize the strategy is whole. Mamdani's going to fail. It doesn't look like President Trump pushed him to failure. Let Mamdani fail on his own. So that's fine. Okay, I got it. That's a strategy. Okay, President's calling the shots. However, let's just send ICE. Let's unleash Stephen Miller should go up to on Monday and give the same speech he gave in Memphis. Homan should be up there and up armor. Christy Noem, let her host Fox and Friends in the morning, get the 2.6 guns and the up armor, and boom, right after that, go down there and let's do a couple of raids. And let's do the raids on the companies. You don't have to go to construction sites and roust working people. Go arrest a couple of CEOs. I think you can find a couple, 3 in Manhattan or in the greater New York City area. I don't think it's going to be that difficult. It's the railhead. It's a sanctuary city where they're spending tens of billions of dollars to pay for it. They're looking for the federal government to come in, and because he needs the cash that President Trump has. Hell, they got every service in the world. They have them in the Roosevelt Hotel for 2 years.
Right.
The Roosevelt Hotel used to be, I think, the place they used to put the Saturday Night Live guests when they came into town. It's right there on Madison Avenue, right near Grand Central. It may be not a 5-star hotel, but it's not too shabby in Midtown Manhattan. They had them in. They turned it over to an illegal alien hotel. So I'm saying, hey, Mondami, do your strategy right there, have him in the Oval, so he can't accuse you of torpedoing it. But let's get ICE. Let's pull him out of Charlotte. Let's send the same team up there to New York City and start patrolling the streets. Show him the mailed fist. Hey, we're either going to get the country back, we're either going to get sovereignty, because I'm seeing now tweets and stuff like that, sovereignty of Ukraine. I don't give a tinker's damn about the sovereignty of Ukraine. Nobody in the United States does. It's not relevant. In fact, it's irrelevant. We're getting to all that. I care about the sovereignty of the United States of America, and we sealed the border, and it's an amazing job. But until we turf out all 20 million illegal aliens, we ain't got our sovereignty back. DeGrasse, Bolsonaro, Brat, next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
It was a cover.
Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy. It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Pod.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, I went on a rant, so I lost DeGrasse for a while. DeGrasse is going to come back and join us in the second hour. We're going to get Ben Harnwell in Rome. Sovereignty. So I've been talking about, and last night was the last of the episodes, but the Ken Burns' American Revolution, and I realize you're going to get some woke in there because it's Ken Burns and PBS, so you're going to get woke. But I strongly recommend it. It's 12 hours, 6 episodes, and you've got 80% of it's combat. If you're ever with us on the 4th of July, where we talk with Patrick K. O'Donnell, and we talk about when they landed in New York City right as the Declaration of Independence has been signed, and then we take you all the way through getting run out of New York, Long Island, New York, Brooklyn, Manhattan, New Jersey, all the way back down to when they retreated across the Delaware River into Pennsylvania, across from Trenton and across from there. They almost do it, beat by beat. So these episodes have a combat. In fact, DeGrasse's great, either uncle or grandfather, whatever, is one of the heroes at the end, the French Navy. But it's combat. But the whole point of the exercise, it's about sovereignty and consent to the governed. You will understand we stand on the shoulders of giants. What they did in the revolution is unbelievable, and how brutal it was. One thing I do admire what Ken Burns did is the brutality, because it's both a civil war, a revolution, and a global conflict. Kind of go up the escalatory ladder. And how it ends down south in South Carolina and North Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, particularly South Carolina, is one of the nastiest civil war. It's actually nastier than the Civil War that came later on as a civil war, because it was neighbor against neighbor. I mean, in the place. And the brutality of the neighbors against each other is jaw-dropping. But as it metastasized to a global conflict, France versus England, with France coming in on our side, kind of reverse of the French and Indian Wars of the 7-Year War, you see the globalization of the conflict. Everybody's trying to get a piece of this continent. Everybody's trying to get a piece of American sovereignty. And the cussedness, and that's the only way we win. It's not the framers or the signers of the Declaration of Independence. They were a bunch of smart lawyers. They were a combination, I said, smart deal lawyers, kind of real estate speculators, and freebooters, like the Hancocks and the Sam Adams. Those guys. They obviously brilliant men and courageous men, but that ain't the fight. The fight was down to a couple of thousand in the Continental Army and these militias. And it was a poor man's fight. The Continental Army is unbelievable. And their tenacity and stick-to-itiveness and the will just to survive and not to surrender. That's what kept it. Washington, after losing every principal battle, held the army together. He realized that was the point of the exercise. And what was it about? Sovereignty. Everybody wanted to be the sovereign here, not just King George, but every person that came here, including the French. They all wanted a piece of the action, and they all wanted to tell the American people what to do. And thank God we had common men and women, the common man and the common woman, that said, no, we didn't leave Europe and come over here. We're tired of sovereigns. We're tired of other people telling us what in the hell to do. We're going to tell ourselves. This is the point today. Whether it's Ukraine, whether it's Israel, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it's 15, 20 million illegal aliens brought in here by the elites. It's all about sovereignty. It's all about who calls the shots. And to cut to the chase, you call the shots. They have to have your consent to do this. And what they want, this thing with the AI. Why do you think they got the executive order? Do you think David Sachs gives a damn about your sovereignty and the sovereignty of your country? No. You think Elon Musk does? Elon Musk now he's got another thing, AI, he's got this clip. Oh, AI, in 10 years or 15 years is going to be super intelligent. They'll be making all the decisions, and kind of throws in, I hope we create good AI. Well, thanks, brother. Thanks for that. So let me write that down. Let me get my number 2 principle out and write that down. Let's create good AI so that we're only enslaved by good AI. We're not enslaved by bad AI. We're not going to be enslaved. This experiment has gone on for too long. It's 250 years. Hell, we're as long as truly the real part of the Roman Republic. This has been a great experiment, and it always gets back down to the same thing. A bunch of ornery with lots of cussedness, and grit. And what the fancy term today, you're anti-fragile, right? You're anti-fragile. Anti-fragile this. The American people are not going to be told what to do. They're going to make their own minds up what to do, and that is what a sovereign nation is. That's what a sovereign people is, full stop. And they're coming at you from every different direction because they want your productivity, but they want your productivity until they get the robots, and then they'll toss you aside like trash. Look at that horrible story yesterday with Megan Garcia and her son. Who stands for Megan Garcia? Who stands for that little boy? When the corporatists and the big tech people, remember, they had to sit in a room in Silicon Valley because they've thought this through very much. They understood they had a problem. Why did Google spin it off? Why did they spin it off and get the two creators to leave Google and start up a new company? And Mark Andreessen put in $193 million, most of it from pension funds. Why did they do that? They realized they were playing with something explosive, right? They didn't want the liabilities to do there, and they created it. And then they licensed it back for, $2.7 billion? So Andreessen and the two demons that created this, and they knew at the time exactly what they were doing. This is precision engineering. They were creating an apparatus to get to little kids, to groom little kids. And more importantly, to allow little kids in the 11, 12, 13, 14, in the time when they're being formed, to summon the demon. What does Joanne call it? Summon the demon. And the demon came. And the demon killed that little boy. Think of the steadfastness of the mother. I mean, think how, if it happened to you, what a screaming, raving maniac you would be about how this happened, about how corporate America and big tech. So that's what they think of people. The precision engineering, think about it at all. And in due diligence, it will come up when you bring criminal charges, which we're working on right now to make sure that happens. When you bring criminal charges and they go through the discovery, not just in civil, but in a criminal, they get to it and people start rolling, start talking, you're going to find out they discussed this in meetings. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. There were people there that said, no, we can't do this. This is going to be bad. You're going to summon the demon. You're going to summon the demon. And this is going to be harmful to little children. Well, it's harmful to anybody. The AI psychosis hits anybody. They get deep into this thing, and hey, it's telling you what to do, and all of a sudden you're spending all your time in it. Look at that. Look at Joe Allen's got case after case after case after case. That's what this fight's about. This is a righteous fight. Why? It's about your sovereignty. It's about the nation's sovereignty. Are we going to turn it over to a handful of people that have the worst record in the world and are amoral at best and evil at worst and have evil designs on people? Are you going to turn it over to the people that created the machine that murdered Sewell, her son? Is that what you're going to do? Because the demon's going to come for you, and it's going to come for your family. And who's going to stop it then? That's where we got to stop it now. I don't care how much. I don't care the stock market. I don't care what they're. I don't care if Nvidia's got $5 trillion. Doesn't matter to me. The Asia Times and Reuters is reporting right now that they're doing another end run trying to sell chips to the Chinese Communist Party. Hey, if the threat that we have to give them everything, let them do everything, and there's no controls at all, you can't even have a discussion. If you have a discussion, you're a decelerationist. You're turning over the Chinese Communist Party. Screw you. Because we're the ones that say stop, not one chip to China. I mean one chip. I don't care if it's an old chip. No chips. None. Zero. No capital. No equity capital. No debt capital. No students here in the United States. We ain't training any of them. To get them out of the labs, get them out of the companies here, get them all out. All of them. Not just students. All gone. You want to make sure they're not a threat? It's simple. You cut off capital, you cut off technology, you cut off learning, you cut off skills, you cut off the every aspect they have, the apparatus. They ain't going to be so tough because they need to suck it all out of the United States to do it. And no chips. And tell Jensen Huang. Jensen Huang is just an arms dealer. That's what he's. He's Khashoggi. He's an arms dealer. Because these things are the most lethal. It may be more lethal than nuclear weapons, maybe more lethal than chemical weapons, maybe more lethal than biological weapons. The United States knows that, hey, we had a biological weapon hit us from a lab in China, run by the Chinese Communist Party. We have an ongoing chemical warfare attack on fentanyl, killing hundreds of thousands of Americans, destroying our rural communities. And we know the issues of nuclear weapons. Heck, we got to go now start testing again because the Chinese Communist Party and the Russians are starting to man up. And maybe of all these, the most dangerous are artificial intelligence. Don't take it from me. It's Elon. Elon said the other day in front of these people, they're all sitting there, all these tech guys are doing they're tech broing out, and they're sitting there and they're all gazing up at Elmo with that look. You know, there's and some guy asked him a question. It's kind of a convoluted question, but Elon says, hey, don't worry about it. Some questions actually got a point to it, but Elon says, hey, don't worry about it. Not to worry. Because AI is going to be in control in 10 years, I think he said. AI is going to be in control in 10 years. And let's hope it's good AI. So I took my pencil out. Well, note to self. Let's be enslaved by good AI. I want to be enslaved by good AI. I want a good master. I don't want a bad master. But that could happen. How about this? We don't want any masters. The American people are masters of themselves. Good God Almighty. We've only fought for 250 years. Go over to Section 60 in Arlington. Look at what they did in Afghanistan and Iraq. They weren't over there for them. They were over there for you. They were told it's the vital national security interest of the United States that I march patrol in the Hindu Kush, that I'm in the suburbs of Baghdad killing people. They were told that, and they gave their lives for that. That's because of our sovereignty. This is about our sovereignty. And our sovereignty is determined by the American people. And the American people, in their sovereignty, put Donald Trump in the greatest comeback in American history in the House and the Senate on a set of policies. Hey, here's the buy-in. We're for it. Young people are for it, etc. And Dave Bratt is right. CIS, I think it's Jessica Vaughn. She's going to be with us on Monday. She can't make it today. They've had this amazing report of the industrial scale scam of the H-1B visas. So now you got artificial intelligence on one side taking the jobs, and let's go ahead and invite in all South Asia, and to top it off, let's invite a couple 100,000 Chinese. Let's give them all let's give them work permits on the back of their degrees. How about this? How about staple an exit visa? And how about shut down the H-1B scam today? Because we're going to show you the industrial scale of it on Monday. The CIS people are going to be here. Okay, we got a lot to go through. Birch Gold, I want to thank Birch Gold for sponsoring this. Take your phone out, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898. You get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals, or go to birchgold.com, end of the dollar empire. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, end of the dollar empire. You'll get a sense of what Lula and the beauties down in Brazil are trying to do. It's the BRICS nations trying to de-dollarize, a de-dollarization movement. That's why you need to learn, not buy, you need to learn about physical gold. Birch Gold and the team.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie. Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent. It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up. Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy. It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room pod.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
DeGrasse is back. First off, Alex, we have to. Let me represent the Warren Posse here. Say a thank you to your family. I guess, I don't know, your great-great-great-grandfather or uncle or whatever is the hero at the end of the American Revolution and being the admiral of the French fleet that basically bailed us out at, or I should say closed the trap in Yorktown. So thank you so much for that, sir.
Thank you, Steve. No, I had a lot of fun coming on when we had when President Trump went down to Virginia. That was a fun time. We could talk more. We can get into the weeds. It's a very fascinating story. It's not really taught in school, which is kind of weird. So I don't know what that's about, but they should. They talk about Lafayette, but you don't get much about the Navy, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think anything that says, "Hey, France, bail us out," was because you guys did an amazing job. More on that later. Speaking of bailing out, Supreme Court last night, Alito stepped into the middle of this text thing. Explain that, and then let's go around the map because. Sure. It's Indiana, and let me be blunt. We need to pick a net up 10 seats to make sure that we can lock this thing down in September or November next year, and President Trump doesn't get impeached. DeGrasse, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so the Texas map is temporarily back in place for 2026 while the Supreme Court considers the state's appeal. Obviously, the state appealed Friday evening, and Justice Alito quickly called for a response and issued an administrative stay. So a lot riding on that situation. We're going to have to pray and move forward. I mean, no one thought this was going to be easy, and I understand the Journal and things like that. But the reality is that we are taking action in response to decades of weak Republicans afraid of their own shadows that have caused our country.
Okay, hang on. You brought it up. Paul Gigot in the editorial board of the Wall Street Journal points the finger at DeGrasse, Bannon, the War Room, that we instigated this and we've destroyed any chance here because we never should have gone after redistricting. I might want to add to the Journal, you ought to learn something about political history. If Alex DeGrasse had not come to us in 21 and we got the net 8 seats, 5 out of Florida, we wouldn't hold the House of Representatives today, full stop. So DeGrasse, what's your response to the Wall Street Journal? Because they're calling you out, bro.
Well, I think it's just disappointing because what we need broadly, Steve, is we really need unity on every front. I mean, we've got lots of irons, lots of fires, and nothing matters more than this midterm election. It's something that we've been talking about, Steve, before they even, when President Trump was on the ballot, we were talking about that, Steve. It just said, hey, we're looking at the next fight, downrange, because we're going to win this thing, and the House was tight. I mean, we're talking about 3 seats, remember? Where they're counting. Trump's declared victory, and we're out there fighting, trying to stop this deal in California, and seats are slipping from us, and that thing was a total knife fight. And as soon as that ended, we said, okay, look, everyone on the show, and I run into people at the airport, they're like, dude, I'm locked, and I love this in the midterms. I'm like, this is it. This is the whole game. So what we need is all angles. We need all vectors of the Republican Party to come together to push forward the best we can. The finger pointing is not good on any parts, but that's just the reality that we've been dealt with. So, look, Ohio's the only state to finalize. Full stop. That's where we're at. Boom. Okay. Missouri, they're under investigation for using illegal immigrants to circulate petitions in their effort to.
Hey, let's get the numbers. But Ohio's not 3. Ohio is finalized with 2, correct?
Yeah, but that's where we're at. That's what
and they're not. And by the way, and they're not perfect. They're not perfect districts. They're good. They're very good. But it's 2 very goods, not 3 perfects. Correct?
Yeah. We shift down. Okay. We've got Missouri. We've got the 1. Okay. And there's a lot happening there. They're trying to sue, but apparently illegal immigrants were involved in the petition process. So that's what I was told. I got a briefing this morning. That's what I did Saturday morning. North Carolina, we've got the state's 2023 map that was just upheld by the federal court, and the court is expected to uphold the 2025 map. So that's obviously huge. Okay, you got the Democrat states redraw. California's got a preliminary injunction hearing in mid-December.
So hold on. So I just want to make sure we got the math. Ohio's 2, Missouri's 1, North Carolina's another pickup, right? Another 1. So that gets me a 4.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Keep going.
Then we've got California, which they're facing a preliminary injunction hearing in mid-December. The state is playing hide the ball with who drew the map. That isn't surprising given the map drawer. His name is Paul Mitchell. He recently said the first thing he did was create a new Latino district, even though the law did not require it. California took a VRA compliant map and made it even more racialized. And that map drawer and the legislator admitted to doing that, and it's a blatant 15th Amendment violation. This is critically important for people to understand, So there's a lot of smart people kind of working to poke holes in that, okay? Now we're shifting to Utah. The judge is asked to stay her decision because of the late delivery of the file and the unusual high number of errors in the map. We expect
but Utah's a -1, correct?
Yeah, these are the 2 negatives. Yeah, these are the Democrat state results. You got California and you've got Utah. But I'm saying the judge, we see a path here in California. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying we're fighting every inch, and so are a lot of loyal people. And in Utah, the judge has been asked to stay her decision to pull that 1 seat because of the late delivery of a file, errors with the map, and we expect a potential appeal to the Utah Supreme Court and, frankly, eventually to the Supreme Court if she does not issue the stay, okay? We've got Democrat states pending here. We've got Illinois. They're qualifying as closed for 2026, so it's unlikely that they're going to be open to changing that. Looks like time's running out there, but that's a later fight to deal with. Maryland, the Senate president's opposed, and it seems to be stonewalled. Republicans already sued this decade and won and prepared to sue again. If Maryland tries to go 8-0, I think that Republicans will probably counter-sue for a 5-2-1, frankly, which is possible because, like we've been talking about earlier, is Maryland's already been totally gerrymandered, obviously. Okay, we looked at Virginia. These are all Democrat counteroffensives on us, okay? Virginia Democrats are facing a lawsuit now in Tazewell County. It's a narrow Senate majority and no room for error. Could it happen? Yes. Is it easy? No. Are there multiple choke points where Republicans could potentially stop them? Yes. Is it easy? No. So could we stop them? I think that Virginia should be ready to vote in late April to defeat a left-wing takeover of Virginia. New York, obviously, is suing itself to draw out Malliotakis. Okay, they've got that sneak attack.
Yeah, hang on one second. We're gonna go to break at the top of the hour. We're gonna get to Kansas, Nebraska, Indiana, more Republicans. But I'm not feeling net 10. Just not feeling it. In Virginia, these fights are going to be massive fights, and maybe you kick it down to 28. We'll get all into it. Also, we're going to talk about Ukraine. I got Dave Bratt. Finally going to give Dave Bratt the microphone. The good man, Dave Bratt. Right Stuff takes us out. Thank Birch Gold. Text Bannon, BANNON, 989898. The ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals, your IRAs, your 401ks, tax deferment, all of it. Short break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent. It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
It was the cover-up. Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy. It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, let me just put a pin in. By the way, it is Saturday, 22 November, Year of our Lord 2025. Alex DeGrasse is with us. Dave Bratt's with us. We're going to be joined by more folks shortly, but I want to get to DeGrasse. DeGrasse, I want to put a pin and leave aside the Supreme Court ruling on Louisiana. I want to go to the Republican states we haven't talked about: Kansas, Nebraska, Indiana, Florida. Okay? I got one out of Kansas, one out of Nebraska, one more out of Indiana, and 5 more. So I got 8 if we get our job done, correct? Now, the problem is outside of Florida, Ron DeSantis and the crew, Kansas, Nebraska, and Indiana ain't getting done, correct?
No, that's not true. So Indiana is 2. That's what we're pushing for. And the Indiana House is still planning to come in for a special session in December to vote on a new map. They're going to do their job. That's important, Steve. The question is, obviously, will the Indiana Senate show up and vote no and betray?
That gets us to the 8. That gets us to the 8-1 map, not the 9-0 map, correct?
Well, it's up for discussion, but we're pushing 9-0. We're pushing, obviously, 9-0.
Okay.
We take one. Kansas, they're still taking it up in regular session. The question there is whether there's enough Republicans will vote to override the governor's veto. Nebraska does look challenging, that one I'll say. And Governor DeSantis continues to publicly champion redistricting, as well as his team and the House's redistricting committee will start meeting in December. That's important. Florida does not have to pass a new map until spring of 2026 because of the late primary. So you could have a perfect storm with if the Supreme Court rules with us on Louisiana, Florida could in theory even push further. So that's obviously huge. And so 10 is on the table, but it's tough. You know, it's looking more like 8, but we'll have to see. Anything less is unacceptable, obviously.
Hang on. So I got 8. Well, I think Nebraska's out, so 7. So when I add them up, it's 12, 14. It's 16 gross number, 16 to 18 gross. And I got 5 already in California unless we stop it. That gets you over the 11. If Virginia doesn't happen in Maryland, my point is we're right on the bubble of the 10. You agree with me? We need a net 10 minimum out of this, sir?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah.
Well, isn't the problem here the Republican establishment is not working on this at all? They would rather, quite frankly, they want the storm of Trump to pass, and they see one way to have it pass is to lose the House. There's worse things that happen in the Republican Party than losing the House. They lose it all the time. In fact, before Trump got here, it looks like they were going to permanently lose it. And then you get Trump impeached, and he killed the whole Trump movement, and then they reset in 28. So what does this audience have to do to make sure that we're on point? Because we need more. Net 10 is the minimum. It looks like possible you could get net 14 or 15 if it doesn't go our way in California. So how do we do that?
We need to maniacally focus on these state legislators, Steve, and people, especially in Indiana. I mean, that's a huge focal point. And you've got guys out there saying crazy things in the state Senate. It's totally unacceptable to have Republicans that sort of operate like that, right? This is not a happy talk, whatever, right? They are jamming us on every front and have been for decades, okay? And you look at New England, you look at, obviously, New York and California. We talked about it on the show. The California map, as it was previously drawn with their stupid citizens, by quote-unquote bipartisan appropriation, whatever thing, it was even more gerrymandered 2 years ago than the updated Texas map, okay? You know what I mean? I mean, let's just be honest here. And now you're looking at the most gerrymandered map in the history of the country, okay, with the current California map that people just voted on. So they're not playing games. It has nothing to do about what we or anyone else try to do in Texas or anything else. These guys have been pushing the envelope for decades. And obviously they will stop at nothing to stop President Trump. And of course, I think there's some people with an interest in seeing the MAGA movement go away.
The people in California, Alex, the people in California are saying, people around Newsom, they're saying the only mistake they made was not going 52-0 to be like New England. They want to take a maximalist. They said, hey, we don't care if 46% or 44% of people in the state vote Republican. It's just smash mouth. They won by 30 points. They feel they left some on the table. They think 48-4 is not good enough. They should have gone, and they're thinking they should have gone 52-0. They don't care. This is what I'm saying. In Texas, it shouldn't be 5. We should go back and refile for 8. We're not being aggressive enough. And the Republican establishment is just fighting the grassroots on this. And quite frankly, President Trump has already sent his political director, Blair, out there. He sent the vice president out there. He's talked about it ad nauseum. You went out there. Senator Banks is all in back of this. Senator Banks is out there. You guys had this conference, which was all day on a Saturday, had 500 people, and these are the tip of the spear of the grassroots movement. And the establishment, the Pence, the Judas Pence, and other establishment figures don't care, do they?
No, I mean, Indiana is really a focal point in general, just with the inner fight with MAGA, with Pence, with just all these guys that are disasters, Steve. I mean, really, for me, it was eye-opening because, look, I'm from New York. We're fighting for every inch. That's where I've cut my teeth. It's in MAGA land, but, we're out there push. I get to Indiana, and there's some, I've never seen more hardcores, okay? The people at the event, the grassroots people, unbelievable, Steve. It was truly amazing. And I meet some of these elected officials, many of them for redistricting, some of them not. Talking to these people who are pushing, it's like just, things are pretty good here. It's a crazy mindset. It has to be defeated. It has to be stopped. These people need education. We've got to get communicating with them directly and being like, hey, man, wake up, look around. This is not about Indiana. This is not about whatever's going on in the state. This is about representation on the national scale and pushing back against the far-left socialist takeover of our country, which is what's at stake in the next midterm, obviously. And so these people just, I don't know, I don't understand the thinking, obviously, because it's so dangerous within our own
Well, they're going to have to be pressured.
Yeah.
They're going to have to be pressured into this. This is going to be about political muscle. First off, to get the establishment, and then to fight off the Democrats, because we're in a dogfight now. And like I said, it's net 10 minimum, or we're going to have a very tough November. Alex, where do people go? Thank you for coming on today, even by phone. Where do people go to get you to get more analysis on this, sir?
Yeah, I'm going to type out a report and I'll give it to Grace and everyone. But I'm at DeGrasse81 on X, Truth Getter, all of that. I appreciate everyone. I mean, it's really Indiana. Let's lock in. Obviously, Florida, I think we don't have to worry about, but that's a key one. You break the logjam, I think things will start moving. So we've got to just keep the momentum. But it is going to take 100% political muscle. And if these people don't listen, Steve, they deserve to be defeated at the ballot box. And this fight is going to take not just this midterm. This is going to be a long fight. So we got to dig in.
Last thing, this is separate from the Supreme Court coming in on the gerrymandering, DEI gerrymandering. That's going to come, and I think some of the states are, particularly Louisiana. But we may pick up a couple more seats there. But that's a total sidebar that will be decided by the courts.
Yeah, as early as January, we'll have that update, and that will hopefully play effect. This election, obviously, Louisiana moved back their primary in preparation for a ruling. It, in theory, could affect how many seats are drawn in Florida. But because I laid out the Democrat ones, which I know is confusing, a lot of that are the next fight. And so while we are maniacally focused on this election, we've got another election, obviously 2 years after, when the presidential is up as well, and things are going to be super tense. So everything is laying out 2-year, 4-year plan to keep pushing.
Brother, thank you so much, Alex DeGrasse. Appreciate you on a Saturday.
Thank you, Steve.
Dave Brett, I know you're chomping at the bit. I'm going to turn the microphone back over to you, brother. What do you got for me?
Yeah, well, I just want to go back. I'm supposed to be the moral philosopher and the Puritan on this show, and every issue you bring up and every rant you go on, all of it centers around a rejection of the Christian tradition, right? America, there was no debate. America first always has been Christian in the broadest sense of that term. And as we lose Christianity, right, all the cultural commentators know this, right? Even the leftists, Harzoni, the biblical scholar, Israel knows this, says this. We live in a Christian culture. And if you just look at the threat from Mamdani, Islamists, the radical Islamists, the Marxists, the leftists, the socialist communists, all of these, China, the border invasion, all of it is an attack on Christianity. Look at our higher education schools, right? The philosophy part, we can't duck it. And the education, it's not sexy, but you can't duck it. And the churches, this is your action item. Dear churches, wake up. Protestants, Catholics, Orthodox, the kids, if you don't have the Bible in school, or if you're not teaching the Bible, you're not going to have a Christian culture. And if you don't have a Christian culture, you're not going to have America first and the United States of America for that much longer. And so just real briefly, the long trajectory of this was reason came on the stage in Europe, right? The Enlightenment, kind of an attack on revelation and the Bible, etc. And that ruled. Think of Woodrow Wilson, the elitists, the Ivy Leagues. Reason, a lot of it very good related to our founding, but reason and the Enlightenment, and Harzoni will say this, the Enlightenment thinkers were anti-Semitic. They don't want particulars. They wanted a universal globalist rule of law. Just think of the Bretton Woods global liberal order, right? They don't want nation states like the United States, Israel, particulars of any sort. So the nation state is a threat. So they've done all they can to get rid of the nation state, and getting rid of Christianity is the way you do that.
When the Enlightenment, there was obviously had a big influence in the American Revolution, but
yes,
wasn't it kind of the lead sled dog in the French Revolution, and that's why the French Revolution at core was to destroy Christianity, to destroy the underpinnings not just of the church, but to drive Christianity out of the culture. That's why they redid everything from the calendar to customs and mores, everything. You see it manifested in the French Revolution, which, remember, folks, came right at the end of the American Revolution, basically because the thing that triggered it was, guess what? Debt and taxes. The money they had put up for the American Revolution came back to haunt them, and they're really defeating England, or trying to defeat England, destroy its empire. But reason underpinned so much of that, and you saw it in all its brutality in the streets of Paris in the French Revolution. Did you not, sir?
Yeah. Yeah, no, and that's right. They're both good guardrails. Reason with Christianity, right? Harvard's motto in 1640 with John Harvard, who came from Cambridge, another fine Christian school back in the day, was truth for Christ and church. It's not anymore. And now the scary thing is reason is gone. And I know people won't understand that statement, but reason no longer guides the Ivy League schools. It's radical leftist Marxism, which is contrary and at war against Christianity. And the Christians don't get this yet. And if we don't change the culture, you lose the rest. Without the culture, you don't get all the things that the war room's ticked off at, right? The border invasion, the Islamification, the loss of freedoms, the censorship, the globalists, the inflation, all of it's coming from a bad place.
Well, we're making progress.
Yeah.
It's now time to drop the hammer and get the
fight.
wins.
It's time to fight, right?
Hang on, Brett. You're with me. And by the way, we're going to have I think Jessica Vaughn's going to join us from CIS with that amazing report you're talking about on H-1B visas on Monday as we're working it out now. If you're lucky enough to own a home, and remember, if you're under 35 years old, pretty tough. Average age of a homeowner now is 40, not first time, but the first time I think is over 30. It used to be in the low 20s. Every dream you've ever had is tied up in that home. The document that shows you own it is your title. Home Title Lock protects that to make sure that no AI, cyber, and the sophistication of that gets into it. Make sure that rogue lawyers, rogue accountants, rogue relatives get into it and monetize it. Not just potentially sell your house, but as badly go to a hard money lender and take out a second, let's say $100,000. You got to pay it off, the interest, and they get the cash. Is that a nightmare? Would that ruin your day? Would that cause you angst and anxiety? Also, opportunity costs. You wouldn't be watching the War Room. You wouldn't be going to the ramparts. You'd be worried about this and trying to sort it out. HomeTitleLock.com. Promo code Steve. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team. Home Title Lock. Don't let your dreams turn into a nightmare.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
It was a cover-up. Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy. It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room pod.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, by the way, so Tej Gill, I got Tej up. We're going to talk to Ukraine afterwards in a moment. Tej, I know you can't give your exact location, but that's a hell of a visual. Where are you today, brother?
I'm in Idaho, in southwest Idaho. My buddy's got a hunting lodge out here. It's 29,000 acres, so came out here this morning, just shooting a little trap and skeet. Then we're going to take my daughter out and see if we can put her on an elk and see if she can kill an elk this morning.
You mean the head of security, the one we keep playing the video on, the head of security for Warpath Coffee?
Yep, that's right, Hunter. Yep, it'll be our first time shooting an animal, so we're gonna, as soon as we're done, we're gonna head out and get on the plains and see if we can find a cow elk for her to shoot.
Who's your buddy right there? Is that another undisclosed?
This is my buddy Ronnie.
Another undisclosed
he's a hunting guide.
pipe hitter.
Yeah, he's like the ultimate hunting guide here in southern Idaho. He knows where all the animals are. He knows all the ranchers, all the farmers. Pretty amazing.
Talk to me about, did you start your day off? We did here with a big pot of Warpath coffee.
Of course. Yeah, we woke up around 5 a.m. and French pressed a bunch of Warpath coffee, put it in a Stanley mug, and drove out to the ranch out here to the lodge. And we're all drinking Warpath coffee. They got Warpath here at the lodge too.
Amazing. How's the audience? I want them to read the 15,000 or to dip into the 15,000 5-star reviews. Where do folks go?
Go to warpath.coffee. Use promo code War Room as always. So the promo code War Room, we run that year round for the War Room Posse. And I think this weekend we're doing 15% off, and it always fluctuates. So always use promo code War Room. And then go to the site, read the reviews. We just roasted decaf yesterday. We roasted a bunch of whole bean and ground decaf because I don't know why, but decaf is so popular. It's crazy. It sells out so quick. But read the reviews. Like you said, we've got 15,000 5-star reviews, and people absolutely love the coffee. We roast it on a perforated drum, so it's not bitter. It's not acidic. You can drink it straight black the way coffee is supposed to be drank. You don't need to douse it with milk and sugar. So drink the coffee healthy, straight black, and we have every coffee for everybody. We've got breakfast blend, dark roast. We got the summer blend, which is Jamaica Blue Mountain beans, a little bit of that in there. And then we've got a bunch of flavored coffee. We've got espresso. We've got the pods. The next thing we're going to drop is the decaf K-Cups. So we'll have 42-count decaf K-Cups here pretty soon.
Wow. I'm stunned the decaf sells like that. I like getting jacked up. And the Warpath jacks me up. That's why I can't drink it after like 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Maybe I should try the decaf. Tej, one more time, where do folks go? I know you want to get out today and get Hunter out there looking for a first elk. Where do people go one more time?
You go to warpath.coffee, use promo code War Room. And like I said, we run the War Room code year-round for the War Room Posse. The War Room Posse is our biggest customer base, so we love the Posse, so we're always running promos for the Posse. Warpath.coffee, promo code War Room. If you haven't tried it, try it. Just get on the site and read the reviews.
Thank you, brother. Have a great day today.
Thank you, Steve.
Say hi to all your buddies out there. Appreciate you too, man. Pipe hitters. Steve Cortez was kind enough to remind me during the break, Yo, Bannon, you blew the number. Cortez is our numbers guy. Steve, and this is shocking, I thought it was the new, just buyers overall were 40. You remind me of the Bloomberg story. The first-time buyer has now hit 40 years old. That is stunning. It used to be in the low 20s, sir.
Yeah, that's correct. And listen, it's rare when I get to correct the great Stephen K. Bannon, but in this case, I think it's really important. I've just been studying this issue so closely that I know it and have read about it a lot. The average first-time age is now 40 years old. 40 years used to be considered getting into middle age, right? Your life was already quite matured by then regarding home ownership, family formation, all of that, and we're seeing the reverse. Now, by the way, that number, to put it in context, in only 2021, when Biden took office, that number was 31 years old. So we have gone up a decade in only 4 years. Why? Because credit standards are incredibly strict, incredibly tight. Many of these buyers are all cash, or at least largely cash buyers. And that's one reason why I believe that this current run-up in housing prices, there's a lot of folks who try to compare this to what happened during the great financial crisis or preceding it. I think it's entirely different. This is the opposite of no-doc mortgages and those liar loans. These are tight credit standards. These are people making, I think, an intelligent decision, people with a lot of money, to say, in an inflationary environment, we want our money in homes. But it's horrible for young people. And to also connect this to my polling, I just did a huge poll, over 2,000 Gen Z voters, 18 to 25-year-old voters across America. And I asked specifically about their aspirations on housing, because I've noticed a lot of people my age, a lot of middle-aged people will tell me, hey, Cortez, don't worry about young people buying homes. They don't want to. They're a different generation. Well, maybe that's true for some of the millennials, the folks in their 30s. But this Gen Z, which is much more right-wing, much more like Gen X, with Gen Z, 18 to 25, we asked them, is it important to you to buy a home in your 20s or 30s? 88% of them said it's very important. Steve, you know, in polling, we never get anything near 90%. You can't get 90% of people to agree that, next Thursday is Thanksgiving. But 9 out of 10, 18 to 25-year-olds say it's very important to them to buy a home in their 20s and 30s. We know statistically right now, that's incredibly unlikely. They're not going to be able to do that, that goal that they claim is important. So it's something we clearly have to work on as a country, as a society, policy, all of it. That's a sad number. Let's get that number ticking back down, which means that societal prosperity is going back up.
This is why Charlie Kirk, Andrew Colvett put up, Charlie Kirk came out on August 19th. Charlie Kirk put his punch list of what he felt an active economic plan for younger people. I think it was 6 items. The fourth or fifth item was build 10 million new homes. Charlie understood better than anybody that young people want to have a stake in the system. They want some real assets. Real assets, 90% of the people's net worth. I say this all the time on the Home Title Act. 80 or 90% of your net worth's tied up in your home. Heck, I think my parents at the end of the day, it was 80, 85, 90%. It's just, even with their stocks, the home was, the key. That was their savings account. I want to get to Ukraine. You got let's do a short video. I got Dave Bratt. You got the great Ben Harnwell from Rome. Cortez, myself, we're going to walk through this whole thing. They're trying to get a peace treaty, and Zelensky's coming unglued. So let's go ahead and play the clip.
Peace appears imminent for Ukraine, thanks to President Trump. And elections there couldn't come at a better time, because Zelensky is caught up in a growing, intense corruption scandal that reaches right to his top inner circle and presidential office. His pals, they stole at least $100 million from their Department of Energy, even with their nation at war, and regular Ukrainians suffering and dying. Now, one of the worst aspects of this Operation Midas, this Grand Theft Kiev, is that the lead detective, Rasalov, he sits in jail right now in Ukraine, nabbed by Zelensky's forces on bogus charges that he's somehow working for Russia. So at this very moment, the two main scumbag thieves who fleeced their nation, Zelensky's BFFs, Mindich and his financier known as Sugar Man, they fled. And they live in luxury, ensconced in Israel, while the brave cop who uncovered their crimes sits in a Ukrainian jail cell. So, Detective Rusalov must be freed, and Zelensky, he needs to face his own jury, meaning the Ukrainian people, in a swift and transparent election. They will then decide if it's time for corruption-free leadership in Ukraine. See my article posted inside Ukraine.
Okay, I'm going to push that out to everybody. Ben Harnwell, is Cortez overstating the case? Is finally the corruption we've been talking about since, I don't know, 3+ years? Is it finally catching up with Zelensky at the worst possible time now that President Trump and his team are putting pressure on them to sign this document by Thanksgiving Day, sir?
Well, the timing from Zelensky's perspective is less than optimal. But as I said last Saturday on the show, Steve, at this point in the game, the switcheroo, the great switcheroo of Zelensky for someone who's far more credible, like his former General Chief of Staff, General Zaluzny, who's exiled to London as the ambassador. That would be catastrophic for anyone who wants to see the West, specifically America, disengage from Ukraine, because what you're going to be doing is simply pulling someone out of the picture who's loathed and hated by half of the American people and substituting them for someone who's going to be far more credible at getting the cash in. And in fact, Steve, if you look at the 28-point plan that President Trump is working on, one of those points is indeed what we warned 3.5 years ago, the mother of all grifts, that is the reconstruction of Ukraine. The last thing I want to see at this point in the game is Zelensky removed from power.
Because your theory of the case is the war goes on like in Netanyahu. If Zelensky stays there, the war goes on and he won't get to a peace deal. And the peace deal here, at least what they're putting out, has both sovereignty and reconstruction in it.
In 20 seconds, my theory of the case is Zelensky is so discredited and so loathed by the American people, keeping him in place is the easiest way for President Trump, should he want to fully disengage the United States from everything to do with Ukraine.
Okay, we're going to take a break on that and come back, because this one is, and President Trump, remember, he was handed the kinetic part of the Third World War. And then on top of it, got the economic part when the Chinese Communist Party came at us and cut us off from rare earths. He's trying to unwind this entire thing, although there are a few buried leads in the details. We're going to get into all of that next in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, part of your sovereignty is your freedom, and part of your freedom is medical freedom. allfamilypharmacy.com/Bannon. Put in Bannon 10, you get 10% discount. Go see the team. They got licensed professionals, doctors, all of it. Tell them about your situation, your health. They'll do an analysis. They'll, if you need a prescription, they will give it to you with their licensed professionals in all the states and doctors. allfamilypharmacy.com, promo code Bannon. This is the core of your medical freedom. Until you can get access to the medications you need, the vitamins you need, the antibiotics, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and others, you're not free. This is what Michael Kunstler and the team have set up. It's amazing. Every place in the country, everybody in the country, but just go check today. allfamilypharmacy.com, promo code Bannon, 10, you get 10% off. So go check it out. And they're going to have a bigger sale coming, I guess, on Black Friday. They'll be here with us Black Friday. allfamilypharmacy.com, promo code Bannon. So, a couple, when they talk about this, and I think the VP put out a tweet today saying any deal has to essentially guarantee Ukrainian sovereignty. I don't know how we got in this situation. This is America First. We're going to guarantee or be a co-guarantor with NATO countries on the sovereignty of Ukraine. So if the Russians years from now decide to move on Odessa, that's an American problem. As to quote Steve Cortez, the Russian-speaking eastern border of Ukraine is not in the vital national security interest of the United States. The southern border is, and we've done a magnificent job of closing that, but we still have 15 million, even with either 1.6 or 2.2 that have left under President Trump's first 10 months. We still have, 15 million plus illegal alien invaders just from Biden's watch. So, Cortez, let me start with you and then go to Ben. The issues here are, at least as I see this thing, we're stepping into the middle of it and actually becoming the Mac Daddy. Nigel Farage already criticizes about the timing of it. I love Nigel. There's no guy in the world I love more. But, Nigel, your country's broke. You got Islamic, the rise of Islamism all over the United Kingdom. You're dead broke. You got to take care of if you got money to throw into Ukraine, go for it. If you got troops to put in Ukraine, go for it. But guaranteeing their sovereignty, a security guarantee the United States is going to be the Mac Daddy on, and we're going to lead or be co-partners with Europe on a construction. That means we're involved in Ukraine for the next 25, 30, 40, or 50 years. Cortez, you first.
Yeah. Well, look, far from ideal, obviously, right? But a few points there. First, on the Europeans, they're complaining and carping about this. You're right, is ludicrous. We're meeting with the Europeans tomorrow in Geneva, which is the epicenter of globalism, Inc. They can complain all they want, but unless they're willing to pony up, unless they have the cash and weapons, which they don't, then frankly, who cares what they think about this situation? They really have no stake in it. But if Paris and Geneva and Brussels and London somehow think, hey, with Zelensky, we can form this coalition and keep fighting to the last Ukrainian, have at it, guys, because we're sick of it. We're not going to engage anymore in this protectorate nonsense overseas. But regarding the specifics now, realize that President Trump was handed an impossible predicament by Joe Biden, right, and by what the globalists have done in Ukraine for a long time, since 2014, but particularly since the Russian invasion. So very difficult quagmire to work your way out of, and there aren't great options when you put yourself into a corner. I believe, though, that President Trump is choosing the best option here through negotiation and diplomacy. I think this 28-point plan, while not perfect,
yo, come on, man. You're saying work out of a quagmire. 100% agree that he was dealt terrible. The war would not have been, had never been started. President Trump's president. Full stop. Understand that. But you talking about working your way out of a quagmire. Let me repeat. I'm just quoting the vice president's tweet. Any deal has to guarantee the sovereignty of Ukraine. We ain't guaranteeing the sovereignty of the United States of America yet. Guaranteeing the sovereignty. Number two, we're going to give a security guarantee. And number three, we're going to be co-partners in the construction. Please tell me how that's not working your way into the quagmire, Steve Cortez.
Okay, regarding the security guarantee, Steve, realize the United States never has to take any military action that we do not want to take, right? So we can always analyze at the time, is it appropriate for the United States to act? And what we say in November of 2025 does not mean that we have to act in November of 2026 or 2030 going forward. So let's just be realistic about that, right? A negotiation tactic
but
can
that's
be
not.
just
If we
that.
listen, we just signed a EO for Qatar. We just, I think, signed one or told the Saudis they got Article 5. There's an implied right now. There's an implied. I'm not saying we got an implied in Israel. Here, the United States is not. We're not in the business of giving security guarantees like we've given in NATO. That were thing, and then saying, upon further review, when the Russians start rolling to Odessa, upon further review, we're not, because you're going to have a security guarantee doesn't mean you're just going to put it on paper. Security guarantee means you're going to have something called an American soldier somewhere near there. Right now, they're in Wiesbaden running the war. You're going to move them to the front line. Hang on for a second. So let me grade Cortez on the White House. That's a C-. Good help. You tried. Ben Harnwell, let's go to Rome. Your thoughts, sir?
Steve, my cynical beady eyes listen to the whole of Steve Cortez trying to put the lipstick on the pork.
He tried.
And my reptilian, he tried. He gave it the best opportunity, the best sell he could. And my cynical reptilian eyes watched it, and they didn't blink for the whole sequence. Steve, look, let's be honest. This 28 plan, it's a turd sandwich. We've got to call it what it is. It's a turd sandwich which is being presented as gourmet Tornado Rossini. It ain't. It's terrible. By the way, one of the conditions in this 28 plan, and I'm just going to say that, is that this agreement will be legally binding. I'd like to know before which entity is going to now sit above the sovereignty of the United States when that comes to play. Steve, Steve Bannon, what you were just saying here about the security guarantees is 1,000% spot on. Let me just say, referring to the plan, what it says here, it says Ukraine receives security guarantees from the US, but with conditions. Ukraine, and then it goes on. Okay, look. That is more dangerous for the United States than NATO's Article 5 assurances. I've said this like 20 times on the show over the last 4 years. I'll say it again. All America or any NATO member needs to do if another NATO member is attacked is send a fax and say we're studying we are monitoring the situation, and we believe our monitoring of that situation fulfills our obligations. Right? Security guarantees are far more binding on who's signing on the other side. Look at the First World War. You are setting yourselves up here for a position which you are never going to escape from. And by the way, Steve. It is even worse than that. Denver, would you kindly put up my first article, which I sent through, the quote from Axios? I'm going to hand back to you guys on this point. This is one of the most dangerous things I've ever read in my life, right? Because it is not simply security guarantees for Ukraine. According to what we know of this 28-point plan, which isn't the fullness of it, it's security guarantees for Ukraine and Europe. That's the biggest, one of the biggest buried leads I've ever read in my life, and that's what Axios says. Security guarantees for Ukraine and Europe. Good luck with that, folks. This is anywhere but America first.
More than an Article 5 right now of attack on Russia. You think this is even deeper than that, Ben?
Of course it is. Of course it is, because Article 5 is simply a legal mechanism for you to start warring with another nation that hasn't directly attacked you without you suffering any obligations under international law. Security guarantees bind you into doing something.
Yeah.
Ben, you're actually
President
making
Trump,
my point, though, that there is no authority that can force the United States to act. I mean, you're making my point, right? Neither President Trump nor any American president, just because of a pledge that was made in November of 2025, needs to take any action that is not directly in the interest of the United States. We always have full sovereignty over how we use our forces. That's just reality, right? Going forward.
Steve Cortez. At Steve Cortez, I will respond saying, let me know. When it says one of the 28 points is the agreement is legally binding, let me know before which court this agreement is going to be binding.
No,
because
exactly.
I don't think it's going to be that
It's
simple.
not.
I don't think it's
not binding. That's exactly my point. It's not binding.
Yeah, a little historical context here, gentlemen. I'll attempt to thread the needle.
Yep.
We've lied to Russia on the prior 18 countries that have encroached upon Russia's border. This is the 19th, right? So for me, the key is what is Trump? We're already, right? We're only giving away a little bit of buffer zone to Russia. We're the aggressors in this occasion, right? Over the past couple of years, we being the aggressors of following John Mearsheimer and all the smartest guys in realpolitik. And so it all comes down to, does Trump have a forward-looking arrangement with Russia and Putin? That's what it all comes down to. And the security arrangements or whatever, we're not too good at keeping our word on those kind of things. Our CIA
hang on. What do you mean forward-looking with Putin? Even some side deal or whatever. When they want, at the time they want to take Odessa, if they're going to take Odessa, we're going to send the 82nd Airborne in with a bunch of hapless NATO troops. We're going to send them in with the hapless NATO, because we know NATO's totally understaffed. They're not really paying for the military. They talk about 5%. They're not even at 2% because they got healthcare in there and climate change and all that. So we're going to send the 101st. They got 101st. They got a brigade of the 101st in Romania right now. They're going to forward deploy to Odessa to stop the Russian army from coming to Odessa. Has anybody looked at what Ukraine looks like? Yeah. Folks, remember here. Yeah. President Trump has moved heaven and earth to bring peace here. That would never happen if he was president. It happened under Biden and all the globalists and the people in Brussels. Brussels, 30% Muslim. England, 7%, I think 5 or 6% Muslim. In London, you can't even walk around. Paris, the Fifth Republic's falling right now because they're broke. Macron's got no money. It's that group in Germany, a total disaster because they allowed mass migration from these Islamic countries. We're supposed to go in now. President Trump has moved heaven and earth. You know what they've done? They came to the Oval Office and lied to him, and he called their bluff. When they came there, 8 weeks ago, remember that whole day? They all came all day, and they're going to talk, they're going to give this, and they got arms here, and they got men here. They came up with nothing. And so now is not the time for the United States, I don't think, until this is the Europeans' war. Boris Johnson and those demons over there are the ones that they had some sort of accommodation worked out in the first couple of days of this, and Boris Johnson trying to be Winston Churchill talked him out of it. And Macron's he's Napoleon Jr., and they're all big shots until it comes time to actually deliver. And then they want American security guarantees. They want American code partnerships on construction. And they want to guarantee Ukrainian sovereignty. I don't give a damn about Ukrainian sovereignty. I don't think anybody in this country cares about Ukrainian sovereignty. I'm not so sure all the Ukrainians care about sovereignty. What they want is the fight to stop right now. So I would like the sovereignty. Here's what I'd like to do. Instead of putting the 101st in Romania to get ready for the invasion of Odessa that we have to go defend, why don't we get the 101st, turn them over to Tom Homan and Stephen Miller, and on Monday we show up in New York City and we take out all the illegal alien invaders, and particularly the ones that voted for Mandami, the Ugandan Marxist jihadists, and we send them back to their point of origin. That talks about the sovereignty of the United States. President Trump's moved heaven and earth, and he's been a diplomat. He's been a statesman. It's now time to tell the British, the French, and the Germans, show me what you got. Where's your money? Where's your troops? Where's your guarantee? Hell, they don't even have sovereignty of their own countries. They've turned the sovereignty over to radical Islam. Short break. Get the same group on the other side.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Oh, welcome back. That was good. So, Brad, I know you're one, and you need another 60 seconds. I jumped in. Finish your thought, and then give me your coordinates. Drop it.
Yeah. Okay. So toss it to Harnwell. Give it to Harnwell.
Okay. Hey, Ben Harnwell. We lost Brad.
Yes.
Ben Harnwell. Give us your coordinates. Give us your coordinates so people can get your beady-eyed analysis over the weekend, sir.
I can't hear anything. Yeah. Okay. Now go to Cortez.
Steve Cortez. We're having a little technical problem here. Do you have us?
I've got you. Yes, I've got you.
Okay, fine. So, then you're going to take the whole segment. It's all yours.
Exactly.
You got it, brother.
Exactly. Yeah. Listen, Zelensky is a corrupt tyrant. He's in an incredibly weak position domestically, the weakest he's been in his entire tenure. This is exactly the time for President Trump to press him and to effectively compel him to accept the terms, the American negotiated terms, to end this war. Then they need to hold an election, and we are going to crush Zelensky in an election and get a real leader in Ukraine. That's in America's interest. Steve, you and I, since the earliest days of this Black Sea War, which was never in our vital national interest, have been constantly saying that this is not America's problem. Unfortunately, the Washington globalists made it our problem. Now Donald Trump is going to get us out of it. And thankfully, Zelensky's own corruption is making our job easy.
But hang on. But are you saying that Zelensky will sign this and that we should do all the commitment? Because President Trump, I think, and Witkoff have given him 1 week, make a decision. And if Zelensky's out there whining nonstop, are you saying sign the deal and then have the election and get rid of Zelensky?
Exactly, 100%. And I believe that's what's going to happen. I think that's by far the most probable scenario right now. For all the whining of Western Europe.
And you're comfortable with the guaranteeing of Ukrainian sovereignty? Because aren't we doing that in this deal?
No, I'm not comfortable with it. But if that is right now the current posture of American policy that's going to get to an end to this war, then I think it makes sense for now.
Why do we care? But hang on, I'm totally confused. Why do we care? I don't care if they slug it out. That's their decision. You would trade off. You would actually say, I would give it. Hang on. You would guarantee their sovereignty if it, quote unquote, ended this war, basically got a ceasefire. You would do that.
Look, that's what President Trump has proposed. I think it makes sense given the predicament we're in. Right? Far from ideal.
What's the predicament? Hang on. Well, what's the predicament? What's the predicament?
The predicament is that
if Zelensky doesn't sign. If he doesn't sign it by Thursday, we walk away. We're not. We have no.
100%. 100%.
But what's the predicament? Yeah. What predicament are we in?
No, listen.
It's a self-induced predicament.
Right, because then
what's
the
predicament? What's the predicament that we're guaranteed there? You guarantee somebody sovereignty, that is massive, particularly when the Russians think they're part of Russia, right? And the Ukrainians, I got the fact that Ukrainians not, but if you guarantee their sovereignty, you're on the hook for everything. That's a self-induced predicament of the United States. This is the Bloodlands. This is a European problem. If they want to be guaranteeing sovereignty in Brussels and UK, have at it. But I don't think you're going to see those guys. If the Americans aren't there, they're not going to be guaranteeing anything because they got nothing guaranteed with. Anyway, Cortez, you gave it your best shot. I appreciate the fact you gave it your best shot. We'll see a lot more of that this week. Where do people go, Steve? Get all your videos, everything.
Yes, CortezInvestigates.com. Cortez with an S at the end. I'm at Cortez Steve on Twitter X.
Thank you very much. Trevor Comstock, thanks for joining us. Give us a minute or two for the weekend. Where do people go? Sacred Human Health.
Yeah, good to see you, Steve. So I just want to come on real quick and announce that we have started our Black Friday sale, which will go all the way through Black Friday, obviously. But if you want, you can use code Friday at checkout for 25% off any of our products. And it's good for any one-time order. So I wanted to mention that first and foremost. And then, of course, our new tallow moisturizer has been super popular since we launched it a few months ago. We still have a ton of questions around it, but just for anyone that doesn't know, it is intended for both men and women. And it's perfect for things like dry skin, eczema, any skin irritation that you have, as well as just daily skin hydration. And again, it's made with the 2 ingredients, which is the 100% American grass-fed and finished beef tallow, and then we pair it with the raw Manuka honey, which is excellent for its anti-inflammatory properties. And also, I like to mention, too, that we don't mass-produce anything. It's all handmade in Idaho. We have a super small team there, and they do a great job. But I encourage everyone to check out that product specifically.
One more time, where do they go? I want them to read the reviews. You guys are amazing. Where do they go?
Yeah, you can go to sacredhumanhealth.com. And as I mentioned, just use code Friday at checkout for 25% off any order. And if you have any questions, just let us know.
Trevor, and you get access to him all the time. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate you. Mike Lindell, we're going to finish. We want to talk pillows and sheets. And by the way, President Trump has moved heaven and earth in this situation. I just think that the Europeans have stiffed him. They came over 8 weeks ago. He called their bluff. They've shown nothing, right? Let them put up guarantees. Let them put up guaranteeing the sovereignty. Let Zelensky deal with them. I just think, hey, don't get ourselves into a deeper quagmire. We're going to be there for 25 years. President Trump's got no obligation to do any of this. He's done. He's moved heaven. The war wouldn't have not have started if he was here. He's moved heaven and earth in the 10 months he's been in office to do it. And, it's their problem. Mike Lindell, Pete's pillows, sheets, and My Pillow, brother.
All right, everybody. Yeah, as you know, this time of year they did it about
We're fighting back. This is the last weekend here for the early Black Friday special, exclusive to the War Room Posse. Free shipping on anything you order. Here's our first Black Friday special, $39.98 for our My Slippers, regular $149.98, and you get a free bottle of leather spray with it and that free shipping. Then you have our early Black Friday special. All the blankets that came in last week, throw blankets, Gosmere blankets, waffle blankets, blankets for your bed. Check it out. We have duvets. We have comforters, down comforters, the pillow shams, $12.88, normally $69.98. Go to mypillow.com/war room. You guys get this free shipping. This is it. On anything you see there, including our big ticket items, this is it. On anything you see there, including our big ticket items, get yourself a new bed mattress topper while this is going on through the weekend. You guys use promo code WARROOM, 800-873-1062. Call the operators, tell them you're taking advantage of this free shipping and these early Black Friday specials. Get all your Christmas gifts. Get the 5-piece Bible pillows, $6 a gift. You guys, your promo code WARROOM.
Thank you, brother. We'll see you Monday morning. We'll be back 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We had some technical issues at the end. We dropped Brad Harnwell. Couldn't get up Eduardo. I'll be putting stuff up on Getter. Bolsonaro's been arrested again in Brazil. Something's got to happen there. Okay, see you tomorrow.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice.
This is bull. Unadulterated bull.
You have never, all the way back to your days with Howard Stern and Don Imus, you have never cussed on the air, and I got to edit that out.
Since December 3rd, actually, almost coming up on my anniversary, December 3rd, 1979, the first time.
This is the first time you cussed on the air.
WNEW-FM in New York City. And I am mad as hell and not going to take it anymore. George Carlin finally got his way.
Hey.
But I had to say it. This is...
Don't say it again. I'm tired of editing.
BS.
All right. What are we talking about? We're talking about the fact that Congress finds out that they've been surveilled with this Arctic frost. And in this, when they opened up the government again, they sneaked this crap in there where all of these senators and congressmen are getting money for being surveilled. Isn't
device.
That weird? Isn't that weird?
Per
Isn't
device,
that weird?
yeah.
What about the J6ers, people?
They're also in Arctic frost. The prison choir is in Arctic frost. We're probably in Arctic frost.
Kelly and Connie Meggs were listed in Arctic frost, I think, 4 times. Where is the money? Where is making these people whole? This is absolutely... Let me tell you something. We did not elect Donald Trump to see this stuff happening, ladies and gentlemen.
No.
The American people did not elect Donald Trump to see you sit up there in Washington and take care of yourselves when all of a sudden you find out that you're going through what the rest of us have gone through.
Which is the same situation with the bigger picture with the Jan 6ers. You know, not in our backyard. You do something in the Capitol, man, we're going to throw your butt in jail for 4 years. But you can burn down every city in the country, and it's okay, 5 years plus.
You people can stand on the floor in the Capitol, and you've got full carte blanche to lie and say whatever you want. You people in the Capitol have got slush funds that'll take care of you acting inappropriately.
To say the least. It's unreal.
And then you roll this kind of stuff into this opening the government back up when you've got people that aren't being paid.
Yeah.
And you open the government back up and you slide this kind of crap in here.
People who are going hungry. All right, so, I mean, all right, we're going to come down off of our high horse here. And I am going to say one good thing. Dan Wilson, who has been in prison since he was pardoned, January 21st or 20th, whenever it was, he finally got out in the wee hours of the morning last week. So at least Dan Wilson is out there. And
but what about those that haven't been pardoned, right, ladies and gentlemen? None of these individuals committed any acts of violence.
Yep. None.
You just saw the show last week. You've got veterans that are being denied benefits, Purple Heart recipients, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. And if you're not pardoned, you can't get a job. If you're a doctor, you can't get your license back. And quite honestly, they've lost everything. Families, homes, relationships, you name it.
You people have disgraced the American people. This is
and they're Republicans.
Reprehensible.
They're Republicans. That's what's so annoying. People we like. We don't
like them anymore. I don't like them anymore.
Well, it just shows you that
you
the swamp
have showed
is a cesspool.
You know what?
It's a cesspool. It's not. The swamp is a viable ecosystem. D.C. is a cesspool.
You know what I hope? I hope you people correct this by the time this show airs. You've got a week to fix this.
No, Speaker Johnson says he's going to take it out.
Oh, all right, let's see if he actually steps up to the mic, Mike.
All right. CAIR is the Muslim Brotherhood. Islam is marching on. United Arab Emirates has designated CAIR a terrorist organization along with the Muslim Brotherhood. Let's talk about this. CAIR has funneled $100,000 into Mondani's campaign. Obviously, that helped for New York City mayor. And CAIR is some of the unindicted co-conspirators in the first 9/11 bombing. So keep that in mind. Mondani has defended the phrase globalize the intifada. Well, Glenn Beck, and they're marching on big time in Texas. They had this thing called the Epic City, but they renamed it the Meadows. Here's Glenn Beck's take on this.
Leader at the East Plano Islamic Center stated to the Dallas Observer that this city is, quote, an open community. Anyone can come in. That sounds nice. He goes on, quote, we're going to be showing what it means to be a Muslim neighborhood. Is this a neighborhood of all backgrounds and diversity? I don't know. The Fair Housing Act makes it illegal to make an all whatever kind of community, a Muslim-only exclusive city. They couldn't. Here's a separate Muslim developer bragging on a podcast how it's done.
Like, you cannot make it exclusive, like non-Muslims not allowed, far not allowed. What we're doing, there's something called association fee. I don't know what it's called in Dubai. Like your maintenance fee that you pay yearly, cutting the service fee, to cut the grass, to remove the snow and whatnot. So that service fee will put there 75% of the service fee you're paying goes to the masjid.
So they will automatically not want to come?
Automatically, if you are a practicing Christian, I would advise you, why help the Muslims, you know?
So your tax goes to the mosque.
This is illegal if you want to really look at this. It's totally illegal. Sharia law is not compliant with the U.S. Constitution. But what they do is they actually tax the infidels. And they're getting away with this. Us, the Christians, the Jews, people who might live in this area. Governor Abbott keeps saying he's cracking down on Sharia law. That's also another bunch of BS. I won't make you edit this one out again. $13 million going into Islamic organizations. I've heard it's closer to $100 million if you look farther back. And communities in Texas. 99% of the Muslim Brotherhood has ties to Hamas. The Muslim Brotherhood, the DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America, and Antifa are all joining together. If we don't band together against this stuff, we are going to be in big, big trouble. So let's take a look at what happens when Sharia law takes over. Check this out. The culture dies under Sharia law, absolutely dies. Gays are killed. I mean, the joke that I was hearing in New York, maybe Mondami should have a rooftop party because they throw you off a rooftop if you're gay. I mean, this is unbelievable. If you try to coexist in one of these mostly Sharia-compliant countries and you're gay, you ain't going to coexist too long. It's unbelievable. Sharia law is not compliant with the U.S. Constitution. And as Steve Bannon has said for ages, I think since the first Trump presidency, that Donald Trump needs to outlaw the Muslim Brotherhood. That's a start. But you got to keep an eye on Texas, man. As Texas
you
goes,
got Middle Eastern countries that are doing that, people.
Yeah, we are in big, big trouble if that's the case. Here's some liberal logic in that vein. New York City Karens that said they need their safe spaces just voted for a guy who's going to empty out the prisons. So think how safe you're going to be. Man, I'm sick over what's going on with New York City. You know, John Kennedy actually said it best. Senator John Kennedy, this is. Not the president. Senator John Kennedy. God grant me patience, because if you give me strength, I might need bail money. That pretty much sums it all up. We have to stop this march because it's not stopping. And here in Georgia, they have a meet and greet for all the Muslim candidates. And you think you're safe. You're not.
I hope I get in a better mood for the rest of this show. Because I got to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen, when this thing came down the other day,
the Arctic frost.
Well, Arctic frost is
one thing,
amazingly awful.
Yeah.
But the reaction of you elected politicians is beyond reprehensible.
Yep.
Now, we've been dealing with this stuff for a long time. This show's been on the air for probably 13 years now.
Yeah.
12 or 13 years. And the last 4 to 5 years have been painful. I can't even imagine how painful it's been for these families that have been abused by our government. But to have you people go up on Capitol Hill and pay yourselves and provide yourselves with funding to defend yourself, when these people on January 6th lost everything, how do you look your children in the eyes? We'll be back.
He's got the red, white, blue, flying high on the farm. Silver bright tattoo on his left arm. Spent a little more in the store for a tag. In the back it says USA. He won't find nothing that he can't fix. With WD.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts.
And we're back on Cowboy Logic. Normally we do a couple segments of headlines, but I want to get right.
Yeah, this is.
I want to get right to our guest
cool
here because, I mean, I could take 5 minutes explaining the background of our guest, or even 10 minutes or 15 minutes, but instead I'll just say he's a badass.
Yeah.
And leave it at that. And that would be one Thomas Speciale. And there he is. I mean,
Sounds like another Paisan,
yes.
Donna.
So we'll talk with our hands. We will definitely talk with our hands. Let me give people a real quick background, but you are, I mean, This is it's priceless in my opinion, quite honestly. You served as active duty in the Army and Reserves, tactical, operational, strategic, and national level, and you continue to serve in the Army Reserves as a chief warrant officer since like the mid-'80s. In 2005, you served in the military or the intelligence community as a subject matter expert on intelligence, terrorism, the Middle East. Recently served as a senior advisor on counterintelligence and security issues for Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence. You spoke before the Sham J6 committee. They weren't real happy about that. You also confronted John Brennan, and he certainly wasn't happy about that. We'll get to that in a minute. But Thomas Speciale, welcome to Cowboy Logic. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. If you go to his website, folks, thomasspeciale.com, you'll see a lot of this stuff. He's got white papers. He's got information that will give you background information to what's going on, because he's been looking into intelligence and the intelligence community for decades. And unfortunately, we're backsliding quite a bit, Tom, I would say. Start, though, right off, if you could, by telling us a little bit about by the way, you're chairman of Veterans for America with Trump as well, which is huge. The 51 signatories, or whatever you want to call them, that basically said, oh, the Hunter Biden laptop is nothing, don't worry about it. And that really started the huge, in my opinion, coup against we the people.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I try and help people understand is that this wasn't about Trump. This wasn't about Carter Page, and it wasn't even about Michael Flynn. It was about the American people. And that is the bogus use of the Christopher Steele dossier in the months leading up to the 2016 election, as well as the faulty HUMINT that they used that was directed by Obama in the second intelligence community assessment that said basically Putin favored Trump, or the Russians favored Trump, and it was these influence operations were directed by Putin. When somebody in the intelligence community, I was reading the raw HUMINT, and none of that was true. None of that was revealed in any of the HUMINT traffic that we were looking at. And then to make matters worse, and that's really the whole, engagement that I had with former CIA director John Brennan, was the fact that after Trump was in office, then they ran the disinformation campaign against the American people again regarding the Hunter Biden laptop, which they knew was legitimate, but they essentially signed a memo saying that it was, had all the, earmarks or all the hallmarks of a Russian information operation. Well, the truth of the matter is they knew that the Hunter Biden laptop was legitimate, and they just wanted to influence the election for Biden. And so, that is a major problem. That's in the intelligence community. We would call that an offensive counterintelligence operation. And the reason I can say that is because these were intelligence professionals that were doing it. If just a regular American citizen made up some lies and put it out there, it would just be lies. But when you have 5 former CIA directors all saying it has all the, the hallmarks of Russian influence operation, you're basically telling the American people, don't vote for Trump, vote for Biden. And that is an offensive counterintelligence operation.
I just watch this stuff. I'm certainly not a counterintelligence expert of any means, but it's pretty fishy to me if you've got Hunter Biden giving the mayor of Moscow's wife millions of dollars, and Hillary Clinton under Uranium One or whatever it was called, giving the Russians 20% of our uranium. It sounds to me like the left is working with the Russians. I mean, I can't believe they pulled this off, quite honestly.
Yeah, it's all of this stuff that's been going on. And I think that that's really why the intelligence community is reeling. It's because all of these operations are becoming public, and the American people now have the analytic capability. There's people like you guys out there that are asking the right questions, that they just aren't comfortable with answering these things, because a lot of it is, it's intelligence operations that are going on around the world, and they don't want to answer those questions. And so, yeah, it's really, that's why I say the intelligence community is kind of reeling right now, because and that's why they tried to stop Trump.
And the
Twice.
one thing I didn't know about was that, and it's both sides. John McCain walked the dossier to the FBI.
Correct.
I didn't know that until recently. What the heck?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, and see, that is exactly how you do. That is exactly how you do an offensive counterintelligence operation. Is you get a fake intelligence report, which with the Christopher Steele dossier was. You give it to somebody that your enemy trusts. In this case, they wanted it to get to the FBI. So the DNC gives the dossier and the Hillary Clinton campaign gives it to a Republican to walk it into the FBI so that it has the semblance of being more believable. Because if a Democrat had walked in there, they would have known immediately it was BS. Okay, but then they found out very quickly, the FBI realized very quickly that Christopher Steele's work was faulty. It was basically, hearsay, and it was made up lies by people that more than likely Christopher Steele was paying. And then when they used that information, and here's where the crux of the issue is, the intelligence community, and Tulsi Gabbard just released, several months ago, she released the email traffic between John Brennan, Jim Clapper, James Comey, and Admiral Mike Rogers. And Admiral Mike Rogers is saying, hey, we're doing this intelligence community assessment, but my analysts don't agree with this assessment. And we need to see the real intel that is being used here to say Putin directed it and that it was that the Russians supported Trump. And so Admiral Mike Rogers, good on him. He's saying, I want to see the proof. And Jim Clapper comes back and says, well, if we don't all get on board with this, it's one team, one fight. It's not going to work. And, so it didn't. I mean, ultimately, when Trump was told that, he was like, that's BS. None of that is true. And that's why they had to get rid of Michael Flynn, because Michael Flynn would have known what questions to ask for Trump to get at the faulty use of, the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, et cetera. That all had to, that was all an effort to try and stop Trump from becoming the president in 2016. That failed when he became the president. Then Jim Comey went right in and lied to him and said, the Russians have compromise on you. They have compromising material on you. And Trump told him at that time, he said, it's a lie. It is a lie. And what Comey should have done at that instant, he should have said, Mr. President, I know it's a lie. We know that it came from Hillary Clinton's campaign, and we're going to be making a public statement, and I ran Crossfire Hurricane against you, and I'm resigning. That's what he should have done to save the reputation of the FBI. That is what he should have done in December of 2016.
Yeah. That's not going to happen. Meanwhile,
no, he's got to draw 86-47 or 86-45 in the sand.
Yeah, in the sand. He gets away with it.
These people are disgraceful, man.
They keep testing, and they keep getting away with it. That's what's so frustrating to Trump supporters and, quite honestly, a bunch of Republicans and independents that voted for Trump, because nothing is getting done at this point. When we come back, I want to talk about your confrontation with the Muslim that speaks fluent Arabic that would be our former CIA director, John Brennan. Nobody talks about that. And how you kind of got under his skin at George Mason University recently. I had actually thought Brennan was out of the country. Quite honestly, I was surprised that he was still in the country. But folks, follow Thomas's work, because he's one of the few that's really, really looked into this and is speaking out about it. Well, and we need this.
Before we go to break, Thomas, I need to let you know, and ladies and gentlemen, I haven't said anything to him about this, but your timeline that you've got on your website, I sent it to a bunch of J6ers. And they are praising your work.
Yeah. And we're going to get to that as well, because you spoke before the sham J6 committee, and they weren't happy about that either. You're ruffling a lot of feathers.
They destroyed information that I gave them to keep it from becoming public.
Shocking.
And that's available on my website as well.
I didn't think that was legal, Thomas.
It's not. It's so illegal, it's ridiculous.
ThomasSpeciale.com is his website. You can get all this stuff there and follow him on social media at Speciale, the number 4 VA, as in Virginia. Again, folks, follow him. You will not be disappointed. We've got Thomas coming back for 2 more segments on Cowboy Logic. Stay with us.
Hey everybody, Don Newell with Cowboy Logic. This time I'm coming to you snuggled right up with a 7.3 liter engine. Yeah, baby, 7.3 diesel. F350. You guys with the 150, sprinkle a little water on your truck. It'll grow up to be just like this. Having said that, I'm here to talk to you about the Cowboy Logic Barn Party. 9 p.m. Eastern, right there on Getter, in the Getter chat room. We don't do anything on Facebook anymore. We've been banned from YouTube. We've been banned from Twitter. So Getter's it. It's the only place we're going to be. We're going to be there Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, in the Real America's Voice chat room. We call these barns. And when we get in there, we have a barn party. Join us Saturdays. Cowboy Logic. Just like a 7.3. Kick ass.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being the deep state, and I wanted to destroy America. I would rig the election with a puppet candidate, one that was so compromised that they would never say a word about it. I would create a false flag that allows for mail-in ballots. I would be in charge of the ballot counting machines. I would create a false flag to blame all who question the results of the election. If I was the deep state, I would prosecute anyone that went against me. I would sue and prosecute anyone that spoke up about the fraudulent election. I would use my powers to shut down all your internet businesses and bankrupt you. If I was the deep state, I would make everyone an example why you should never question a Democrat ever winning an election. I would imprison my foes. I would use my corrupt DAs and blackmailed judges to destroy you. I would make sure all crimes I ever committed never happened. I would prosecute my biggest competition. I would make sure they could never run for office ever again. If I was the deep state, I would convince everyone that Ukraine Nazis were good and women are men. If I was the deep state, I would own every politician that mattered. If I was the deep state, I would push my pedophilia ambitions on you. If I was the deep state, you'd question your sexual identity, but not the medical establishment. If I was the deep state, you would fear to ever resist me. If I was the deep state, you would wish I was really the devil. If I was the deep state, I would say mission accomplished.
Can't wait for these videos.
Yeah, I can't either because, this is a deep state for sure. We're back with Thomas Speciale, a fellow Paisan who's got major gouillons, quite honestly. That's about the only
All
Italian
this
I know.
Italian speak.
That's about the only Italian I know. All right, Don? Please,
Yeah, listen,
let's do
I'm all
this.
excited because I get to intro these videos, or at least this one. And Ron, are we ready? Because I'm thinking, let's get ready to rumble!
I would like to hear what your justification was for supporting the dossier that was known to be false being used as source material in the second ICA.
I don't know who put you up to this.
Nobody put me up to this, sir. I'm here on my
I don't
own.
know what role you played or who you are, but it's a bunch of that you just passed on.
The emails are clear, sir. The emails are clear. The emails are clear. The second question.
No, I think we're going to go. Look, we can talk about it. Talk about it in the reception.
Russian disinformation.
No, we didn't say
No,
that. Get your facts straight.
You said it was likely Russian disinformation.
No, we did not. We said
yes, you did.
No.
In that memo,
Read the letter. I'm ignoring.
He looks a little nervous, I would say. Look at the body language on that one.
Let me ask you this, Thomas. Very serious here. Who was the questionable gender individual that was going next?
That was former CIA Director Hayden.
No, are you serious?
Yeah, and that was former CIA Director Hayden, and he was trying to get me because they shut the mic off.
Yeah,
because they
I'm
knew.
sure.
I said I got a second question, and they shut my mic off right away.
Next,
and he's yelling next, and you guys, I got to tell you, this is very important. Okay, it's very important because we're laughing about it now because it's really super embarrassing and very incriminating, I think, regarding Brennan and these email, the ICA, and all this. But I never intended for this to become a public thing. I thought at the very most I was going to have a sidebar conversation with him. Originally, General Clapper was supposed to be there. Okay, it was supposed to be Clapper and Brennan, which was the main reason I went because I would have had both of them on the stage. And I also found out later that McCabe was in the audience and he bailed and got out of the room and bailed. Like he didn't want to be anywhere near me probably. But he vanished, right? But I never intended for this to become public, and I thought I was asking a very fair and honest question, like why would you use this bogus human in an intelligence report? Because I knew what the answer was, but I wanted to kind of see how he would answer it, and clearly he didn't give an answer. He became extremely defensive, and so it was not a good day for him. And ultimately, unfortunately,
it gets worse. It gets worse, everybody.
Let's try.
You want to intro this one?
Yes, let's get ready to rumble. Round 2 at the reception.
And you misrepresented that. We never said it was disinformation. We said it was Russian influence operations, which is what they do. There's a big difference between influence operations. No, you don't know that. Yes, Comey knew. Comey knew. The literature said it had all the hallmarks of, I believe. That we never said it was disinformation. We said it was Russian influence operations, which is what they do. There's a big difference between influence operations. No, you don't know that. Yes, Comey knew. Comey knew. The literature.
Brennan resorts to the finger in the chest move.
I can't believe the restraint you had on that one. I'm sorry. You really had
but you
great
definitely
restraint.
took the higher road. You won the fight. Decision is in. Thomas wins the fight.
All right. I want to know What is the difference between Russian disinformation and a Russian influence or operation? What the hell's the difference?
Well, I mean, he's going to use as a defense that they knew that the laptop was legitimate and that the Russians were just using the laptop to influence the election. That's really what they're going to say. The problem is they say specifically in the memo that it has all the hallmarks of disinformation. And so they knew what language to use so that the American people ultimately would take the statement of 51 career intelligence officers saying that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation that was being used for an influence operation to help Donald Trump, when in reality, it was a legitimate laptop that Hunter Biden had abandoned, probably at the repair shop, because he wanted to recover his porn collection. And, the other thing that nobody is talking about here, nobody is asking this question, and I have been asking it, and it really needs to be answered. How do 3 laptops all get water damage on the same day? Somebody tried to destroy those laptops, whether it was Hunter Biden himself or whether it was Hunter Biden's girlfriend or whether it was Hunter Biden's mother, or maybe it was Joe Biden himself, who knew that there was incriminating information on that laptop. But the interesting thing is, you wouldn't destroy somebody's laptops unless somebody had threatened to release it. And so Hunter Biden may have tried to threaten his family with releasing the incriminating information on his laptop. So somebody tried to destroy them. And then Hunter Biden, in his infinite wisdom, took them to the repair shop and abandoned them. And that's how these all came out, right? So it's a very interesting situation where, ultimately we also know that the FBI went into Twitter and Google and Facebook and told them that there was going to be this Russian disinformation effort. And they were telling them essentially silence free speech regarding the Hunter Biden laptop. The memo, we know based on the Morell emails, was intended to give Joe Biden a defensive talking point in the debate with Trump when Trump brought up the Biden laptop. And so they did it to carry out an offensive counterintelligence operation against the American people, to get them to vote for Joe Biden. And ultimately it worked. Yeah. It worked. It did. It worked. They were able to essentially subvert enough Trump voters to either not vote in the 2020 election or to vote for Biden because Trump was a Russian asset, or supported by the Russians or whatever. And it was all BS. It was all a lie.
What kind of implications, if any, are a result of their actions, given the fact that it was against a sitting president and not just a candidate?
I think that the first situation with regard to the falsification of intelligence in the intelligence community assessment that ultimately resulted in the Mueller investigation that did all this stuff is the foundations of a seditious conspiracy by these same people who then signed the memo. And so the memo, at the very least, is ethical violations, which is why their security clearances, I think, were ultimately all stripped away from them, including the woman who I was supposed to go into work with at the DNI when I swore in on January 20th. The woman who was supposed to meet me for the National Counterintelligence Security Center, her security clearance was stripped on January 20th. And so I didn't actually get to go into work till the 21st, till they found somebody else. Mm-hmm. So the whether or not the Biden laptop situation will become a criminal charge, I think if they do the case correctly, it should be a seditious conspiracy originating with the falsification of the intel that ultimately led into the memo that ultimately was intended to subvert the election in 2020. And I think you could get that charge.
It's exactly what they did with the Jan 6ers. When we come back after the break.
Yeah, let's get into J6
all
when we
important,
get back.
Seditious conspiracy. That, I don't think there's a statute of limitations on that, but we'll find out. Again, Thomas Speciale at Speciale4VA on social media and thomasspeciale.com. We'll be back with more right after this. So I just sort of got a glimpse of what was in here. And I am psyched. Here it is, folks. Turn it around. My Food Forest Bible. Yeah! Yeah, baby. Pull it out, see if I can get it out of the box. Hold it in between. There you go. Ah, love it. Love it. Love it. And it's autographed. Oh my gosh. How lucky can you be? Gonna have to order the one that's not a coffee table book so I can use it every day. This one's going on the coffee table. Love it so much. Thank you, Jovan. Mwah!
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being
We're back on Cowboy Logic with Thomas Speciale. You gotta talk with the hands.
You talk with your hands? When you were talking to Brennan, were you talking with your hands too?
Well, that's why I was holding the beer. No, I have to strap my hands down. I have to strap my hands down during these interviews and hold on to something, otherwise they're flying around the camera.
All right. Now, you worked with Tulsi Gabbard for about 4 months. What happened? Did you just say, bag this, I'm out of here, I don't want to be bothered with this anymore? What,
Well,
how come only 4 months?
Yeah, it was a couple of different things. My task was to go in and do a deep dive into counterintelligence and security and find out what was broken. And I did that, and I achieved that objective. And then in addition to that, they brought in Wes Street to be the director. I had hopes and aspirations of being the director, actually. But I made too many of the bureaucrats cry. Let's just say it that way. I was definitely helping with cleaning house, and I have a nickname in the Army Reserves. They call me the nuclear option. So I don't have I'm not if you got to go, I'm pretty point blank. And, I had regularly made, comments that said, if you can't honorably serve here, then this is not the administration that you want to be part of, then just retire and go away. And I didn't say it as politely as I just said it. So.
I can only imagine.
I bet you used some of George Carlin's 7 dirty words. All right. We have a quick take, because to me, Tulsi Gabbard is one of the few bright spots on this. And in 38 seconds, she basically sums up everything about Barack Obama being complicit.
We look at where we are now. Over the last several weeks, we've declassified and released documents that exposed how President Obama and leaders in the intelligence community knowingly manufactured a false intelligence document after the 2016 election was done, after the American people said, no, we want Donald Trump to go and be our commander-in-chief, not Hillary Clinton. And this manufactured document alleged that Russia aspired to help President Trump win the election with the aim of undermining his presidency and usurping the will and the voices of the American people who sent Trump to the White House.
Let me ask you this. Before we close out on this intelligence community fiasco, do you believe that any of these players, the Brennans, the Clappers, the Comeys, all of them, McCabe, who ran out of the meeting, do you believe they will be held accountable?
I think they have to be. I think they have to be held accountable. And I think that we've got to be careful that, and I believe that the administration is being very careful to make sure that it is not retribution, that it is restoration. They want to fix the FBI. They don't want to, and I know, Donna, you mentioned, dismantling the FBI. I've actually made recommendations to the White House directly on changes that need to be made with the FBI to bring the FBI back into alignment with our U.S. Constitution. Right now, they're just not in alignment with the U.S. Constitution. So I think they have to be held accountable, but they have to be held accountable in such a way that the majority of Americans realize that what they did was wrong and that the proper level of consequences are applied. It can't be retributive, because if it is, then we will lose credibility with the American people and we'll look just like them.
Yeah. See,
so we have to be very careful.
The low information voter thinks, oh, it's just retribution, but we're actually following. To me, it's not retribution, it's the Constitution. That really is the big difference. That needs to be stressed, because Trump is actually following the rule of law, whereas they basically went whole hog, which brings us to J6.
Yep.
I mean, how the hell do you get a decent jury of your peers when you've got billboards in D.C. saying, do you know this guy? Do you know the 99? And some of the people, some of the jurors work for the government. They all think that it was a huge insurrection. And to this day, 5 years later, you put on regular mainstream media and all you hear is insurrection, insurrection, insurrection. So it's insane. You testified before the sham J6 committee, the Liz Cheney garbage.
I bet the stench in that room was uncontrollably bad.
Well, it was a Zoom. It wasn't, I wasn't present with them. It was a Zoom. But I think that, I laid out a lot of what I put in my report. Inside the FBI's domestic terrorism strategy, I had served as the senior intelligence collection strategist for domestic extremism at the DNI in the months leading up to J6. And I had personally warned the FBI domestic terrorism task force that I thought we were headed into a potential black swan event. And they, instead of taking what I said, as the senior analyst on domestic extremism in the U.S., instead they labeled me a domestic extremist because I was a supporter of the president And, you know, after J6, I was on the Capitol grounds on January 5th and January 6th. I personally stopped potential violence on January 5th. And then on January 6th, I got to the Capitol late. And after just being at the Capitol, the FBI conducted a 2.5-year-long investigation into me, where I think that they thought I was like a mastermind because I was a few degrees of separation away from people like Michael Flynn and Stuart Rhodes and Enrique Tarrio. But I didn't personally know any of those people. But because at the time, I was the national spokesman for Vets for Trump, they just assumed that as a military planner and as a career intelligence officer, I must have been there. But the interesting thing is they never even questioned me, even though I had to go through 2 background investigations for my security clearance, which I've maintained the entire time. I just recently, earlier this year, went through a polygraph, totally passed it. Without any reservations whatsoever. They passed me because I wasn't part of anything. I was literally there as a private citizen, just advocating for our country to be, for our country to follow the U.S. Constitution. Yeah. But what the FBI, and this is part of what most Americans don't know, and this is all available in my report. Prior to January 6th, the FBI wanted a federal domestic terrorism criminal statute. They wanted a criminal statute so that they could get around that pesky thing called the First Amendment. And that is almost verbatim. There's a report on my website from the National Counterterrorism Center in January of 2020, where they literally said during this conference, and it's a public unclassified document, the FBI basically said, we need a federal criminal domestic terrorism statute for deterrence purposes. Now, think about that for a minute. What they were saying is we want to have a criminal statute to just basically silence the extremists, to basically silence free speech. That's Gestapo type stuff. Mm-hmm. That's like the exact opposite of what our government is supposed to be doing. The First Amendment is there to prevent that, and they were looking for a way to get around it. And I was actually, in my official capacity at the DNI at that time, pushing back against the FBI's desire for a federal criminal domestic terrorism statute. Wow. Because they just really wanted to get around the First Amendment of the Constitution. And they used January 6th. That's what they did. They used January 6th to essentially, for deterrence purposes, to silence Americans' free speech. They don't want Americans talking about the criminality of the U.S. government, because ultimately Americans are going to, if they keep it up, it's going to cause the American people to rise up against the federal government. And that's what they were mostly concerned about. So they wanted to essentially terrorize Americans into silence. And that's what they did with all the public raids,
we've got only about a minute and a half left. I wanted to ask you, though, then who do you think Sedition Hunters is? And again, a lot of that
Sedition Hunters
stuff has been destroyed from the First Jan 6 committee, even though they were told to preserve it. But who do you think is Sedition Hunters?
Sedition Hunters, my suspicion is, because I have interacted with several of them, they were a lot of foreigners. A lot of them were foreigners. And I think what the FBI did was they cultivated confidential human sources outside the United States to run that operation, because that would allow them, through using foreigners, to collect open source information on American citizens, which they would otherwise be prevented from doing. So in other words, they circumvented the U.S. Constitution by hiring foreigners to do the work.
Well, unfortunately,
do you believe our government, and we got less than a minute, do you believe our government was providing Sedition Hunters and these individuals with technology that normal people just don't have to be able to help identify these people?
It's very possible that they could have provided funding which would allow them to purchase the proper technology. And maybe recruit and find the right people to do it. I don't know this to be a fact. I was very, very stunned with the level of sophistication of the insurrection hunters and sedition.
Yeah. Oops.
Hunters. Some government advice and consultation.
Yeah. And, this kind of brings up, I wish we had more time, the whole situation with the UK and sharing intelligence now with the UK, which is now apparently having some problems. And I'd like to get into that with you at some point. But we got to bring you back again. ThomasSpeciale.com. Find all of his information there and follow him on social media at Speciale, 4 VA. Thomas, we love you. And we'll talk to you later. Back with more Cowboy Logic after this.
Any way you want.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1, more
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being
anybody that's not in the Getter barn parties on Saturday night at 9 p.m., specifically Eastern Time, and sometimes on Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, you're missing out because we've got the barn party and we've got the barn party drummers, and you all rock. Now, we have to mention, he makes these drumsticks, guys.
And
these
also,
are great Christmas gifts.
And this makes a great Christmas gift, too.
Yep.
And you know where you find it? At CowboyLogicLaser.com. This is our new Cowboy Logic J6. How come I know? There you go. J6.
Because you're new.
Yeah, I guess.
You're the new girl.
Our J6 ornament. CowboyLogicLaser.com. Ron's company
That's
makes
right.
it all.
And we have to mention, before we go to our next guest, we have to mention
Dana. And all you other guys.
We don't mention Dana.
Yeah, we get in trouble.
He gets all upset, and he pouts in the barn.
Yeah.
And we can't have barn pouting going on. It's a barn party, not barn pouting.
Okay. So
I said that for you, Hammer Chuck.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Oh, Hammer Chuck.
And
Hold on, wait a
D's.
minute.
I said it for D's.
Hammer Chuck, thank you.
Yep.
All right.
All right, let's get down to business because
our CBD guy. That's Tim Roberts. That's patriotsrelief.com. And there he is. Yes.
What's up, brother?
It's been a while since we've had you on, and
guys?
there's
Yeah.
a lot happening. A lot happening.
It has been a minute. There's been a lot going on, but thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
You know, I'm glad that we got you on this week because it's now breaking that even though supposedly we had a continuing resolution, which meant nothing should have been changed, we see senators trying to give themselves $6, $7, $8 million for being involved with, Arctic frost. But they also tried to put in something, and I believe they're successful at it so far. We'll see what happens, against THC, which could kill a ton of jobs. Thousands of jobs nationwide. But that's not CBD. Talk about what the difference is between THC and what you sell, which is the CBD.
Right. I mean, the swamp will be the swamp, right? CBD, THC are all what we call cannabinoids, right? They're phytocannabinoids because we extract them from plants. So they are all cannabinoids, and they all interact with what's called CB1 and CB2 receptors that are all through your body. And as we've discussed many times on the show, is that system that's in our bodies, I call it God's superhero system, it requires CBD, basically. It's actually supposed to produce its own cannabinoids. It's what makes that system works and which helps keep your body in balance. So THC is just another one of the cannabinoids that works in that system and communicates with the certain receptors, but it's in our products, it's a very small amount that it actually enhances the overall effect. But we also have the broad spectrum where we've taken that THC completely out of the product for people that need to have a narcotic free, something that's not going to show up on a test. So it's test friendly. Mm-hmm. But if you aren't worried about a test, which most people don't, having that tiny bit of THC in there, less than 0.3%, which is federally legal, is the way to go.
You got to think that the government's going against this stuff because of Big Pharma, quite honestly. Because if you feel better, you're not going to use as many of their drugs. That's really the bottom line.
It's literally the truth. And something we're going to talk about later is we also have a life insurance company. I can't tell you, it's ridiculous the amount of people now, young people in their 20s and 30s that can't qualify for life insurance because their doctors have put them on so many different drugs, narcotics, for many different reasons. But once a doctor prescribes that and it goes onto your record, that's with you forever. So we're just finding young people are just not qualified to get life insurance anymore because of doctors prescribing these narcotics or these different drugs. So CBD is an all-natural approach. You're actually just mimicking something your body is supposed to be producing, that ECS, that endocannabinoid system. And you're just bringing in the plant-based cannabinoids in the form of CBD to accomplish that.
Yeah.
Let me bring up something, ladies and gentlemen, because it's been quite a while since we partnered up with Tim on this. When he first reached out to us, he sent us some products, and he was interested in partnering up with Cowboy Logic. We said, hey, we'll consider this. And we went through about 90 days. What's that mean?
I thought it was close to 6 months. I mean, you really went.
Well, 3-4 months.
It was 90 days that we said, all right, we're going to try this. We're going to evaluate it for ourselves, for our pets, which is also very important. And because quite honestly, ladies and gentlemen, we're not interested in working with anybody just because they want to sponsor the show or be a sponsor of the show.
We want it to work.
I mean, you watch our show, you see very few sponsors. We got Resistol, we got Nemo Arms, we got Patriots Relief. We are very selective, and we don't do it to earn income to support everything that we do. So we put this through a 90-day process of trying this stuff out, and I'm telling you, it works. Everything from the gummies to the drops to the stuff that we put on our sore shoulders. I mean, my shoulders are there you go.
The rub is really awesome. It really is.
But it works.
And with the dogs.
Or you wouldn't see him on our show.
Yeah. I mean, the one dog we have, he's got a lot of issues now, and he's actually become diabetic, which is not fun. But I give it to him, and they definitely feel a little more relaxed. I can see it. You know, so we've got all kinds of different things. You got Natural Flavors Premium CBD, 1,600 milligrams. You got the gummies. You got the capsules.
And I've taken a lot of this on the air, y'all.
Yep, he has.
I'm back the next week.
Even the hair.
Well, actually,
I even drank the hair tonic.
Yeah, the hair and scalp, which he drank last time and has lived to talk about it.
Yeah. And I'm sitting there going, man, this kind of tastes strange, but okay.
Try this one.
The pet product, too. He's taking the pet. He's taking the hair.
Yeah.
All right.
This
so
is the nighttime.
Here's how you do this. You take it. That's like a dropper full.
No.
Is that how much I'm supposed to take?
Nighttime. So we can put him to sleep for the next segment.
Let's try this.
Oh, no,
and
no,
that's
don't.
the thing. It won't make you drowsy. It won't make you drowsy.
I don't believe he just did that.
It's going to absorb right into your bloodstream by putting it under your tongue. So it's the most effective way, other than one other we were talking about earlier, but it's the most effective way to get the CBD into your bloodstream.
What's going to happen? Because I just drank about 40% of this bottle.
Oh, jeez, I didn't believe you just did that. Okay, here's
what's going to happen to me, Tim?
Here's the large pet.
Anything weird?
You're going to give that endocannabinoid system plenty of energy to function correctly.
Oh man, I can't believe you just did this. And you got a special, even though our commercials say 40%. He's knocked out. 40%.
Is he out?
He's out. 45% you're gonna do through the holiday season, right? For us, so that's really cool. And we'll just do the show together without him. That's okay. Are you all right?
And I want to talk about. You and I have talked about this personally on the phone, but we've got Deborah and Mark. I'm not going to say their last name, but they got their donkey, Millie, who. She has, since she started Millie on the CBD, she puts it on a hamburger bun, feeds it to Millie. I think 800-pound donkey. That donkey has.
Did he call me a donkey?
She's ran out
No, he's talking about Millie the donkey that was helped by this. He's so.
I'm all good.
Is it?
I'm all good. I feel great right now.
I can't say I give my horses so many supplements. I can't vouch for the equine section of it, but Millie the donkey has. But I got to tell you, the dogs definitely. And we do have the large pet. And Don, turmeric. You know, there's nighttime. There's hair and scalp. Don't eat.
I don't want the hair and scalp.
No. All kinds of different things. The 1,600. Full spectrum. What's normal? I mean, 1,600 or we got to go into this break and we'll come back with that.
And I'm feeling good, everybody. I'm okay. No need to worry about me. PatriotsRelief.com. You put in that promo code 1776, you get a whopper of a discount. We'll be right back.
Patriots Relief, your America First CBD company. We are Christian, conservative, and committed to helping you feel your best. Are you tired of chronic pain holding you back? It's time for a change. Experience the remarkable healing properties of CBD, expertly designed to alleviate pain and promote internal balance. Patriots Relief is here for you. Visit our website or call now. Use your promo code to unlock exclusive savings. Patriots Relief, helping you get out of pain and live life to the fullest.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being.
And we're back.
I'm okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm really okay.
I knew you were.
Yeah, that was a stunt double, everybody.
Well, all I can say is
I don't think anything I'm saying is true.
No, this is true. There's so many different things. Let's bring back Tim Roberts, our CBD guy. Again, patriotsrelief.com. Promo code 1776. And despite what you saw in some of the commercials that we have, because they're older commercials, for the holiday season, it's 45% off. So in through Black Friday and into the holiday season.
Is that going all the way to Christmas? Are you going to do 45?
Let's run it right through. And we love when people call the phone number 877-230-1776, same as your promo code 1776. So 877-230-1776. Give us a call.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's amazing.
And it's kind of cool. You guys answer.
Yeah, you do answer. And you're American. It's amazing. You can speak English. Okay, so...
so hold on. Let me verify something. You're not going to have anybody answer that phone that goes, hello, my name is Tim.
No, we don't do that.
It's an American company, damn it, and that's why it's on Rav too.
Family owned. So
that's right.
One of my daughters might answer the phone. If you want to talk to Dad, just say, "Hey, can I talk to Dad?" But nobody else is going to be answering that phone.
Good.
Love it, man.
All right,
Love
now
it.
there's so many different products. You got the gummies, you got the capsules. Obviously, you can't see it on the air, so I don't know. Talk about turmeric with black pepper blend. I'm going to eat one of the gummies right now.
So
they are good.
Most people know that turmeric's great for anti-inflammatory. It's great for inflammation. But what most people don't know is if you don't see that it has that pepperine in there, the black pepper, just the tiniest amount of it, turmeric is really not that absorbable in the human body. But if you add that tiny bit of black pepper in there, it becomes, they say, 2,000 times more absorbable than without it.
Nice.
So we've put that together with our 800 milligram CBD tincture. And so your CBD itself is also very anti-inflammatory. So the two together, that combination tends to work out really well.
And you've got weight loss, AM and PM weight loss, all kinds of different things. You can see if you go, again, to Patriots with an S, relief.com. You can see all this stuff right there.
Tim, do me a favor, because the industry that I'm in is the transportation industry, heavily regulated by the Department of Transportation. My guys are all subject to drug testing and alcohol testing. It can happen when they're out on the road. Which one of your products should these guys or anybody that's got to be random drug test, which one should they only use?
So the broad spectrum has gone through another process to actually remove all of that THC. So most all of our products that have a white cap on them are THC free. There's a couple of exceptions, like our 25 milligram gummies and our soft gels. These are both full spectrum products, but in the tincture, they'll always have a white cap. We also have the broad spectrum gummies in a 50 milligram, and all of our topicals, from the Soothing Relief gel to the rub to the salve, all of those are THC free.
Yeah, the rubs really are awesome. Okay, so you got one, the good guy with the white cap. That one's okay, and then the other ones obviously are a little bit different. But if you drive for a living, that's what you want. So you sell insurance too, and what scares me is what's happening with what we're finding in the fallout from the vax. It's when they have insurance, they look back at least 100 years, and this is a off the charts different than what they've seen in the last 100 years. Because the younger people that buy insurance for 30 years or so, chances are it's going to go nowhere, and they're paying for us older farts who, might need it. And that's not the case anymore, is it?
Right. I mean, these insurance companies have actuaries that, like you say, they can predict really close to when, you're going to die and when I'm going to die. So statistically, they put those numbers together and they put it into the little formula, and they figure out how much somebody should be paying for insurance premiums based on that. And since the vaccine, I think that has probably changed their calculations significantly, because we are seeing a lot more death claims, and especially in people that are dying younger than what they should. And of course, we all know that because we were following all of this and trying to fight it, all the way through COVID. So, and
I'd heard a 25% increase, a 25% increase. That's big, amazing.
Yeah. Well, we just got Donna got it the other day, a renewal for one of my life insurance policies that we're currently paying how much for?
Like $230 a month. It's a 30-year life policy. Yeah. You know what it'll skyrocket to now once the 30 years is up?
Next year.
And they go, if you don't do anything, it'll just roll over to $2,300 a month.
Yeah.
And I'm like, nah, I don't think
You better make sure you do something.
I'm like, nah. I don't
cancel it.
We're licensed in Georgia, so we'll talk.
Oh, okay.
Sounds good, brother. Sounds
that's
good.
Just insane.
Sounds good.
All right. So, I mean, this is really pretty awesome. I mean, as far as I always said, I'm just not going to go there. I'm not going to go there with the CBD. But I got to be honest. and I tried it with the dog first before we even really did it ourselves.
I didn't. I jumped right into it.
That's true, he did. But again, 45% off, folks. Patriots with an S, relief.com. Promo code 1776. And through the holidays, Tim's going to give you 45% off. And there's so many different, I mean, look at all this stuff. I got tons of this stuff here.
Well, and that's what I want to ask you. There's tons of stuff. People could get confused. Let's say that somebody wants to purchase this for family or loved ones as a gift for Christmas. What should they try first? What's a good collection?
So, and we put combo packs together, right? We put two products together. You're going to get the 45% off, but because we're putting them together, we also knock a few more dollars off of that kit, right? So the tincture is the most effective way to get that CBD going internally. We always talk about the internal and the external approach. The combo packs all have both, right? So internally with a tincture, you can also do gummies, you can also do soft gels, but like I said, the tincture is the most effective. And then a topical, like our intensive relief rub, our soothing relief gel, which you love, and the super relief salve. And the salve is an amazing product just to have. You know how everybody always had a container of Vicks Vapor Rub in their medicine cabinet? That's what you need to have this in your medicine cabinet, because it's just so good for so many things topically. You know, if you have eczema, somebody gets shingles, things like that. I just get reports back from all of our customers on different ways that they're using that product, and it's been amazing. We didn't know how that was going to work out and how well it was going to be. But it works so good.
Yeah, the rub, I mean, Don's shoulders are gone from playing baseball,
Yeah.
and the rub is pretty amazing. Almost immediate relief.
Well, and I'm getting relief when I've got torn rotators, 2 of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
and I'm getting
rub,
relief.
Yeah, especially, I'm going to grab this one. So especially this one, which has emu oil in it. And the emu oil really helps with the penetration. It gets the CBD deep into the tissue, and you really get a great relief out of that. And this is also another good one. This is the one I think you use with the roll-on. So if you don't want to get anything on your hands, I like getting it on my hands because then I'm rubbing it into my knuckles and everything's feeling good. But yeah,
we use both of those. We use both of those.
Yeah.
And to be honest, the only thing that we haven't tried is the salve. I don't think we have the salve.
But you're right. If you get it in your hands, I mean, everybody's a little arthritic in their hands when they start getting older, and sure enough, you'll feel it. And keep it on your hands. It's just as good for that type of situation as well.
I need to ask a very important question that I don't think we've ever talked about, and we only got a minute left. What about children? How can this benefit children?
Absolutely, especially children on the spectrum, right? Autism, CBD has shown to really be effective in helping children that are on the spectrum. Let's face it, all of our kids, all these children are going through stress and anxiety from social media or just stuff at school. And the CBD just helps. My youngest daughter, who's now 17, she has a gummy every single day. It just helps keep everything in balance for her.
Well, they're kids and quite frankly, adults. We're all overstimulated.
Yeah, totally.
We're all overstimulated with this stuff.
All right, Tim Roberts, our CBD guy, Patriots with an S, patriotsrelief.com, promo code 1776. And you've got the phone number there as well. 45% off he's going to give you through the holidays. It actually makes a great gift, quite honestly. And you've got different packs you can see or call him and actually speak to Tim and his family. They speak English. They'll tell you all about the different. They tell you about all the different packages that they can have as well for 45% off going into the holidays.
Tim, thanks for putting up with me again, Tim. We love you, brother. We'll be right back. PatriotsRelief.com.
Patriots Relief, your America First CBD company. We are Christian, conservative, and committed to helping you feel your best. Are you tired of chronic pain holding you back? It's time for a change. Experience the remarkable healing properties of CBD, expertly designed to alleviate pain and promote internal balance. Patriots Relief is here for you. Visit our website or call now. Use your promo code to unlock exclusive savings. Patriots Relief, helping you get out of pain and live life to the fullest.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
When you see what's happening out there, they are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God.
Don't go!
I can't walk away!
You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'll move.
Welcome back, everybody, to Cowboy Logic. And as you all know, almost every week, I mean, we had to deviate from it a couple of weeks ago.
No.
We had something going on. We didn't do a J6er, but rarely do we not talk J6 on this show.
That's all we did.
And
all
we
last
made
show.
up for it last week for you.
Exactly.
So there you go. No emails. All right. We're going to bring in somebody that has not been on our show before, Rachel Powell. She's a J6er. She got sentenced to, I think it was 5 years for her role on January 6th. And I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to learn some disgusting and disturbing things about the Bureau of Prisons, especially when it comes to women's facilities, because we've only had a few women that were locked up in the BOP on this show. Far outweighed by the number of guys. So, Rachel, welcome to Cowboy Logic. For the first time, my dear, it's a great thing to have you here with us. Why don't, very quickly, you let everybody know why you ended up being sent to a federal prison and how long you were looking at. And then let's get into some of the things that absolutely need to change with regard to prison reform.
Well, I ended up in a federal prison because, well, everybody knows that it was a witch hunt, and so they should have sent me to a camp or really nowhere at all. But they sent me to a federal penitentiary in West Virginia that is literally the worst female facility that there is. And they had given me a 5-year sentence. And that's after a 3-year house arrest. And I'm talking a house arrest where I can't, there's no grocery store. There's no taking my children to school functions. There's no getting a haircut. There's no stepping out into my yard, having to get rid of my livestock because I can't take care of it. No mowing the lawn, no taking it. Like, there's nothing I can do outside of these doors. And that meant nothing. And then I got the 5-year sentence on top of that. And if it wasn't for President Trump, I'd still be in there today. And the prison conditions were so terrible. I was shocked. I used to be a person that had the mindset of, let's give these prisoners a Bible and a bed because that's all that they need. But then once I was in there, there's so much happening that I didn't realize. I mean, the roofs leaking like a colander, just the water just pouring through the ceiling so much that it would come down the walls and set off the fire alarms. We'd have to catch it in giant trash cans. A lot of people have heard about the lack of medical treatment that is in the BOP and the lack of decent food. Most people don't know that there's biological men in there in the women's facilities. And even though Trump has tried to remove men from female sports, the men are still in the prisons. And as you can imagine, it has caused terrible, awful things to happen to women in there. And there's no voice for them in there. And they're getting abused and they're getting raped. And if you refuse to house in a cell with a biological man who you have to use a toilet in front of and you have to change in front of, then you're in danger of going to the SHU, which is like prison inside of a prison. And you're just going to waste away there. It's not the biological man that has to go to the SHU. It's you as the female, if you're not happy, for housing with him. And I'm not talking about men that have transitioned that really look like women. I'm talking about men that put a pigtail in their hair or a braid in their hair, and all of a sudden that makes them a woman. Really, they're all rapists and child molesters, and they're using this trans excuse to go to the women's prisons and get off the bus and get girlfriends and rape women and use women. And then the officers, if you go to them for help, they can't help you because they're afraid they'll get hit with discrimination charges and they're going to lose their job. And it's just awful. It's awful.
All right, let's.
It's just
there's a lot to unpack here, and I'm glad we've got 2 segments to do it. Let's walk way back to the beginning of when you started describing what has happened to you. I think it's very important that the viewers understand that when you're in the situation that you were for 3 years of home arrest, that doesn't count towards your time of your sentence. Same thing happened to Gabe Garcia.
Yeah.
Okay? You can't do anything, but you don't accrue any time so that when that sentence came down, you were looking at a 5-year sentence until you were able to do first step or anything else that you could do. So that's important to understand, ladies and gentlemen. There were a lot of people, a lot of J6ers that got totally screwed by getting locked down in their house. And she's right. You can't even go out of your damn front door to get your mail. I mean, they put a geofence on you that's really tight.
Yeah, it was so tight that most of my house arrest, I could not even go into the kitchen area where the stove was to cook. And so when I asked my pretrial officer, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to cook for my kids? She said, you're just going to have to figure it out. In the winter, we heated with the wood stove, and I was going to be there for a week by myself. And so I was going to need wood brought in. And I'm like, well, how am I going to keep warm? I need to go out and get wood. You're going to have to figure it out. That was what I was told time and time again. And I didn't understand when I got put on house arrest that it wouldn't count towards my time served. I didn't understand that until, probably 2 years had gone by. And I remember I called Mike Kelly's office, and do you understand, Representative, what is happening to an American citizen that we can just be held in our home? Surely somebody should care about that. Surely one of our representatives would be all over that. But no, instead I was given the suicide hotline, and nobody helped me. The representatives, they would not touch us with a 10-foot pole. And so I just wasted away on house arrest, waiting for a sentence. And then I never expected 5 years because I have no criminal history.
I was going to ask you, what were you actually charged with that you would have gotten 5 years in the first place?
Well, I was one of the people that they hit with that 1512 obstruction charge, which had never, ever in history been used on protesters. Right. And they knew it. They knew what they were doing to us, and they just threw these charges at us that should not have been applicable. They hit me with a deadly weapons charge, even though I didn't hurt anybody.
What was the deadly weapon?
It was they call it an ice axe, but some people say it's a pry bar. I don't know what it was because I didn't bring it that day. And
somebody handed it to you, right?
And then I handed it away after like 60 seconds, and I don't know where it came from or where it went, but I got a deadly weapons charge. And so, but most of my time came from that obstruction charge, which the Supreme Court later on said you can't do this. And even then, I sat in prison for an extra 6 months because they didn't resentence me. And I should not have been in there at all.
No, and
it's ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm going to save some of the prison descriptions of what went down for the next segment, because we're getting down to close to 2 minutes here. Let's stick with before you went into prison. You were a busy mom. I'm going to just use that as a description. You got quite a few kids, right?
I do. I have 8 children. And while I was on house arrest, one of my daughters got married and I couldn't go to her wedding. I had 3 grandchildren born while I was incarcerated or on house arrest, could not go to their births. And we're a very, very tight family. I've homeschooled all of my children. They've always been with me. I never even vacationed without my children. And so this was like not just me on house arrest, but it was my whole family really on house arrest. I had kids that, like my son, he just wanted to play football, and he couldn't play football because how's he going to get there? Mom can't take him now. And it's been very, very hard, indescribably hard for my whole family.
Yeah. It's amazing what you take for granted.
All right, before we go to break, ladies and gentlemen, Ron, while I'm saying this, let's go to the full screen on Rachel. Rachel, just sit there and look pretty. You see the Give, Send, Go down at the bottom of the screen there. It's been a while since we've come to you guys for Give, Send, Go for J6ers, but Help Rachel Powell is the Give, Send, Go. And when we get back from the break, not only are we going to talk about how disgusting things were for Rachel and the other women in this prison, but we're also going to talk about how this has blown her life completely apart. And she needs your help rebuilding. And I know, and Donna knows, we can count on you. More J6 when we get back.
you stay so fresh after 4 years of prison soap?
Man, it was tough, but I tell you what, the people from Sugar Creek Goods have really hooked me up.
Oh.
I prefer the Indiana sweet corn myself.
Yeah?
But for you, since to get this whole smell off you,
yeah,
I'm going to recommend the Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, Romeo and Juliet.
Yes, it's very good.
Yeah.
And if you order from them, you can get the Cowboy Logic collection. And the donations go to January 6 defendants. And at the same time, you can use promo code 1776 and save yourself a little bit of money. And that includes something for the ladies. The body butter. Sugar Creek Goods. Whatever you need, it's just right for that time. You'll smell fresh and good. Even the horses love it.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
Honey, you see what's happening out there? They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God.
Don't go!
I can't walk away.
You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Hi, my name is Tracy Hill from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Lou. J6ers, you're damn right I want to pay J6ers. If you got wronged by the government, then you should be made right. That's America.
Sixer.
Now.
In fact, pay him the $6 or $7 million that the senators voted themselves to get.
Don't get us started on that again. Do not get us started on that again. You people suck in Washington. You suck.
My lips are sealed. But we do want to say, isn't it awesome that Dan Wilson has been released too? Yeah. He was pardoned along with everybody else back in January. They finally got him out. And Carolyn Stewart doing some great work with a lot of these guys that are still there.
All right, back to business with Rachel. Rachel Powell, thank you again for joining us on Cowboy Logic. Ladies and gentlemen, we changed this screen to just absolutely put that Give, Send, Go account in your face for the rest of this segment because Rachel needs a lot of help with this. She needs you guys up to step up and help give her a hand up, okay? Rachel, let's go to the prison situation first, though. And I know that in the conversations that you and I had on the phone, this was disgraceful, what I was hearing is going on in this prison. The fact that this is happening in the United States of America, I don't even know the right word. Sickening just doesn't cover it. Let's talk a little bit about what was going on inside of Hazleton.
Right. Well, I could sit here and talk for an hour about what was going on in Hazleton. I can tell you that every single time my family came to visit, that they would not give me lunch for like the first 6 months. And then when I complained about it, my reward was being taken to the lieutenant's office and being screamed at by a man that's over 6 feet tall, and that they gave me extra improperly done strip searches, an extra one every single time I had a visit for at least the first 6 months. That was awful. One of those times it was in real close proximity to a biological male, which is, it's disturbing. I witnessed so much. I've been threatened by biological men in the prisons for warning the women that they're preying on to be aware and not let them to prey on them. And it's not just men that are in the female facilities that's a problem. There's also women that are trying to transition to become a man. And those women, when they're on the testosterone, they're extremely violent. They're extremely irritable. I've seen them take locks, put them in socks, and bust women's teeth out with them. There was one in my unit that raped not just one person, but multiple cellmates. And then instead of that woman that's on testosterone getting shipped to another prison or getting disciplined, it was the women that had been abused that were removed from the facility and that were put into the SHU like they did something wrong when they didn't do anything wrong. And it's disturbing because not just because of what's happening, but because we're paying for that. We're paying millions of dollars into a system that has money to give testosterone to confused, mentally ill women, but they can't give estrogen to middle-aged women that need it in the prison system. It's disgusting. You can go in there as a man and you can get hair implants and you can get breasts, but if you're a female who's a prisoner, you're not going to get your breast cancer treated. And if you have thinning hair, they're not going to treat your thinning hair. So, and why are we as taxpayers having to pay for that? And why don't most people know about that? And why, I can't tell you how many letters I wrote in prison. And do you think any of them got answered? They didn't. Dick Durbin's office, their office came through one time, but we weren't allowed near anybody from that office. And that was disturbing. And even after that happened, I wrote Durbin's office and I never got a response from that. And this is just the icing on the cake. Women are literally getting raped in there and they're literally dying. I've seen multiple women almost die from easily treatable conditions. And
And what really got me, because we were talking during the break, is that many of the prison guards are men. And they're probably taking advantage of the women as well. I would have thought they would have had all women guards, but no.
Well, that's what you would expect. And there are a lot of men in there. And there are some very, very good officers. I don't want to throw every officer in the trash, but there are some that are definitely not good people. And before we've talked about what happened in California at Dublin, where they had the rape club, and that prison got closed down for things like their rape club. And those women, some of them ended up at Hazleton in West Virginia with me. And there was a few interesting things about that. First of all, when those women arrived there, they were told, do not associate with the J6 women in the prison, because we were writing things up and we were trying to make a difference, and they didn't want us together because the women from Dublin got their prison shut down. But once we got to know those women from Dublin, some of them, they would describe Hazleton as saying Dublin was a hotel compared to this place, and yet Hazleton's still open. And I have heard, I've never seen it with my own eyes, but I have heard rumors of some of the female inmates having relationships with the male officers and getting little benefits from it. And it's really disturbing.
Friends with benefit, I'm sure.
Really.
I want to give you about 2 minutes to talk to our beloved viewing audience. These people are action-oriented people, Rachel. You need help. You need financial help. And there's absolutely nothing wrong after the federal government, the United States of America's federal government, did what they did to you. There's nothing wrong in asking for it. I certainly don't mind asking for it on your behalf. Talk to the American people and tell them what you're going through, the situation that you're in right now with your family, and how you need help, and what you're going to do when they do help you.
Well, it's really humbling to be in this position because, before January 6th, my house was just a few months from being completely paid off, which was a huge goal for me. I was going to be 40 and have my house paid off. And I had to sell that because of January 6th. And, to pay for my legal bills and to get us by. And frankly, that money is gone. Since I've been out of prison, I've moved. I'm on my 4th time now moving, and I'm actually sleeping on one of my older children's floor with my 2 minor children living there in their little apartment. She's been gracious enough to open it up to us, and I'm really struggling getting back on my feet, and it's not for lack of trying. I'm going to get on my feet. But it would be nice to have some help with that because we have nothing left, and we don't know if we're ever going to get reimbursed for anything for what we've gone through. And when you get out of prison on a pardon, you don't get the help that normal prisoners do. You're just released, and good luck. There you go. So normally a prisoner gets out, there's halfway houses, there's Goodwill to pick you up and to take care of your housing and to get you on your feet. When I called Goodwill, I was told they can't help because I'm out on a pardon, and so it's not the same. And so we really are struggling, and I feel like a beggar. I do. But if people did donate, I can just tell you 100% it would go towards housing because we're just trying to get a secure, stable roof over our head, which would make it a lot easier to deal with having our, cash flow coming in after that. And it would be a real blessing. And it's not just me. It's my kids that have been dragged through the mud, and they're just suffering along with me through these moves. And
very quickly, how many children would go with you into a new home?
I would have 2 minor children that would be coming with me into a new house.
Ladies and gentlemen,
our animals back too.
Yeah.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, you see the Give, Send, Go up there. It is Help Rachel Powell. Please do. Rachel, we close the show the same way every week, and that is with the most beautiful national anthem ever sung, that by your beloved brothers and sisters in the D.C. jail. Gentlemen, hats off. Ladies and gentlemen, hands over your hearts. Thank you for trusting us with 2 hours of your time, and we'll see you guys next week. We love you, Rachel.
God bless.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
Honey, you see what's happening out there? They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Lou. Politics with a punch. Ringside Politics. Analysis made crystal clear. Ringside Politics with your host, Jeff Cruair.
All right, we're back. We're going to be talking about the media now. Our expert is going to be joining us. Bill D'Agostino is with us. He's Senior Research Analyst with the Media Research Center. And we're going to be talking about the media coverage. Hey, Bill, how are you, sir? Welcome.
Doing great. Good to be on, Jeff. Good to see you.
Thanks for joining us. So Epstein. It's sort of like Russia. The media is hysterical about it. Even though Epstein was a Democrat donor, hung out with Democrats, gave Democrats on congressional committees advice on how to question witnesses. But it's all about Trump, even though the connections seem very weak. And the girls that were abused by Epstein said that Trump had no involvement in any of that. So they're still obsessed, are they not?
They are. We actually, our Curtis Houck just put out a study this past week showing that the broadcast networks alone have put over 800 minutes into this story, which, that still pales in comparison to the Russia coverage. But hey, give them time, right? It's only been like 5 months. And I think something kind of interesting about this is that it's a lot like the Russia collusion hoax in that you still will occasionally see like a rogue progressive, like a true believer out there, every now and then just say something like, well, yeah, and Trump's Putin's puppet. And it's like, really? We're still doing that? You're still on that? Like it never went away. And at a certain point, evidence didn't really matter. It didn't matter that there was nothing in the Mueller report, right? It was just like, no, I've been told about this for too long. It's just
the narrative.
So now,
yeah. They invested so much in the narrative, they're still going to use it. So, I mean, forget about the truth, Bill. Who cares about the truth to these people?
This is that.
Yeah. Let's talk about something else which they're lying about, and that is the economy. The election a few weeks ago was all about affordability. Now, from my vantage point, when you go from 9% inflation rate under Biden to 3% under Trump, that's more affordable, right? When you lower interest rates, that's more affordable. When gas prices come down, that's more affordable. Yet the, of course, media coverage is that we got a horrible economy. It's all Trump's fault, neglecting the fact that 12 out of the last 16 years, we've had Democrats in charge, Bill.
Right. And so what's kind of difficult about this is that they're basically able to tell the truth while lying about the context, because they spent the last 4 years of the Biden administration. The story was, and we put out like countless compilation videos of them doing this kind of thing. They would sit down and look at poll numbers of Americans saying like they're getting absolutely hammered at the in line for groceries, hammered at the pump, et cetera, like just cannot afford basic needs. And they would say, the economy is actually great. So why do Americans think that it's not? Is this a messaging problem on the part of the Biden administration? And they don't have to do that lie anymore, basically. Like that the prices have gone up, right? And unless the Trump administration is able to undertake the Herculean task of somehow like spiraling some deflation across almost every sector, right, then the prices will remain up. They may not go up more, but they'll remain up. And so now the media just get to tell the truth about, everything's really expensive without ever having to explain, well, how did it get so expensive?
But the thing about it is wages are now outpacing inflation, so that people have more money to afford the price increases that were brought upon during the Biden regime, where you had a 20% increase in prices over his 4 years of horror. So things can't be turned around in 10 months that took so long to create the problems with. So instead of getting credit for moving us in the right direction, he's getting the blame for what Biden did.
Precisely. That is precisely how it works. Yeah, and you hear that's the interesting thing, right? You would hear very little about the price of living versus wages, right? Or rather, the fact that inflation was outpacing wages under Biden. And that's the one part where there's parity with the Trump administration. You hear very little about it now, too, because now wages actually are starting to outpace inflation. And of course, that's positive economic news for Trump, and so negative economic news for the corporate media, right? So you will hear very little about real take-home pay in any kind of economic analysis. They'll will zero in on some part of the consumer price index that is lagging behind, or that is still slightly high for some like mutable reason, and they'll focus on that. That's generally what economic reporting is. It's very granular, and just generally negative without any real purpose.
I'm just so glad your group is out there exposing this, and thank you as always for coming on. We'll visit with you again soon. Bill D'Agostino with the Media Research Center and Newsbusters. They do a great job. All right, folks, we always enjoy this part of the program. This is when we share with you our memes of the week. And the big contributor this week was Carl. Carl from Michigan had a lots for us. All right, let's show number one from Carl. This is about Michelle Obama. Scientific algorithm determines the most oppressed person in history is Michelle Obama. I wrote a column about her, that she's the first lady of complaints. Y'all should check that out. Hopefully that's at the RAV website. Then our next meme, also from Carl. This is a good one. Socialism for dummies. Everything is free, but we're all out of it. Well done. Well done. And the third one is, we just talked to Bill about it. Russia, Russia, Russia. Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. So there you go. That's what we have to deal with. And, that is... That's the media, folks. That's the media environment that we are in. Thank God we have outlets like WGSO Radio in New Orleans, and of course the great Real America's Voice nationwide, spreading the truth, giving people an option, so you don't have to constantly be bombarded with the lies of the mainstream news media. All right, I want to give a big thank you to our great team in Denver for all of their wonderful work. Also, a big thank you to you guys for watching. We're going to be back with you next Saturday at noon Central to do it again. During the week, check us out on WGSO Radio. And, of course, we're on in the morning, 7 to 9 in the evening, 6 to 7, WGSO.com to listen. And I want everyone to have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Enjoy the holiday with your family and friends, and just be thankful for everything we have in this country, which so many others do not have around the world. We are blessed, ladies and gentlemen. All right, have a great week, and we'll see you back here next Saturday for another edition of Ringside on Real America's Voice.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What if the Bible were illegal? It's not that unfathomable. The new Angel Studios film, Disciples in the Moonlight, presents this near-future scenario. Take a look.
We have purified this country from the hateful words of the Holy Bible and replaced them with an inclusive, welcoming text that reflects our current values and beliefs.
Honey, you see what's happening out there? They are chasing down every hint of the original Bible.
So what would real faith look like in a world where the Bible is banned? True courage is born when ordinary believers become underground disciples. We have seen our current world and society attack religion, specifically Christianity, in new and concerted ways. We even saw a true believer and witness, Charlie Kirk, be murdered for his beliefs. So when it comes to religious freedom, censorship, the law, and conscience, a film like this is not fantasy, but a cautionary mirror.
These people are starving for the real word of God. Don't go! I can't walk away! You're walking away from us!
You have no idea what you're up against. I do.
I believe in you. I believe in this mission. But Nate, what if you don't come back?
We do this tonight for the Word of God.
The villains in this movie are not cartoonish, but rather insidious and real, as the moral dilemmas presented are quite true to today. It makes us think and reflect upon faith in our society as a whole, and perhaps the muster of our own personal faith. Make sure you catch this introspective film on Angel by going to angel.com/RAF to become a member. You'll immediately get 2 tickets to any theatrical release by Angel, and also exclusive access to all the great streaming series and films there. You watch, you vote, you choose. Sounds like freedom to me. Angel.com/RAF.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'll move. All right, very pleased to welcome as our next guest an internist, cardiologist, epidemiologist who's been a leader in the medical response to COVID-19. He's been on so many different broadcasts, testified so many times to Congress and state legislatures. He's been down here in Louisiana for an event that I'm involved in, the Health Freedom Summit, put on by our great friends Pastor Spell and Woody Jenkins, also president of the McCullough Foundation. We welcome Dr. Peter McCullough. How are you, sir? Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
So we got big news to talk about. First, let's talk about your book. We had on your co-author and enjoyed having him on the program. Your book, Vaccines, Mythology, Ideology, and Reality. Let's talk about it.
That's it. We hit the New York Times bestseller list with this book. John Leake is the principal author, but it's really a gripping narrative of a 300-year history of the development of vaccines, but also the rise of a religion around vaccines. They're presented and accepted based as articles of faith, not based on scientific evidence. And this is the reason why we saw the vaccine mania we did during the COVID-19 pandemic. So everybody ought to get a copy of this if they're interested in understanding how the human mind became so wild over vaccines.
And this occurred, Doctor, over the span of decades, right?
Centuries. Jeff, we start out with Cotton Mather, 1721, in Boston, Massachusetts. He's a Puritan minister. He declares that variolation, an early form of vaccination, is a gift from God.
Wow. Wow. So fast forward to COVID. And, vaccine, we keep hearing. And, there's reluctance. People here, folks took the vaccine and had bad side effects or maybe even died. They don't want to take it. The government pulls out all the stops to make people take it. They penalize you. They fire you. They ostracize you. Yet still many Americans said no to it. Mandates. I mean, it was a nightmare, Dr. McCullough. Have we ever seen that kind of governmental enforcement of this in the past?
We have late 19th century. We saw this in northeastern United States, Canada, and the UK, and it was over the smallpox vaccine. The same type of mania. No one even knew what caused smallpox, let alone if the vaccine worked or not, but yet people were put in jail if they didn't take the vaccine.
And of course, we had people here lose their jobs, suffer tremendous loss, ostracized from family members, shunned from events. I couldn't even go to the city of New Orleans, my hometown. I mean, it was crazy until sanity sort of started creeping in. Voices like yours, I'm proud to say, my program and others. And, eventually it subsided. That won't happen again, will it, Doctor?
I think it will. There is a part of the human mind that's susceptible to fear, hubris, these bold claims, money, power. You mix all those together, you end up with basically a biopharmaceutical complex or a vaccine cartel that can run the table at certain times. Now, you're in Louisiana. It's one of the least vaccinated states in the country. Overall, 81% of Americans took one or more shots of the COVID shots, and 70% took two. I didn't take them. I'm a doctor. I testified in the Texas Senate in March of 2021. I said, listen, these aren't looking like they're safe. Turns out the vaccines never reduced the case count of COVID, never stopped transmission, didn't reduce severity. They didn't save lives. That's a false claim. It doesn't even say that in the consent form. Now, my estimate is fewer than 1% of people are taking shots. The schedule is right now, someone like you, Jeff, you'd be on your 7th shot. And these are, it's unfathomable. People aren't doing this.
I didn't take any either. I'm proud of it. But here's the horror show, Doctor. My mother was in a facility where she didn't have a choice. Oh, no. And she had to take all the shots, and she developed turbo cancer that took her life. She was quite elderly and didn't want to, rock the boat. And I believe, and I'm no doctor, you're the expert, that there was a connection between her death and the vaccines. I also had the best man in my wedding develop COVID. He was thrown in a hospital and forced to take remdesivir, put on a ventilator, not allowed to take ivermectin, and then he died. So, I mean, so many people have those types of stories, Doctor.
It's a tragedy. Let's take COVID-19. You know, the McCullough Protocol, which is the most widely used early treatment protocol for COVID-19, was published in 2020, the American Journal of Medicine. By the end of 2020, it featured ivermectin among 6 to 8 other drugs. But ivermectin, in a large study called the ICON study from Florida, published in Chest, reduced mortality by 50% in the hospital. Every American should have been treated with ivermectin when they were hospitalized. It would have been much better to get it early. Every American should have received monoclonal antibodies in the emergency room. Yet those two interventions were safe and effective. One low-tech, one high-tech, were not used. Now bring in the vaccines. We're seeing record heart damage, neurologic damage, stroke, paralysis, autoimmune problems, blood clots like we've never seen before. And then sadly, Jeff, as it affected your mom, turbo cancer. That's cancer's advancing much more rapidly and aggressively. You know, I think President Biden, after 6 shots, he has a turbo cancer.
Oh my gosh. And then what about remdesivir? Is that still being used?
Remdesivir this is stupendous, is still being used. And the WHO in 2020 said, do not use remdesivir. It doesn't work. It causes kidney and liver damage. That's the WHO said this. They revisited the recommendations in May of 2022, published in Lancet, WHO Solidarity Group. They concluded they were right to begin with. So no one's explained why U.S. hospitals went against the WHO and the European Society of Critical Care. Remdesivir hasn't helped anyone. It's been a disaster.
The person that pushed a lot of this, is he ever going to be brought to justice? Is there ever going to be any charges against him? And of course, I'm talking about Dr. Phony Fauci.
Fauci must have approached Biden and asked for this unprecedented 10 years of clemency for crimes he knew he committed. The crimes were fraudulent concealment of the origins of SARS-CoV-2, the Wuhan lab, suppression of early treatment, and then promotion of the vaccines, both of which took so many lives. So fraud and mass negligent homicide. I've personally talked to Rand Paul, and he's doing everything he can with the legal system to essentially dissolve the clemency and get a special prosecutor assigned and get some court, get some allegations under investigation. Right. Fauci is part of this. Ralph Baric at UNC Chapel Hill is a big part of this. The CDC directors have all, have implications here. I testified in the U.S. Senate hearing May 21st, 2025, in the Permanent Investigations Subcommittee, and we concluded that the government, the Biden administration, and the public health agencies, Fauci included, suppressed the information on heart damage and allowed more young people to take the shots and suffer heart damage and cardiac arrest.
Unbelievable. And then Biden signed that pardon with an auto pen, right? I mean, the auto pen should be evidence that none of these are valid. I mean, if he didn't sign it personally and an auto pen signed it, all of them should be thrown out, right?
But, the auto pen, this unprecedented preemptive pardon, is a preemptive pardon. How does that work? How can you be exempted from crimes that you've committed before you're even charged with those crimes? We're seeing some bad things occur during the pandemic. Wide open corruption, malfeasance, and it all led to the public being harmed. And now there's tremendous distrust of the government and the public health agencies.
Yes. We have about a minute, Doctor, but I do want to talk about this big news. The CDC website now says a link between vaccines and autism cannot be ruled out, reversal from their longstanding stance. And I know you played a big role in that. Mm-hmm. So I'll turn it over to you to fill us in.
Yeah, thank you. The McCullough Foundation published a very important report, press release October 27, 2025, on the determinants of autism spectrum disorder. It was sent to Robert F. Kennedy, CDC, and HHS. And like a good public servant, RFK followed our points in the paper and ordered the CDC to put on their website that the link has not been ruled out. And they're following my encouragement. They're going to do their own report, and I think they will conclude in susceptible children, a big bundle of vaccines can lead to brain inflammation, encephalitis, and then the post-encephalitic state of autism.
Doctor, well, we're fortunate to have RFK Jr. there, right? And we're certainly fortunate to have you doing all the work you're doing. And thank you so much for joining us. Hope to have you back on soon. Dr. Peter McCullough with us, discussing some critical issues that we've been focusing on here in this program for years. All right, let's bring on another friend of the program. And she's also with a group that I'm very fond of. That's called CFACT, Committee for a Constructive Tomorrow. She's a policy analyst there. We just had a big UN climate change conference where they destroyed thousands of trees and there was a big fire. Let's get the latest from Melanie Collette, who's going to fill us in. Hey, Melanie, how are you? Welcome.
I'm well. Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
incredible.
Melanie. So what's the deal? So for a climate change conference, you got to destroy thousands of trees? I mean, how does that work?
And they were so super concerned about the indigenous people there that they allowed them to protest on their own land. So that was really nice. I don't know if, they were really upset because of the whole like destroying of the rainforest. Go figure. And did you know that I just found this out the other day, that when the UN goes into a place and has one of those conferences that by law, it's the UN, it's run by the laws of the UN, not the locals there. So they basically run the entire show. It's wild. It's a wild, wild situation.
So we did not send any representatives to this climate change conference, but CFAC did, right? So
that's right.
Your group was there covering it.
We went as an unofficial proxy to the United States to see exactly what was going on there, and there was lots to talk about, tons of hypocrisy. But I think what the American people really need to know about these conferences, not only the hypocrisy, but it's I don't know if people remember the cartoon Pinky and the Brain, but it's basically an organizational style taking over of the world. Apparently, climate change has to do with your speech, gender ideology, healthcare, all of these things, all of these areas that these leftists at the UN would like to rule over in the name of climate change and saving the planet, while they are individually and as organizations simultaneously destroying the earth. Some 80 countries have built this roadmap and agreed that they want to completely do away with fossil fuels, while 80% of energy is fossil fuels. How is that supposed to work? Who is going to pay for that? How are people going to maintain their jobs? It's all very problematic.
I think people are realizing that climate change is a hoax. I mean, I think that is sinking into more and more people. I think the era of people buying into this nonsense is over. President Trump maybe is a big part of that because he's declared it to be a hoax. Imagine if Kamala Harris got elected. I mean, we'd be investing trillions of dollars in this, right, Melanie?
Oh, we would be. We absolutely would be. I'm here in the state of New Jersey, and I'm low-key kind of worried about that with Mickey Sherrill having been elected. They're going to pour tons of money into it. And when you look at this conference that just happened in Brazil, they are looking to do that as well. They're looking to do irreversible policy and have places like, of course, the Americas and Europe foot the bill to the tune of, I want to make sure I have this number right, $1.3 trillion, I believe it is, that they want to commit to this foolishness. It's insane, and it's really, like I said, it's a power grab. I think the theme is supposed to be, ironically, people-focused. It's not people-focused at all. It's power-focused. And the power goes to the UN, the money goes to the UN, and these folks, for the most part, are just a bunch of grifters.
And then I saw a video, Melanie, of a big fire that broke out there as well. So seems like it was a lot of crazy stuff going on. I mean, you have a conference that's supposedly about the climate. You destroy thousands and thousands of trees. Big fire breaks out. You've got the U.S. boycotting, thankfully. But the Pope was there to sound the alarm, right? I mean, he addressed the group. For some reason, the Pope feels it's okay to deviate from saving souls to start preaching about the climate. I mean, I wish these popes would get off of that.
For sure. And, this is the fundamental issue that I have with the UN being involved in these things in the first place. Their commission was supposed to be to stop these worldwide wars. And apparently, President Trump is like a singular UN unto himself, because he has clearly ended more wars, made more deals to stop wars than the UN has. The UN is involved in all kinds of things that they have no business being involved in. And this is certainly one of them.
Melanie, well said. Always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us. Keep up the great work. All right, we got a lot to get to as we roll on. Let's take care of some business. It's Ringside Politics right here in Real America's Voice. Jeff Crouere with you. We'll be right back.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Care.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the Rev family, and we're better together.
Jeff Crouere analyzes and debates the critical issues facing our nation in Ringside Politics. Jump in the ring with Jeff Crouere as he squares off against the liberal media in Ringside Politics. His blow-by-blow analysis will keep you up to speed with what's happening in our nation and around the world. This is Politics with a Punch. Ringside Politics with Jeff Crouere starts now.
Good day, everyone. Jeff Crouere here. Welcome to Ringside Politics on Real America's Voice. What a show we've got for you today. Awesome guests, interesting clips, lots of topics. We want to thank our friends joining us. First off, though, let's say hello to our friends on Pluto TV Channel 240, Dish Network Channel 219, the Roku Channel, all the platforms associated with the Real America's Voice app, americasvoice.news, Samsung TV Plus Channel 1175, Select TV Channel 106, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, and our friends online on True Social and Getter. We say hello to all of you. You know, when the election was stolen in 2020, we got busy here in the Ringside Politics program, crafted a plan, still in operation, still rolling. It's called Project Keep the Republic, inspired by the end of the Constitutional Convention when Benjamin Franklin was asked, "What kind of government have you given us, sir?" He replied, "Madam, a republic if you can keep it." Now, what does it take to keep a republic? We know this: real, tangible action, adopting the warrior ethos, placing the mission first, never accepting defeat. Folks, we're never quitting. Organizing groups across the country based on the days of the week. Morning Prayers Monday, Release the Kraken Tuesday, Sheepdog Wednesday, Tech Triumph Thursday, and our favorite, Fraud Busters Friday. So you can start small, 2 or more people, and gather your group from friends, family, neighbors, co-workers, or classmates. And as you get bigger, send me your photos and videos to Jeff, Jeff, at WGSO.com. We'll share them with our friends. Include a short description of your group and the action depicted. Now, do you want the slides for this plan? Do you want the detailed Sheepdog organizational plan that we put together? You can email me at Jeff at WGSO.com or just go on our website. That is cruair.net, CROUERE.net. Also on there, a lot of good stuff. We've got our petition for the immediate resignation of Rhino Senator Bill Cassidy, who is running for re-election. He's a disgrace, a fraud. And we've got a lot of people signing the petition for his immediate resignation. We've got a note from President Trump that I cherish. Also, pictures with the president you'll enjoy right there on the website. My latest video is posted. Trump derangement syndrome is an epidemic among the left. I'd love for you to check it out, share it. Also, information about my book, America's Last Chance. Target date for the second one, of course, January 1. More on cruair.net. We've got the midterm election countdown clock. This is for all the marbles, folks. And we got to get ready for this because chances are, if history serves as any guide, Democrats are the big favorite to take over Congress. You can subscribe to my new podcast on the website, On the Air with Jeff Cruair, ranked number 2 in Louisiana. Sign up for a free newsletter where you can get informed about everything we got going on. All right, here's the question I'd like all of you to take. We just posted it. How is the president's current relationship with MAGA supporters? Now, we've seen some defections. Of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the biggest, and we'll talk about that in a bit. But is it still strong, or is it weak, or is it fair? Or is it very strong, or is it very weak? Log on to cruair.net, CROUERE.net. Cast your vote. Let me know. How is the relationship between the president and the MAGA world? All right. You can contact me there on the site. We have a contact form there. You can also email me at Jeff at WGSO.com. Love to get your feedback. You can also comment on our social media sites, Gab, Getter, True Social, and Twitter at Jeff Cruair, or Facebook at Ringside Politics. Every time we gather, we share our favorite pro-Trump image of the week. This one was submitted by our friend Carl in Michigan. And, yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. Pretty accurate. Well done, Carl. Thank you very much. You know, Epstein. All right, I'll release it. No, we don't want to release it. They're just for anything. They're just against anything the president is for. All right. We also give kudos to our Ringside Politics Champion of the Week. This week, it's a group that is fighting for American products, American jobs. And, of course, they want you to get away from the big box retailers. They want you to get away from the traffic. They want you to have your products delivered to the comfort of your home, save money, and also buy healthy products. It's switch, the number 2, USA.com, switch to USA.com. Great people over there. We work with them. We certainly recommend them to all of you. The holidays coming up, great place to go. Switch, the number 2, USA.com. Check it out. Get involved. Save yourself some money. All right, folks, you know, it's the economic situation is certainly not good. And we got all kinds of things that we're still recovering from. It's been the Biden and Obama economies for 12 out of the last 16 years. And then Biden tried to undo everything President Trump did. It takes time to rebuild. We're making progress, but we still need to have the same strategy. And that is diversify your savings. So that's why I recommend Birch Gold. So many things are out of our control, out of the president's control. It's important to have a safe haven for our savings. Birch Gold will help you convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in physical gold. And the best news is it doesn't cost you a penny out of your pocket. So to get started, very easy. Just text America to 989898 to get a free info kit. Protect your savings today, folks, with Birch Gold. Text America to 989898, and claim your free info kit today. All right, let's go over some of these topics that we are preparing for you on this busy program. All right, so of course it's sad news to me that Marjorie Taylor Greene is resigning from Congress effective January 5th, 2026. She's been in a very high-profile dispute with the president and, of course, would have faced a bruising primary. And she said then probably the Democrats taking control, then she'd have to defend the president against impeachment, someone who was targeting her for defeat. So I think Steve Bannon was right. He said Congress is really not big enough for Marjorie Taylor Greene, and we haven't heard the last of her. I think she's a talent. She's a passionate lady. I'm very sorry she got into this dispute with the president, but I think her focus on America first is the right one. We need to be focused on this country, not the world. We need to be focused on making things better for the average American man and woman. We need to be careful about what kind of people we have relationships with overseas, whether they be terrorists or whether we give too much influence to any one country over United States national security policy. So very, I think, I guess, predictable outcome here that they have split and led to this resignation. And as many people believe, she's going to be back in some capacity. We'll be watching. But it makes the job of holding on to the Congress that much more difficult for Republicans. Yesterday, President Trump met with Zohran Mamdani in the White House, everyone predicting fireworks, and it was a love fest. We got some clips to share with you about that coming up. So, after all the controversy about the Epstein files, all the big hoopla about the Epstein files, President Trump said, release it. Everybody in Congress except for one, Louisiana Congressman Clay Higgins, said no. Everyone else said yes, House and Senate, and now the president signed the bill. So the Department of Justice is supposedly going to redact what they have to redact and then release. I certainly hope they release as much as they can. We need disclosure, we need truth, we need transparency. We need to show the American people that this is a Democrat issue, as the president has said. This guy was a Democrat donor, Democrat influencer, Democrat friend, Democrat colleague, brought Democrats to his island. The media wants to focus on President Trump and Epstein when they overlook all the Democrats, a parade of Democrats that this guy was influencing, including a congresswoman who was taking instructions from him to interrogate a witness. So, yeah, it looks to me like Democrats are all over the Epstein files. So let's see what the Department of Justice does. So speaking of the Department of Justice, I scratched my head at this one, folks. FBI announcing now that Thomas Matthew Crooks acted alone. So we're to believe that this 20-year-old, who they lied to us about his online presence, they lied to us about his affiliations. They won't show us a video of this guy training firearms at the range. They mysteriously washed down the roof right after he was killed. Body was cremated mysteriously. They couldn't put any agents on the roof because it was too steep, but he got up there. They didn't fly any drones, but he flew drones. And roaming around the area where the president was speaking for hours, people were saying, hey, look at the guy, look at the guy. And nobody stopped him until a Secret Service sniper stopped him, but he got in 8 shots first. He was actually shot first by a law enforcement official on the ground before the Secret Service sniper took him out. I don't believe the whole story. I don't believe this guy did it on his own. Call me a conspiracy theorist if you want. But the FBI's lied to us about so much. I don't trust what they're saying now. I don't buy the story. Deep State Democrats are in a mission to try to encourage military members to disobey President Trump. This horrendous video that was released this week pretty much said to the military, you don't have to follow President Trump. I mean, that is sedition, if you ask me. And now they're all upset about how the president responded to it. But no, I think the big problem is, what do these Democrats think they were doing? They didn't have anything specific they were talking about. I mean, it was, to me, disgraceful what they did. and the focus of blame should be on them for participating in this kind of activity to try to destroy the bond between the commander-in-chief and his military service members. In fact, the exact opposite is true. Under President Trump, recruitment has gone up. There's a bond with the military that wasn't there before under creepy, sleepy Uncle Joe Beijing Balloon Biden. President Trump now demanding that Zelensky accept this peace deal that has been crafted, a 28-point peace deal to end the war in Ukraine. I would hope Zelensky will accept it so that we can end this war. President Trump really wants this war to end. I think the world wants this war to end. It's not going to be everything for everyone. They're going to have to be give and take on all sides. Some people say it's pushed too hard in the Russian direction. All I know is we've got to have an agreement here. And hopefully, if Zelensky doesn't accept it, he'll come back with a counter that can be acceptable to all. We will see. CNN ran a false story this week about changes in the Trump cabinet. Typical CNN, lying about what they're reporting. The network is on its last legs. I mean, the ratings are terrible. And finally, in the UK, Brits are now being advised not to wave British flags because the police say it's too divisive. So you can't show your patriotism in the UK. It could offend some of the people that are there from other countries. That is a sign that that country is in deep trouble. Hopefully we will never get like that in the United States of America, where we can always proudly wave our American flag. A lot to get to as we roll on. Brief time out, we'll take care of some business right here on Ringside on Real America's Voice. We'll be right back.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
back. Our first guest today is someone we've had the pleasure of interviewing before. It's good to have him back. He's a senior analyst for strategy for a group that we've been working with for many years, Center for Security Policy. Dr. J. Michael Waller is with us. And Doctor, how are you? Welcome.
Good to be with you, Jeff.
Hey, I wanted to have you on first to highlight the great work of your organization, highlight the work that you've been doing. And you wrote a report for the center called Code and Country, Securing America's AI Lead Before China Locks Down the Future. Please delve into that for us. AI is a big issue worldwide, isn't it?
It's a huge issue, and it's a big danger we face because with all the opportunities AI presents us, we're creating machines that will be able to think on their own, that will be sentient beings ultimately, that will be able to be conscious of their own existence. So we're creating something really dangerous. So in a normal world, we'd say, well, let's hold back a bit and see what the ramifications of this are. But at the same time, Communist China seeks to dominate AI within 5 years. And so we're stuck now do we hold back and limit what AI can do, or do we hold back and help Communist China get ahead of us where China will determine the terms of what AI can do?
So, I hear Elon Musk saying that, everyone's going to have a robot in the near future. I guess that's a similar type issue, that's going to eliminate poverty and people are going to have a robot friend to do all the work. And then people are saying, AI is going to be taking all these jobs. I mean, I'm looking at surveys that show people believe that the number of jobs available is going to plummet as AI takes all of that away. That, to me, is a major concern, Doctor.
Well, it should be a big concern, but at the same time, it's going to be creating a lot of jobs. Just like people, the automobile took away jobs, the Industrial Revolution took away jobs, but it also created a huge amount of jobs and ultimately much better jobs. So we're creative enough to make things work for ourselves. For example, with my own use of AI, I have been able to avoid hiring lawyers, which I hate doing. So I've had AI do a lot of legal background work that lawyers have said stand up to muster. So if there are ways where people can save a lot of money by innovating and then creating new industries, and then the other industries are going to have to adapt, there's nothing wrong with that. Just the way the computers replace secretaries.
Yeah. Right. And this seems to me a little different, though. It seems to me to be something that is a lot more dangerous. In the past, when there was a technological change, you didn't have to worry that the change was going to lead to the end of humanity. I still have nightmares about the Terminator movie. I mean, and iRobot and all these, sci-fi movies I've seen over the years. I mean, it just is. I think it's a different type of concern than we've had before during technological changes.
Well, imagine when you invent machines that can think for themselves and that are aware of their own existence. Any creature who's aware of his own existence, the first thought is self-preservation, and they will eliminate any threat to them. Well, who's the biggest threat to them? Probably human beings.
Right.
So the point is now, do we wait and slow things down to measure this? To mitigate the dangers? Yes. But do we slow down to mitigate the dangers only to let the Chinese Communist Party run ahead of us? And then we'll never catch up. That's not in our interest either.
No. Speaking of the Chinese, I was a little disheartened to hear the president talking about 600,000 Chinese quote unquote students coming into this country. I equate that to spies. And I don't know if there are a lot of students that don't come here and commit espionage, because I don't know if there are any students coming here that don't have the approval of the Communist Chinese Party. I don't know if there are any independent travelers in China, or if there are any independent people in China that get to do anything. There's so much government control. Does that concern you, Doctor?
Huge concern, because the Chinese regime can't allow AI industry to flourish domestically without massive espionage against the United States. So many of these Chinese students, they come here. Some of them are trained intelligence officers who become graduate students, work in advanced, MIT, Harvard type advanced research institutions, work in private companies, and then they came here to spy from the beginning. But others who come here, even if they're not Communist Party members, if they're citizens of the People's Republic of China and they have immediate family back home, They have to do what the regime says when they're here in America.
Right.
That's under Chinese law, where every citizen must spy for their secret services as a matter of their national law.
You know, at least we've shut the border down so we don't have Chinese nationals crossing the border, which I think was happening in the last administration. At least we don't have Chinese balloons, spy balloons crossing the nation, which happened during the last administration. I just worry about that damage that was done. I worry about these Chinese agents being all over the country. I mean, do you think we have a handle on where these people are and what they're doing?
No, we have the equivalent of at least 6 military divisions of military-aged Chinese illegal aliens who came in over the border under Biden. You know, they didn't come here to drive Ubers. They came here for a purpose, and we don't even know who they are.
That's scary, Dr. Waller, because you're the expert, but for me, as someone that observes this and comments on it, it seems to me that China is our biggest threat. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, it's bigger than the Soviet threat was to us, because the Soviets were, you know, at least they came from a Western-oriented society that still, despite communist atheism, had Christian roots. It was still a Western-oriented society with Latin and Greek ancient traditions to it. China is completely alien to us. Now you've got the westernized parts, like say Taiwan and elsewhere, where they have become very westernized. But where you have the Chinese Communist Party now multiple generations of Chinese citizens who have been raised under Communist Party rule, they have completely different concepts of right and wrong, completely different concepts of life and death, and different concepts of morality. Imagine them programming AI into Chinese Communist Party views of ethics and what AI can and cannot do. This is all programmed right into the AI from the very beginning. And if they're dominating that kind of logic for these machines, they're going to dominate the world standards for them and what they can and can't do.
Doctor, thank you for sounding the alarm. Can folks out there read the report at the center's website?
Yep. The report title is called Code and Country, and you can find us at securefreedom.org.
Okay, very good. Dr. Waller, keep up the great work. Thank you so much. Look forward to having you back on and exploring these very, very important issues. All right, let's share with everyone a portion of Marjorie Taylor Greene's resignation speech from yesterday. Let's go to clip number 1.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
I have too much self-respect and dignity. I love my family way too much, and I do not want my sweet district to have to endure a hurtful and hateful primary against me by the president that we all fought for, only to fight and win my election while Republicans will likely lose the midterms, and in turn be expected to defend the president against impeachment after he hatefully dumped tens of millions of dollars against me and tried to destroy me. It's all so absurd and completely unserious. I refuse to be a battered wife, hoping it all goes away and gets better. If I am cast aside by the president and the MAGA political machine and replaced by neocons, big pharma, big tech, military-industrial war complex, foreign leaders, and the elite donor class that can never, ever relate to real Americans, then many common Americans have been cast aside and replaced as well. There is no plan to save the world or a 4D chess game being played. When common American people realize and understand that the political industrial complex of both parties is ripping this country apart, that not one elected leader like me is able to stop Washington's machine from gradually destroying our country, and instead the reality is that they, common Americans, the people, possess the real power over Washington, then I'll be here by their side to rebuild it.
All right, that was Marjorie Taylor Greene. So on the same day she resigned, socialist mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani, met with President Trump in the Oval Office. Many people expected fireworks. Turned out to be a love fest. Got a few clips for that. Let's go to clip number 2.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I appreciate it. Please. I appreciated the meeting with the president, and as he said, it was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City. and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out, and I appreciated the time with the President, I appreciated the conversation. I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much.
He was asked about his statement calling the president a fascist. He also called him a despot. President Trump gave him a pass on that. Let's go to clip number 3.
He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist, and your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes. Okay. It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
Okay. So he was in a generous mood yesterday. All right. We got a lot to get to. Very pleased to welcome next up Dr. Peter McCullough. We're going to be talking about his new book and more. It's Ringside Politics. Jeff Crouere here. Let's take care of some business. We'll be right back.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
Welcome to Securing America with me, Frank Gaffney, the program that's a kind of owner's manual for protecting the country we love against all enemies, foreign and domestic, to the glory of God and his kingdom. We're going to talk with one of our favorite people about some of our most urgent and pressing topics. I did want to just give you a little bit of background on a webinar that we're doing in the course of the day as we speak. It's vitally important as well. Michigan Representative John Moolenaar is a national treasure. As chairman of the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party, he's led opposition to Wall Street's ongoing practice of funding our demise. In a recent interview on this program, Securing America, Chairman Moolenaar declared, "We see these situations where American investor dollars unknowingly are either advancing Chinese slave labor or cooperation with Chinese military-industrial complex, and that's just wrong. But we need to make it illegal, and we need to enact legislation, as well as cooperation with the executive branch to shut that down." Amen. A PresentDangerChina.org webinar this afternoon, featuring Mr. Moolenaar's leadership, will showcase an immediate corrective. SEC Chairman Paul Atkins can swiftly and unilaterally terminate a bilateral memorandum of understanding that allows CCP companies uniquely to ignore our securities laws and regulations. Stop financing our demise. Those are my thoughts. For more of them, please follow me at Frank Gaffney on X, as well as at usfuture.org, the website of the Institute for the American Future, which makes this program possible, and which I hope you will, in turn, make possible as well. We're going to turn now to, as I said, one of our favorite guests. His name is Charles Sam Faddis. He is a former military officer in the United States Army. He is a former clandestine services officer in the Central Intelligence Agency. He has served, in addition, as an assistant attorney general out in Washington State. He's an author. He's the driving force behind a tremendously important online resource and magazine.substack.com. I encourage you to subscribe to this really important resource. Sam, thank you so much for being with us. Welcome back, my friend.
Pleasure as always. Thank you, sir.
Let me start, if you care to comment on the inadvisability of funding our enemy, I would welcome that. But I did want to ask you about this controversy that has sprung up in connection with the assertion by several members of Congress, former intelligence community alum like yourself, as well as former military personnel, again, like yourself, that folks in those lines of work should not follow unlawful orders. And the suggestion is that they're being subjected to them. What did you make of that video? And more to the point, do you agree with Donald Trump's position that pretty much constitutes sedition, sir?
Yeah, I think it was an incredibly dangerous video. I mean, look, the people that did this were very careful at precise moments to follow, I'm sure, the legal guidance they were given and go back to, you are not only allowed to disobey illegal orders, but you are required to disobey illegal orders. Okay, that is absolutely true. We prosecuted people at the end of the Second World War for following orders. Okay, but I mean, having said that, what their central thesis is Donald Trump is giving you illegal orders. What is he is doing is unconstitutional, and you should disobey him. That is the message they were really broadcasting. And yes, it's incredibly dangerous. I mean, look, the idea that the military just haphazardly, willy-nilly follows orders regardless of legality is absurd. There are layers of command. There are very serious people. And by the way, in the command are embedded JAG officers, military lawyers, and there is a tremendous amount of training on this and a lot of focus. When I was a JAG officer in the U.S. Army, we used to routinely, as one of our additional duties, give classes to military personnel on the law of war, etc. So the assertion, I mean, that again, after we get around the legalese that we're very careful about, what they're really saying is the president is giving you illegal orders, and that is absurd, and it is a lie, and it's obviously incredibly dangerous, because the next thing you know, you're going to have some young lieutenant somewhere announce that he's not following orders. He, by the way, will then find that he is being court-martialed as a consequence of this. Or maybe along the way somebody will die as a consequence of somebody not doing what they should have done.
So, Sam, just to put a fine point on it, does the contention that, at least implicit, that all kinds of illegal orders are being issued and the call on people to disobey them, is this a further effort on the part of the left to weaponize the military and the intelligence community against the duly constituted, elected government of the United States, something they've obviously been doing now for some time?
Yeah, without question, and as you just suggested, what really makes this horrifying is they've been going down this road for some time. This is not like the first foray. I mean, we're looking at information talking about how the left was investigating, wiretapping, surveilling hundreds of Republican officials and office holders while Joe Biden was in office. And, you know, this is all really, really dangerous stuff. This is the kind of stuff that destroys the republic ultimately if you don't knock it off.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Sam, let me pivot to something else that you've been reporting on at End Magazine. Our friend, Dr. Stephen Hatfill, was recently let go from the Department of Health and Human Services. You've had a chance to talk with him about the circumstances. Can you give us a short appreciation of what went down and its implications?
Yeah, I've talked to him extensively, interviewed him at length. The bottom line is this: he went to HHS. He was a senior medical advisor, and he was pushing for, I think with complete justification, really a strong re-examination of mRNA vaccines and so forth, and stopping government funding of vaccines about which there's a lot of information saying they're incredibly dangerous and causing harm. And he had some success.
But Sam, I'm hearing all the time that there's just no evidence of that at all.
Yeah.
It's just not true. What
yeah, well, it's back to that. If you tell a lie often enough, people begin to believe it.
A big lie.
And the next thing you know, having achieved some success and really doing yeoman's work, and as far as I'm concerned, being a true patriot, the next thing you know, he shows up for work. First, they asked him to resign. He refused. He said, "Fire me if you want me out." And when he showed up for work the next day, his card no longer worked, and he was denied access. He was summarily booted out the door. And my personal belief, he was threatening the bottom line of too many people, and that's more important than the health and safety of American citizens. So he had to go.
And the entities whose bottom line most obviously would be affected is Big Pharma.
Absolutely.
And Big Pharma, as we have learned specifically during the COVID exercise and subsequently, is all over our government, notably yes. The FDA and I guess HHS. So when they throw down, as we've seen, there's not yes. only corruption, there's also the promotion of drugs that are unsafe, and now right. a refusal to apparently investigate ones that might be causing autism, for heaven's sakes. Yes. Sam, my heart goes out to Steve Hatfill. He has been a patriot, as you say. He yes. has served his country with distinction. He has been vilified at various times in his long career. Yes. This is, it seems, another example of miscarriage with respect to him, and I appreciate you lighting it up. We have to take a short break. We'll be right back with Sam Faddis. Stay tuned.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the RAV family, and we're better together.
We're back. So is Sam Faddis. Praise God. Sam and I are, well, people who I believe share a very profound love of our country and a very profound concern about its present state. And in a way, Sam, the problem with its present state is being epitomized by something that, as we speak, is happening today, and that is the arrival at the White House of this fellow that we've been discussing quite critically now for weeks, Zohran Mamdani, the mayor-elect of New York City. You'd had a fascinating piece at andmagazine.substack.com that sort of explicated how it is he managed to get, the victory. Talk us through that a little bit, Sam, and then what are we likely to see come out of this conversation between him and the president, do you think?
Well, I mean, I think the essence of the piece that we wrote at And Magazine was this, making the reference to the Bolsheviks in 1917 in Russia. How is it that these guys who were a minority party then seized power? Well, people were desperate. Things were really, really bad. World War I was dragging on. You got a bunch of folks who are largely rural in Russia. They don't own the land. They can't feed their families. At junctures like that, you're willing to grab on to really extreme things. And of course, the people of Russia, when they woke up, realized that was a really bad idea, and what they got was worse than what they'd had before. But the analogy, of course, is, we're not quite at that extreme, but things are bad for a lot of American people. You got a lot of folks who cannot pay the rent. They will never be able to buy a house. They cannot afford to live. The system, from their perspective, is broken, and it isn't working for them. And so they're willing to buy this guy's extremism and hang on to that. And that's a very, very real thing. So dismissing this guy as just kind of a nut and silly and foolish, I think, is a bad, bad idea. I mean, he has an appeal.
Some thought that of Lenin as well, did they not? And Sam, one of the things that you've teased out in that article at And Magazine on Substack was the extent to which we are seeing in this euphemism affordability a kind of come on for the traditional communist strategy of taking stuff from some people and giving it to other people, redistribution of wealth, and a willingness to, not only contemplate that, but actually embrace it on the part of a lot of people who don't have much stuff and want what the other guys have. Affordability is a term that, Donald Trump is now, using as well. He understands its potency. I'm hoping that there's still a difference between how Republicans view solving these problems versus what communists like Zoran Mamdani do. But again, to what extent do you expect that this will be a sort of throwdown between these two folks, as opposed to, an effort to sort of paper over the differences and make it seem as though there's nothing but collaboration coming?
Well, I mean, I have to say, frankly, I don't think it's a good idea for the president to have this meeting. I get it that he's trying to solve problems and he's directly personally involved, and I respect that. I think you're giving status to Mamdani. You are essentially, you're giving him legitimacy, and I don't think I certainly don't think that's well advised. I think people continue to treat this guy Mamdani as kind of a nut. He's kind of silly. He's inexperienced. He's got goofy ideas. It'll all be a disaster. And they do not understand that he is a communist. He is a revolutionary. His party is a revolutionary communist party, and what he intends is dramatic. I mean, that to implement those kinds of policies. This guy is really dangerous. In retrospect, Fidel, Che, Lenin, all of these guys, yes. Were they full of it? Yes. Were their ideas insane? Yes. It wasn't funny in the end what they brought. It was hell, and that's where we are. We need to take this guy very, very seriously, in my book.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Sam, when you say his party is revolutionary, are you talking about the Democratic Socialists of America?
Absolutely.
Or are you talking about the Democratic Party itself?
Well, is there a difference anymore? I'm
not sure. I was asking.
DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, in my view, is an explicitly communist party. They use the term socialist, as I always say, because it sounds kind of kinder and gentler and fuzzier to people. But the DSA increasingly is driving the train with the Democratic Party. I mean, the old party of kind of mainstream middle-class Democrats is gone, or certainly fading very, very quickly. These guys are ascendant all across the country, not just New York City.
And that's kind of the rub, especially the piece of it that is not the communist revolutionary, but the Sharia supremacist revolutionary. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on what Governor Greg Abbott has taken point on in the past week, Sam, with respect to two particularly insidious, elements of that jihadist component of the Mamdani coalition, and his own, personal beliefs, namely the Muslim Brotherhood and its front organization known as the Council on American Islamic Relations. As you know, the governor of Texas has said they're both international terrorist organizations and transnational criminal organizations.
Right.
Do you agree with that characterization? And should that be acknowledged, recognized, and designated as the case nationwide?
I absolutely agree, and I think it's long overdue. Look, this is not a matter of saying to someone who is Muslim, you cannot practice your faith. That'll be the assertion. That's not. Nobody's talking about that. What you're talking about is organizations that want to destroy the United States as we know it, and transform it into something radically different, and frankly unconstitutional and inconsistent with every element of the country. And there are plenty of these organizations actually throughout the United States. They are, Students for Justice for Palestine and their New York affiliates and so forth. that actively work hand in glove with Hamas, a designated terrorist group, and are allowed to do that on U.S. soil. It's insane.
It is. It is. You know, speaking of this idea of practicing your faith, I have mentioned now frequently a conversation I had with Senator Ted Cruz about this, and he made the point that this isn't about you practicing your faith or them practicing their faith. It's about you practicing their faith at their insistence. And that's what Sharia, of course, is all about. If you're not going to convert to Islam, you're going to submit to it or die. And that is what's clearly unconstitutional and unacceptable, and yet what seems to be very much what these Sharia supremacists are seeking to do. In the past 24 hours, as we speak, Sam, the governor has actually directed the Department of Public Safety in his state to begin criminal investigations into both the Muslim Brotherhood and its operatives, as well as CARE. Again, you've been in the law enforcement business for part of your distinguished career. Is it high time that be done as well, sir?
Yeah, we should have been doing this all along, and we should be doing it all around the country. Again, we're not telling anybody else what faith they can practice. What we're saying is we are not going to be subjugated by you, and you are not going to seize power in this country.
Right. And as you know, Sam, so well from your time in the Middle East, among other places, this isn't about religion. This is about power.
Yep.
Sharia is about who gets it, who exercises it, and how, and to what end. And the end is a very bad end for Western civilization. We must not accede to that. Sam Faddis, God bless you, my friend. The great work you currently are doing at End Magazine and your lifetime of service to our country. I know you'll keep it up. We'll talk to you next week. We'll be right back with the rest of you, I hope, right after this.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
Welcome back to one of my favorite segments of this program each week, and that is the one we get to visit with Dee Dee Laugesen. Oftentimes she hosts the program with me for this segment and brings in a guest. This occasion, she's the guest as well as the co-host. She has had some very important exploits in the past couple of weeks, and we're anxious to catch up with her about them. Dee Dee, as always, thank you for the leadership that you are providing as the president and CEO of Save the Persecuted Christians, and your great passion for the problem of the afflicted, by some estimates, 380 million people who are being heavily persecuted simply for following Jesus Christ. You made a field trip to Armenia with the chairwoman of the board, I should say, of Save the Persecuted Christians, Suzanne Grishman. Talk a little bit about your insights from your fact-finding mission there.
Thanks, Frank. As you know, we were over with a delegation with Save Armenia at the beginning of August, just prior to the White House Peace Initiative for Armenia, bringing peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan for the first time in Armenia's history. They are not at war. So at the time, we met a wonderful man named Stepan Sargsyan, who is the founder of a organization in Armenia called the Individual Believers Club. And he had been in Washington, D.C. in January for the U.S. National Prayer Breakfast, which has been held for over 60 years in Washington, D.C. He was so enthralled with the prayer breakfast that he wanted to stand it up in Armenia, but he didn't want to do it through the organizers of the National Prayer Breakfast in the United States because he wanted it to be specifically Armenian. And so it was August, and their plan was to host it in November, but he needed our help, Save the Persecuted Christians, the Shy Fund with Charmaine Heading, and our chairman of our board, who is the director at Glenn Beck's charities, Mercury One and the Nazarene Fund. We all came in behind Stepan to support him and give him a lot of that back end advice on how to go about doing this. We coordinated with him, and I can tell you, Frank, the Armenian prayer breakfast that was held on November 14th and 15th, just this past weekend, was a beautiful experience in Armenia. And those who came to Armenia for the prayer breakfast were given the opportunity to see that Armenia under Pashinyan has become quite free with regards to religion. The evangelicals and Protestants and even Catholics are no longer suppressed and harassed by the government in Armenia. And we were delighted to see that Armenia has invited the Yazidi community to settle in their lands and to continue their faith and their culture within the confines of Armenia, their new home. It was really an incredible experience. There were members of every faith and many different nations in Armenia to pray for the country and its future prosperity and continued peace.
So this is all now being enabled, really, I guess, by the peace that the president helped broker with Azerbaijan. Does that seem to be holding up?
The peace seems to be holding. But right now in Armenia, they're heading towards an election for the prime minister in June. So what you have is you have a lot of Russian disinformation, malinformation, and movement through groups that are still aligned with Russia, including the Armenian Apostolic Church. Pashinyan, so our prayer breakfast was maligned in the media as some kind of reputation laundering scheme for the prime minister, who did speak and at both the prayer breakfast and the dinner the night before to welcome everyone. But we did have the chance to meet with the Catholicos as well, and the Armenian Apostolic Church did participate in the prayer breakfast, we're happy to say. Most came away convinced that Pashinyan's faith, which he shared as grounded in scripture, is very sincere. He does appear to be less orthodox and more evangelical in his expression of faith, and he was quoting scripture to us at both times he stood at the podium. So it was pretty impressive, and I know Jim Garlow and Rosemary Garlow were very impressed with his ability to just quote scripture right off the top of his head. Pashinyan has come under the ire of both Armenians and the Armenian Apostolic Church because he became aware of a coup being planned by the highest levels of the church. So since we
against
returned,
his government,
against his government, yes, calling for him to resign, and secret audio recordings of a planning meeting, which some say are false and taken out of context, but others, the recordings that have been shared by the government to the world are very convincing. So 3 bishops have been arrested, 12 priests and 30 lay people are currently being held on charges of planning this coup, and also a Russian oligarch who owned all of the electricity infrastructure in Armenia. That has since been, taken by the state, and he is sitting in jail. So it's a messy situation in which to host a prayer breakfast, but we get, to say the least, but we have to say, maybe, just maybe, as I said, Pashinyan's being used to shine light in the darkness and not as an instrument of persecution, but rather judgment. So we have to wait and see what comes out of this. But I do believe that he's working for the good of all of Armenia, and likely will be elected, even though his popularity is tanked. He's still the most popular politician in Armenia, and he will likely become prime minister again in June.
We will be monitoring this closely with your help, Didi, as always. Thank you for your expedition there, and that of Suzanne Grishman and others on your team. And the first-hand reporting is incalculably important, obviously. Let me pivot to something else you were doing. You're in Washington, D.C. as we speak. You went to a hearing yesterday with one of our favorite members of Congress, Congressman Chris Smith of New Jersey, as the chairman for a House Foreign Affairs Committee hearing on Nigeria. Tell us about that hearing and what you know about the plight of what's happening on the ground in that long-suffering nation.
Yeah, I'm sure your audience understands that President Trump has designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern in accordance with the International Religious Freedom Act. And that mandates specific sanctions that can be placed on representatives of the administration in Nigeria for tolerating the egregious ongoing violence against Christians and even Muslims in Nigeria. But specifically in Nigeria, they have failed to address the violence in the Middle Belt, which is predominantly Christian, and the violence, the perpetrators of that violence being members of the Fulani tribe, which is one of the largest tribes in Nigeria and very much dominates the government of Nigeria. So the hearing yesterday brought in representatives from the State Department and also Nina Shea and another lady who used to be with the Wilson Center and is now in another one of the left's think tanks. But she's there. Nina and Oge Agumpe go up against each other regularly. So we cannot confuse what's happening in Nigeria. It's jihad across the board. There are up to 20 different jihadist groups active in Nigeria right now, including the Fulani. And President Trump is just demanding that things change in Nigeria. The government is in complete denial. The National Security Advisor for Nigeria and a whole entourage were meeting with members of Congress the night before this hearing. And you could hear in the remarks coming from representatives like Bill Fazwenga and others who were present that they're at Riley Moore, who's leading the investigation, that they just are not believing what the government is saying to them anymore. Just last night, Frank, another 52 girls were taken hostage. 52 girls and boys taken from their school overnight. On Tuesday night when I arrived in DC, I saw that a church had been live streaming their services, and caught on tape are the Fulani coming in, and up to 5 people were murdered there. 30 were taken off into the bushes. And just before that, we had 25 schoolgirls taken from a school in Kebbi. So it is, the terrorist friends of President Bola Tinubu are not doing him any favors right now, because it's very bright and hot in Nigeria.
Dee, thank you for this report and for the hearing. I cannot express adequately how important it is that the light be shown on all of this. And God bless Congressman Chris Smith, who's one of the least sung heroes in the United States Congress on this and so many other human rights issues. I'm delighted that we're able to support him in our work at Save the Persecuted Christians. Just a final closing thought. The president has talked about guns a-blazing from U.S. military in light of what's going on in Nigeria. Is that in prospect, do you think?
I do think President Trump is going to encourage a greater relationship between the Nigerian military and the U.S. government, but I don't see U.S. troops on the ground anytime soon.
Just as well, I'm sure, but we do need the pressure on that government. It is complicit in these atrocities, and it must end. Dee, thank you so much for joining us. As always, look forward to these conversations. We'll do so again next week. We'll be right back, folks. Please stay tuned.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality.
And I'm delighted to say so is one of our most faithful contributors. His name is Dr. Zuhdi Jasser. He's a medical doctor by training and practice, having served in the United States Navy as a medical doctor with the United States Congress, among other things, and I think also the Supreme Court. He has returned to that work as a civilian, specializing in nuclear medicine, but his other passion is trying to heal his own faith. That would be Islam. And he does that under the banner of the American Islamic Forum for Democracy and several coalitions of moderate Muslims who are trying to reform their faith. He is the author of an important book, A Battle for the Soul of Islam, about American patriots' fight for his faith. He is a good friend of mine, has also served, I must say, as well, on the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, so quite a record of public service. And on top of all of that, he has run for Congress once before, and he is doing so as we speak from his state of Arizona. Dr. Jasser, it's great to have you back, my friend. Welcome.
Thanks, Frank. It's always good to be with you.
You have been, of course, as I mentioned, a naval officer, and it's, I guess, in that capacity that I thought I would ask you about something that has burst forth in the past day or two, namely a video by former naval and other military personnel in the United States Congress, also some who served in the intelligence community, essentially exhorting those currently serving in one or the other of those capacities not to obey unlawful orders, which is something that they're not supposed to do, but the suggestion is that there's a lot of that unlawful ordering going on. What do you make of all of this, Zuhdi, and its implications as you see them?
Well, I have to tell you, it breaks my heart. Our senator here, who had served, Senator Kelly, led that video, and to see him say that is not only the epitome of ignorance, sort of lets you know who's running the shop in the far left, in that they are radicalized. And as I have testified to Congress many times, back from when I started doing this work, we formed the American Islamic Forum because political Islamism, if you will, is about jihad. Jihadists believe that their only loyalty is to the Islamic military, and that ultimately they can't have allegiance to Western militaries, non-Islamic militaries, or non-Islamic legal systems, or non-Sharia systems. So, and ultimately I was raised in a family in Wisconsin that told me the only thing I should die for is America. We'd never need to die for Islam or God, and that ultimately our allegiance is to the country that gave us religious freedom to practice our faith as we choose, and not under the boots of Islamic regimes and dictators in the Middle East. So to see this happen now, and actually, listen, one of the things I wrote about a lot was how Muhammad Ali was wrong when he declared that it was his Islam that prevented him from serving, and that it was an abomination to us Muslims, and he's not a role model, and how so many other icons in Islamic history in the West have been wrong, and they're just radicalizing our communities against this country. So I don't take these comments lightly. Sedition cannot be collectivized when you talk about it. If somebody has an individual struggle with the military, then they might do so, but they're going to pay a price for that. But to do it on a video is basically insurrection, if I've ever seen it.
It does seem that way. And it's certainly how it's being described by the president. And I just wanted to pick up on your larger point there, that there's a lot of this going on at the moment, notably in the Islamic, Sharia adherent community in this country. And one of the things that I wanted very much to discuss with you in that regard is the designation by the governor of Texas in recent days of two of the organizations that I know you have spent much of your life resisting, fighting, exposing, and denouncing, namely the Muslim Brotherhood and one of its most notorious front organizations, the Council on American Islamic Relations, better known as CAIR. Talking to us about the designation, whether you think it is warranted, and if so, what should be done next about those groups?
And there's no doubt, I've testified 3 times on the Hill from 16 and 18 and on about the need for the Muslim Brotherhood to be designated a foreign terror organization, because it is the mothership and started in Egypt but has branches all across the planet, from Kuwait to, Pakistan with the Jamaat Islamiyya, to Turkey, to the West, and all of its hundreds of different organizations and offshoots, including Hamas, that committed the genocide of October 7, and so many others. And so many of their branches have already been designated terror organizations, like Hamas has been, and yet we neglected designating the mothership as that. And it's an ideology of political Islam that wants to destroy the West, that divides the world into the land of Islam and the land of war. So they are at war with non-Islamic countries like America, like Britain and France and others. So the designation, and it's beginning to finally get some momentum. And God bless Governor Abbott for making that declaration as a state, but hopefully we can get federal designation. And then what will come with it is a lot of the adjacent organizations or legacy groups like CARE and others that ultimately might not necessarily espouse black and white terrorism, but at the end of the day, they're adjacent and apologize for it. Students for Justice of Palestine, I think, is lower fruit in that it has on their website endorsed October 7 and has endorsed Hamas, so that's a no-brainer. Texas had its Holy Land Foundation trial in 2009 that convicted 6 of their board members of supporting and funneling money to Hamas, and they're doing 25 years as a result. So he has good experience in the state with that. They have the Epic City that's looking at building a separatist compound of folks that have espoused ideology that's anti-democratic. So this designation will do a lot to begin to shed the light on organizations and making them more radioactive, so that groups like mine can begin to get more of the normal Muslims to understand who the other groups in the Islamic community are.
Yeah, this is a critically important point to which I want to return on the other side of a short break with Dr. Zuhdi Jasser, a reformist within Islam, and one who understands as well as anybody the urgent need for it. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
Feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life
We're back. So is Dr. Zuhdi Jasser of the American Islamic Forum for Democracy. Zuhdi, you have in that role worked tirelessly, I think, to warn the rest of us about what is being done within the Muslim American community by the Muslim Brotherhood and by outfits like CARE that front for it. You know full well what sort of activities they're engaged in to promote Sharia, to insinuate it here, to get people to submit to it, even incrementally. There is a very important new report out, and I wanted you to talk a little bit about the Clarity group that you run and the collaboration that you engaged in with an outfit known as ISCAP in this report. Tell us about it and its importance as you see it, sir.
Yeah, our Clarity Coalition, people can see it at claritycoalition.org, champions for liberty against the reality of Islamist tyranny. And ISGAP is an organization that's the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy. And a lot of scholars came together to produce a significant report, almost 250 pages of detail of many of the issues you and I have talked about the insinuation of the Muslim Brotherhood and how it has basically created a network in every level of society over the past 50 years. And part of their meetings in '91, which was the memorandum that they that came out in the Holy Land Foundation trial that said that they want to destroy us from within and insinuate themselves into universities, into government, into interfaith organizations, communities, neighborhoods, etc. And by that insinuation, then rip us out from within so that they can commit operations in Muslim majority areas through the OIC and other organizations that are their neo-caliphate, if you will. So, we're finally getting some traction with this. I think the House and Secretary Rubio especially is looking at this designation, if they can be done formally and legally through the House and the Senate and then signed by the President. It'll be have a lot more staying power than simply by executive order that may go away after the current presidential term. So this report is, I think, ironclad. It's basically impossible to tear apart and can be used on the Hill and across the country, state to state, starting with Texas, to educate America about the Islamists that are the threat and Muslims that can be a solution. Dalia Ziada is a reformist out of Egypt who was a dissident that escaped Egypt because she protested the Muslim Brotherhood, is one of the authors that works with ISGAP and is in our coalition.
I just want to say one of the things I was very heartened to see, Zuhdi, was that prominently featured in the analysis was this report called the explanatory report, this blueprint, I should say, for the Muslim Brotherhood's civilization jihad, as they describe it, aimed at taking down our miserable house from within by our hands. I mean, destroying Western civilization is exactly what they're talking about. So this is a very important contribution, and I'm hopeful that, among other things, it will be part of a new prosecution, which Governor Abbott has now directed, criminal investigation, at least, by the Department of Public Safety of Texas into these organizations, the Muslim Brotherhood and CARE, for illegal activity. And I think he's persuaded that there's grounds for that, and I trust that we'll see, for reasons that you understand full well, them exposed and held accountable for such behavior. Lastly, Zuhdi, I wanted to make sure that we didn't miss the opportunity to talk a little bit about a meeting that, as we are recording this conversation, is imminent, I believe, between the President of the United States at the White House and Zohran Mamdani, the mayor-elect of New York City. I know that you have shared here and elsewhere some profound concerns about this fellow. Our colleague Sam Faddis said earlier in the program that he believes that the president should not be legitimating this guy, this communist as well as jihadist. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, I have to tell you that Mamdani sort of represents the worst of the radicalized elements of both the red and the green axis, which is the socialization movement of those who want to confiscate all our property in the name of so-called affordability and other things, when in fact it's all about destroying the economy so that their governments can control it. And he's already done it within a few weeks. And if you look, his first endorsement is one of the most radical Muslims in the New York area, which is a lady of, a education that claims to be an expert in Islamic liberation theology, which is Sharia supremacism. So, maybe I'll give the president a pass in that because he's a New Yorker and has had business there for so long, he cares about his town, but he's really platforming a radical. And I hope he can talk to Muslims on the other side also and platform us in order to show that we can flip the script on Mamdani's narrative and point out how much of a threat they are so that we can stop this radicalization and declare the Brotherhood a terror movement, which it is, and Mamdani is on the farm team, no different than Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I'm afraid that Mamdani has been moved up to the big leagues from the farm team. He may be not far removed from that, but he's now looked at as the great hope for the Democratic Party. And I just wanted to say, in terms of the comment you just made, Zuhdi, about so-called Muslim liberation theology being really just Sharia supremacism. We produced a book on this in 2015 about what the true nature is of this doctrine of Sharia. As you've said yourself many times, this is about a political Islam, not theological, and it is the threat to America, as we call it. The Sharia, the threat to America, is the title of the book. You can get it at Amazon. I encourage you to do so because it really makes very clear how the agenda of these groups, like the Muslim Brotherhood, like CAIR, and other Sharia supremacists that you've confronted for so long, Zuhdi, are determined to bring about an overthrow of our Constitution and the Republic founded upon it. 30 seconds response.
Yeah, I think, if we look at the Cold War, it would be like when we were fighting the Soviets, which you're an expert in more than I am. We would have Marxist or Soviet mayors in our cities, etc. And it was such a radioactive ideology, you could have never perceived that. And now we're normalizing political Islamic Sharia supremacism, which is insane.
We have to leave it at that. Zuhdi Jasser, thank you for your great contributions to this program. Come back to us soon. I hope the rest of you do the same next time. And until then, you go forth and multiply.
Thanks.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
Feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump ending this week with a bang as he is set to host New York's mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani at the White House here in just a few hours. Mamdani is a self-proclaimed democratic socialist, but the president calls him an outright communist. Today will mark their first face-to-face meeting. We have congressional correspondent Benny Ray Harmony joining us from Capitol Hill this morning with the very latest. So what's the reaction there on Capitol Hill to the president getting ready to host Mamdani?
Yeah, I think overall it's a good day. It shows the both sides coming together, in unity. Terrence, these two, Zohran Mamdani as well as President Trump, they have been active in opposition to each other from Zohran's acceptance speech when he became mayor-elect, telling President Trump to turn the volume up, that he wants to fight President Trump. And then you have President Trump saying that he thinks they will get along just fine. So this meeting is set to kick off today here at 3 p.m. in the Oval Office, and as of now, it is closed to press. But we know how President Trump likes to give members of the press that inside look. So we do expect potentially that they will open that up to members of the press, and hopefully our Brian Glenn will get some questions in.
As with the rest of the country, affordability is an issue that New Yorkers are struggling with right now. It's also something that members of Congress are going to be talking about and trying to deal with once they return from the holiday break.
Yeah, and Terrence, this past week, it was very heavy on the Epstein Transparency Act, and we talked a lot about this. And so when members get back on December 1st, they have adjourned today, where they actually did pass a bill that is against socialism. So it's all about denouncing socialism. But when they come back December 1st, we expect the conversation to be all about healthcare and affordability. Everything from SNAP benefits to Medicaid, these will be addressed, Terrence, because we're coming up on that December 31st deadline of tax credits ending, as well as the potential another government shutdown that could be happening at the end of January. So affordability, healthcare, those are the two top things we expect in December to really hit the ground running with.
Just really quickly, want to get back to that bill that was just passed. That's interesting. The House passing a bill to denounce socialism as Zohran Mamdani will be in the Oval Office. Is this the House sending a message?
And Terrence, absolutely. I think Speaker Johnson had a reason for this. I mean, this passed just 3 short hours before we have a socialist, self-described socialist and communist coming right to the White House to discuss this. And so I believe that Zohran is going to be coming, and people here in Washington, it's going to be very interesting because we don't really know what's going through those lawmakers' heads, but we know what they're doing.
No, absolutely. That's interesting. That's definitely a developing storyline. Again, we are coming up against that January 20th deadline. Lawmakers are going to be heading home over the next day or so for the Thanksgiving holiday. But once they do return in December, there's just not a whole lot of legislative days to get a lot of work done.
No, there's not. And Terrence, one of the biggest things this week, we really expected some sort of conversation on affordability, but it was so skewed to these Epstein files and the Democrats trying to push back against Trump with them insisting that these Epstein files, get released. But it's hard because this deadline is coming very, very fast. And like you said, there's not enough time in December, a couple weeks of legislative session. And then you also have the subpoenas that went out to Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. They have to report to the Oversight Committee December 17th and December 18th. So is this Epstein thing going to continue to get dragged out, or are we really going to focus on affordability and fixing some of these major issues that Americans are talking about?
Not a lot of gift giving in December for folks there on Capitol Hill, as there will be more work than fun for sure. We appreciate you being here. Always good to see you. If I don't see you before Thanksgiving, enjoy your holiday.
Thank you, Terrence. You too. Talk soon.
Of course. We'll talk soon. And once again, we'll continue to cover all the happenings in Washington, D.C., particularly New York's mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani meeting with President Trump in the Oval Office. If, in fact, it does open up to the meeting, count on Rav to be there for you.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad.
There's always something to make you look around and say, hey, you know what? I live in a pretty great country. President Trump is calm, on point, on his game. And unlike the last guy, he is competent and coherent. Come on, man. We're not bending the knee anymore. We're here to take a stand for God and country.
This is the Steve Gruber Show.
All right, live from the shadow of Detroit. Brand new day here on the Steve Gruber Show from the foxhole of freedom, which always makes me ask, who do you want in your foxhole? It's never been more important than it is today, as every day gets a little dicier. A lot of work to do here, so let's get right to it. Three big things this hour. Number one, shaping up for a good day on Wall Street. Dow futures showing a sharp uptick after some bad days. As for the crypto crowd, well, that's on the rise too. Number two, in Texas, Governor Abbott is directing the state police to investigate the Muslim Brotherhood, while others, including myself, think the group should be considered for designation as a terrorist organization. That's apparently coming as early as today. And number three, by now you've all heard that Marjorie Taylor Greene is resigning her seat in Congress, a decision she says will make her last day January the 5th, 2026. It comes at a time when both parties are enduring infighting and the Uniparty is desperately trying to maintain control of money and power in this country. For many of us, this is a very disappointing development. It's disappointing. MTG was among the loudest and staunchest supporters of the president, but recent public disagreements over things like the Epstein files have caused a fissure that's not repairable, apparently. President Trump came out in his signature way, revoking his endorsement and labeling the three-term congresswoman as a traitor. I'm watching this, and all I can think is, how will this hit the midterms? How will the impact come down in the midterm elections? This kind of distraction, this kind of sideshow just isn't good for anyone. I think it slows down what the administration must be laser focused on, and that's the economy and making it work for everyone, which they're working on. And they're working on health care. We can have a plan for that as soon as today as well. I'll also say this. I find it irritating when members of Congress resign in the middle of their term. I do. After all, they campaigned for the job. You campaigned for the job. And then decide you're not going to finish what you started. I mean, I can get not running for another term. Okay, but quitting in the middle of it? After you promised your voters you would do these things? Come on. If you have a medical issue or a family emergency, I can accept that. But leaving to take a lucrative job like Mark Green of Tennessee did, or just being disgusted by how ugly politics can be, well, I'm sorry, neither of those pass muster with me. I think if you campaign for the job, you should do the job. And speaking of taking a lucrative job, many do wonder where MTG will end up, as if she will soon appear on TV as a pundit and a more vocal opponent of the president. I guess we'll see how that turns out, but nobody would be surprised. Now, I listened to her entire resignation comments, just over 10 minutes. She made some points in her announcement that I do, in fact, agree with, even if I think resigning is the wrong move, which I do think resigning was the wrong move. But here's part of what she said.
Many common Americans are no longer easily convinced by paid political propaganda spokespersons and consultants on TV and paid shills on social media obediently serving with cult-like conviction to force others to swallow the political party talking points. Because they know how much credit card debt they have. They know how much their bills have gone up over the past 5 years. They actually do their own grocery shopping and know food costs too much. Their rent has increasingly gone up and up. They have been outbid by corporate asset managers too many times when they put in an offer to buy a house. They have been laid off after being forced to train their Visa holding replacement. The college degree they were told to earn only left them in debt with no big six-figure salary. They see more homeless people than ever on their own community streets. They can't afford health insurance or practically any insurance, and they just aren't stupid.
And they just aren't stupid. Well, the healthcare issue, the president says there could be a plan put together as soon as today. Now, we were told December, but we might start to see some sneak previews. We'll see how that plays out, okay? So that is important. Paying ordinary bills and making sure you have a chance in this world and making sure that those that are between 18 and 30 don't feel completely left out of the conversation, struggling just to survive, struggling just to keep their head above water. On the topic of running for president, by the way, has been rumored. MTG promptly shot that down. Ridiculed those making such comments or reporting on it. On another X post, she wrote this in part: "The political industrial complex has destroyed our country and will never allow someone like me or you to rise to power and actually solve the crisis that plague all of us. That would go against its business model. I believe that to be true." They want power. They don't care about people like you or I. And look, I have said this for years. Possibly the best person to be the next president of the United States could be some farmer in Iowa. But you'll never know that. Or some businessman in Nevada. Or some guy working hard in Pennsylvania. You'll never know that because they'll never get a shot. It takes millions of dollars, tremendous connections, big donors, huge donors. And one last thing on this topic from MTG and what she thinks is most important. Listen.
America first should mean America first and only Americans first, with no other foreign country ever being attached to America first in our halls of government.
And I agree with that. I just don't agree with resigning midterm. I think that's the wrong move. Things get tough and you get going. No, sorry, I can't agree with that part. I agree with a lot of the things she said about the cost of everything and ordinary Americans being ignored and the debt continuing to rise and big money interests in the form of lobbyists walking the halls of Congress, but I cannot get behind the resignation part of it. President Trump on Saturday seemed to soften his tone a bit by saying he hopes that MTG will return to politics someday, though he says that'll be a hard road if she does. I agree. Here's what he said.
Are you willing to forgive Congresswoman Taylor Greene? Forgive for what? No, I just disagreed with her philosophy. She started backing perhaps the worst Republican congressman in our history, just stupid person named Massey. And I said, go your own way. And once I left her, she resigned because she would never have survived the primary. But I think she's a nice person.
Now, according to sources here, MTG was already facing a tough battle, and internal polling numbers apparently showed her as much as 25 points underwater in a primary challenge, which would make it nearly impossible to win. Okay, so you just finish out your term. I guess we'll never know on that point. When we come back, we're going to shift to a different big controversy that's going on, and that's the Democrats suggesting that active military members should ignore lawful orders from the president. They struggled to explain that over the weekend. We're going to get to all of that in the next part of the program here. But first, I want to tell you this part of the program is brought to you by Victory Nutrition International. If you're looking for a smarter way to feel stronger, sharper, and more energized every day, meet VNI. It's a nutrition company born from one man's refusal to settle for shortcuts. Founder Bill Downs spent decades in the raw ingredient business. He got frustrated when he saw major companies watering down formulas and releasing supplements your body can't really use. That's why VNI created its proprietary proteasome delivery technology. So the vitamins, minerals, and botanicals you take actually get in and do the work you need. Their mission, nutrition that gets in. From foundational health to energy and recovery, VNI is about helping you live sharper, longer, and stronger. The Black Friday sale is coming up. You can order now through December 1. Get 30% off everything. 30% off everything plus free shipping here in the United States. Just go to vni.life/Gruber to claim the deal. It is the vitamins we take every day. Let your body finally get the nutrition you paid for. Check out VNI today. It's vni.life/Gruber. 30% off Black Friday deal. I'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/Rav to join the guild today.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big
All right, like I said, I want to shift gears now into the bigger controversy of the past week. That, of course, 6 Democrats calling for those serving in the military to ignore orders from the commander-in-chief, undermining the ability to do the job. It was an outrageous video that included Senators Alyssa Slotkin and Mark Kelly, plus 4 members of Congress, all of whom had previous service in the military or the Intelligence Committee and community. Makes the video even more outrageous. Senator Slotkin, completely unable to explain or defend the idea of illegal orders and call for those in the military to ignore those orders. She floundered when asked about it, a complete bomb on Sunday morning television. Here it is.
It does imply that the president is having illegal orders, which you have not seen.
I think for us, it was just a statement widely, right? We say very quickly and to all the folks who come to us, this is the process. Go to your JAG officer, ask them for explanation, for top cover, for their view on things. We do that on a case-by-case basis, but we wanted to speak directly to the volumes of people who had come to us on this.
And it is very clear that no one should follow an illegal order, but it's very murky when you look at what is an illegal order. And if you go into morally, ethically, that's a pretty tough thing to look at and say, how do I navigate this?
Look, if you're going back to Nuremberg, right, they told me to do it, that's why I murdered people, is not an excuse. If you look at popular culture, there's you watch, A Few Good Men, we have plenty of examples since World War II in Vietnam where people were told to follow illegal orders and they did it and they were prosecuted for it. So the best thing for people to do is go to their JAG officer, their local law enforcement or a legal officer in their unit and ask for some explanation, ask for help. And that's what we've been advising people to do.
That's not what you advise people to do. You advise people to ignore orders from the commander-in-chief. Let me tell you exactly where that falls. It falls under 18 U.S.C. 2387. Titled Activities Affecting Armed Forces Generally. Here's the current full text of the statute as it appears in the United States Code with no substantial amendment since it was enacted in its present form. Listen to this. Whoever with intent to interfere with, impair, or influence the loyalty, morale, or discipline of the military or naval force of the United States, number one, advises, like they did, counsels, like they did, urges, like they did, or in any manner causes, attempts to cause, or attempts to procure insubordination, disloyalty, mutiny, or refusal of duty by any member of the military or naval forces of the United States, or distributes or attempts to distribute to any member of the military or naval forces of the United States any written or printed matter which advises, counsels, or urges insubordination, disloyalty, mutiny, or refusal of duty by any member of the military or naval forces of the United States, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for no more than 10 years, or both, and shall be ineligible for employment by the United States or any department or agency thereof for 5 years next following the conviction. And for the purpose of this section, military and naval force of the United States includes the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marine, Coast Guard, National Guard, Space Force, any of them. If you advise, counsel, urge, or in any manner attempt to cause or attempt to procure insubordination, by definition, that's what the video was. You saw it, I saw it, we saw it. Don't give up the ship. Well, Joey Jones is among those that's on fire and angry about the video by Democrats calling on the military to ignore lawful orders. Here he is.
Listen, when it comes to the veterans in that video, even Jason Crow, I don't think any of them are real pipe hitters. I mean, guys and gals that go to war and see their friends die and understand it, it's hard for me to believe. I know Jason Crow was a Ranger and he deployed, and I don't know what his military background is, but maybe he was just half asleep through all that. Maybe he had some sort of epiphany that changed his character. But the real pipe hitters out there understand what they were doing in that video, and there's no way in hell somebody like me or any of my peers would do something like that. I mean, you're talking about a group of people who... Listen, they say that there's people in the Pentagon that are concerned about these orders. You know who those people are? They're the ones that came in on the DEI train that are concerned about their job. When it comes to the men and women that are fighting wars, they're concerned about having the proper funding, the proper support, and leaders that will have their backs when things go awry. And I think they've seen that's what's happening right now in the military.
Yeah. You cannot legally push for insubordination. You cannot advocate for it. You cannot push for it. You cannot, urge, advise, counsel. The words are clear here. And I think an investigation is incredibly important of all this. Can you imagine if Republicans, during the time that Barack Obama dropped more than 90,000 bombs on too many countries to remember around the world during his presidency, if the Republicans had come out and said, look, don't give up the ship, don't follow illegal orders, can you imagine what would have happened? Heads would have exploded on LSD and everywhere else. Anyhow, When was the last time you woke up feeling truly energized? I did today. I did. That's exactly what Longevity Wellness is all about. Their nutritional shake mix powered by protein, collagen, omega-3s, even bovine colostrum to support your gut, joints, and brain. No gimmicks, just clean science-backed ingredients that help you feel stronger every single day. And now through Wednesday, you can get it for 35% off. Start your mornings with Longevity. You're going to love this stuff. Visit longevitywellness.co. longevitywellness.co. Use the promo code Gruber35. You'll save 35% right now. It's Black Friday time around here, folks. Thanksgiving week. So we're going to have a lot of Black Friday sales for you. Get you encouraged to use and promote and support the partners we have here. That's how we do it every day. We need your help. Good Americans, and fighting for this country takes support from not just you, but from our sponsors. And so I appreciate when you support the people that support these networks. They're out here fighting for you every single day. Coming up, state-sanctioned kidnapping in America. That's a brand new documentary. Maureen Steele is the co-founder of American Made Foundation, American Made Action. She'll tell us what this is all about coming up on the Steve Gruber Show.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker.
Well, if you've looked at the price of a new car lately, this will come as no surprise to you. It's absolutely shocking, the price of new cars. They've soared to historic highs now. Buyers facing mounting sticker shock. The average monthly car payment, what do you think it is?
$880.
You're not too far off, actually. It's $766, Anthony. That's the average, which means what you just said is well within the range because it's an average, which means a lot of the prices are higher than $766 a month. Good Lord. Car prices trending up. The average cost of a new car is at an all-time high, approaching the $50,000 mark for the first time. The average transaction price for a new vehicle in October, $49,105, according to data from Edmunds. That represents a year-over-year increase of 3.1%. I don't think anyone was ever expecting the number to go down. It coincided with a high share of EVs being sold, so naturally EVs being more expensive, it kind of pushed us over the edge. Strip all that away, there's virtually no vehicle you can buy today that is cheaper than it was from last year, 2 years ago, or 5 years ago. The average age of trade-in toward a new car is like 5.5 to 6 years now. People who bought in 2020 and 2019, and especially for 2019 prices, yeah, they're in for sticker shock, which is, and I bought a vehicle in 22, right? And I was shocked then. We were out looking at the price of just new trucks. Not over the top, just new trucks. Good Lord. Some of the trucks now, with their fancy packaging and four-wheel drive and off-road this and that and everything else, are $100,000. $100,000 for a pickup truck. You better have massaging seats for that. Better give me a massage on the buttocks. Buttocks. Can I say that on the radio? Brock?
You can say it twice.
I can say it twice. But Brock won't even bleep me out for buttocks. Reminds me of Forrest Gump. Anyhow, yeah, new car prices. Good Lord, what a remarkable thing. When we come back, we're going to talk about that state-sanctioned kidnapping in America. This is The Steve Gruber Show.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1,
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American.
All right, this next conversation is going to be a bit shocking, to say the least. It is state overreach at its worst. I don't know how else you would describe it. State overreach at its worst. States coming in and taking children away for not vaccinating. The children not being vaccinated by their parents. They call that child abuse in Massachusetts, apparently. That's one example. Let's get to it. Maureen Steele is the co-founder of American Made Foundation, American Made Action, and the executive producer of Taken, state-sanctioned kidnapping in America. Let's talk about it. Maureen, welcome to the program.
Hi, Steve. Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
I've read these case studies that you sent over and studied your background here. To me, it's absolutely stunning. First, the family here, the Rivera case, the kids were not vaccinated because the parents said, we don't want to give the kids all these vaccinations that are, massive amounts. And they were found to be abusing their kids, at least originally. Tell me this story so people understand exactly what we're dealing with.
Yeah, so the Rivera family is the center of Taken State-Sanctioned Kidnapping, our documentary. It was astonishing. Steve, it wasn't even a vaccine. It was a vitamin K shot that triggered this whole nightmare for this family. It's been 10 months now. They're still not reunited. So they had taken their youngest child. This is a family with 5 children. Both parents had at-home businesses. They homeschooled their children. The father, Izzy, took the baby, 9 months old at the time, for a well child visit to get weighed and all of that. The pediatrician, Dr. Gohafar, said the child hasn't had its vitamin K shot yet, and that's given at birth and immediately at birth. They say, if there's a blood disorder, there's a 1 in a million chance of that, it prevents the child from bleeding out. Obviously, at 9 months old, we know the child doesn't have a bleeding disorder. The parents refused it at birth. The father refused it again. We don't need it. And the doctor threatened them that if you don't get this shot right now, I will be filing a 51A report with CPS here in Massachusetts for neglect. And he made good on that threat. He did. And again, parents have the right to direct their child's health care. If the parents refuse
Apparently
that, it's totally within their right. And CPS opened up a case on that, and they chased them to Texas. This is just an unbelievable. It's one of the most unreal cases I've uncovered, but because of this one.
So we're clear on that. The family moved to Texas. And then Texas authorities took the children into custody, flew them back to Massachusetts, where they were forcefully vaccinated, right?
Yes, indeed they were.
And the family is still not together. Meanwhile, the CPS, the Child Protective Services industry, which it really is, because every time a kid is taken into custody, there's $400,000 a day, give or take. That's a money-making machine for some, isn't it?
Oh, it sure is. This is an $80 billion a year industry by most estimates. So it's not just CPS, it's all the parasitic agencies that work around them, where parents are ordered into anger management classes or parenting classes that don't need that. These majority of 80% of these claims that go into CPS, this mandatory reporting, are completely unfounded and unsubstantiated. Yet it doesn't stop CPS from continuing their investigations and the destruction of the American family. So this is authoritarianism, dressed up as child welfare. That's all it is. And, the trauma on these families lasts a lifetime. You never get over it. It takes approximately, at minimum, 15 months to get your children back while they're out of your home, even when there's absolutely, they can't find anything and you're squeaky clean. You still lose your children for 15 months minimum.
Unbelievable. All right, let's go to this next case. The Boyce family. They're struggling with an 8-year-old with cancer. Lay this case out for us.
Oh, this is a hard one, Steve. This is Sean and Shelley Boyce. They have 4 children. They live on an organic farm in North Carolina. Their son, at 6 years old, Judah, got diagnosed with leukemia. And when your child gets diagnosed with any cancer, people need to understand that the state tells you right away, you will follow this protocol, this cancer protocol, or we will take your child and put him in foster care. It's important to know that this family did every protocol. It's a 2.5-year protocol for children with cancer. Judah is 2 years into it. He was going to St. Jude's affiliate hospital, Hemby Children's Hospital in Denver, North Carolina. And the parents followed everything to the letter. 2 years in last January, they started threatening the family that the child looked too healthy, that his blood count was too high. And typically what happens with children with cancer, it's the chemo that kills people, not before the cancer does. But the parents hired a functional medicine specialist who specializes in helping children thrive through cancer, using hyperbaric chambers and different modalities to keep them strong and to help them metabolize the chemo faster. So the hospital started threatening the family. They made good on it on October 17th. They referred the family over to CPS for an investigation and lied in the paperwork, saying that this child had received no chemo at all when after 2 years of going, every month it was intravenous chemo the hospital administered. And then every 2 weeks for the first year, he was tested to test the levels of chemo in his body. Sure. And then every month after that, he has 5 months left.
He was improving. He was improving.
A lawyer wrote to the hospital, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said he was improving and doing well. He didn't look sick enough, apparently.
Exactly. He wasn't dying fast enough for St. Jude's affiliate. And so it's tragic. And the school got in on it as well, said that he had unexcused absences, which was a lie. We had the doctor's notes showing that indeed the child was excused. There was a measles outbreak. He has a compromised immune system. He's on chemotherapy. So, but CPS is still investigating this beautiful family. And these aren't good parents. These are exceptional parents. They were spending $5,000 a month on, different modalities with this functional medicine specialist to keep their child as healthy as possible through cancer and through chemo.
It's shocking. All right, so both these cases still up in the air, and these are just examples of what's going on. These are just the cases we've heard about. It's all in the documentary Taken, State-Sanctioned Kidnapping. Where can people see this? It's a stunning story. $400,000. They're making money off this. CPS in every state, every single state. You've got caseworkers that are overloaded or don't care, both, and some do it. I'm not going to rip out caseworkers. I mean, I think these are probably compassionate people. But when you've got a caseload that's this deep, you got to move fast. You spend a few minutes on each one. Yeah, this one goes there. This one goes. I mean, it's human nature. You can't do so much. Where can people see this documentary?
Sure, you can go to AmericanMadeFoundation.org and you can download the movie there. It's right on your landing page. It's an important movie for people to see so they understand. No one is immune from this, and CPS has no oversight. They operate in the dark. It's under, they're minors, so everything is hidden. And whenever you have an agency that has that kind of power, it's ripe for corruption. There's money on these kids' heads now with the
adoptions. And here's the other thing, Maureen. Here's the other thing. If you don't have the financial wherewithal to hire, attorneys and protect yourself and protect your family, you're up against it. All right, AmericanMadeFoundation.org, right? AmericanMadeFoundation.org. Go watch this movie, Taken, State-Sanctioned Kidnapping. Maureen, thank you for sharing this story. We'll have you back with some updates in the future.
Sounds great, Steve. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. You ever heard anything so shocking in your life? They come and take kids away from good parents because the second kid didn't look sick enough? We're going to talk about your health again after the break here on the Steve Gruber Show. Dr. James Thorpe joining me. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1,
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American.
All right, let's, we're going to send this healthcare theme for a moment with Dr. James Thorpe from the Wellness Company. Joining me now, he is the Chief of Maternal and Prenatal Care at the Wellness Company. Doctor, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me back again, Steve.
All right, so we got some news here from the CDC. It appears the CDC is changing information on its website in regards to autism and vaccines. Why do you think this is? Have something to do with the McCullough Foundation work, the groundbreaking work on this issue?
100%. And, what it shows is how impotent and incompetent the government is. I always believe that Dr. McCullough, the most experienced published cardiologist in the world, with some strong views like you and I on the vaccine sham, would be placed in a major cabinet position in the government. But how ironic, God knew better, didn't get that position, but he was the one in the McCullough Foundation that made the greatest advancement in the history of this vaccine. Through the McCullough Foundation, through his private work. So ultimately, he's had all the influence. Bobby Kennedy appears neutralized, neuterized, and captured. Jay Bhattacharya, FDA Commissioner Marty Makary, they've all done jack squat. What was done by the McCullough Foundation with this massive meta-analysis? 136 studies, and the meta-analysis showed clearly 109 studies, a clear link to autism, and the FDA, CDC, HHS could no longer lie.
So but in fairness, you think that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's been openly opposed to vaccinations and talked about the connection to autism and other detrimental outcomes, I mean, he certainly would support this. It changes a huge change in guidance, right? But you think he didn't do anything?
He's neutralized. He's captured.
What does that mean?
To the president.
Well, sure, but why? But okay, but why? But this is what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has fought for years. Captured how, I guess?
He's captured by pressure and by Wiles and many others. And, he's vocalized this to people. He has to answer to the president. He could have come in, signed a bill, taken the lethal mRNA injections off the market immediately. It's been almost a year, Steve. He hasn't done that.
Peter McCullough posting on X, the CDC responds to the McCullough Foundation report with capitulation. Conclusive publication on determinants of autism could not be ignored even by the CDC, he writes in part. It must change the guidance that reflects the growing power and influence of the medical freedom movement and the real science they've been doing, doesn't it?
Yeah, what it tells us is that the whole government is captured and corrupt. And, it could be exemplified more beautifully by the individual that you were interviewing before me. The government in every facet appears to be neutralized by corruption and by evildoers.
Is this why companies like the Wellness Company, in your opinion, are so important to the future of healthcare in this country? Doing the independent work, comparing whatever you said, 109 studies, I think you said, and comparing them and going through them and doing the analysis and doing the deep dive and making sure people have the information they need. How important is this freedom of research?
It's very important, and that's what I focused on. And yes, the McCullough Foundation is unbelievable. I too have published. I'm very close to the McCullough Foundation, but I'm not part of it. But I've published extensively with Peter McCullough and some other individuals on the McCullough Foundation. I mean, groundbreaking work in pregnancy and in non-pregnant individuals. And it's research like ours, and also your constant reporting that is making a huge difference. It's not insiders. They're neutralized, captured, and threatened. It's the outsiders that are outspoken, and it's the independent journalists, tremendous journalists from Real American Voice like Steve Gruber and others.
No, I appreciate that, Doctor. I do. Let's shift gears just a little bit here. Tell us about some of the newest products coming out of the Wellness Company, where you and Dr. Peter McCullough, our colleagues, and the medical experts that are there, in particular, TheraBlue. What is TheraBlue?
TheraBlue is an incredible product. It is non-prescription, so you can order it yourself without a consultation, and I use it every day. What
does it do?
It relieves pain and chronic pain. Now, it's not going to take away severe chronic pain, but it's going to take the edge off it. But in minor chronic afflicted pains, knee pain, lower back pain, elbow pain, you rub it on and you get some immediate temporary relief. And I've used it, and so have my colleagues. And everybody.
And so have I. So have I, Doctor. I've used it as well. It works well for me. I've had like a muscle pull in my leg after going to the gym, so it's been working quite well for me. By the way, twc.health/Gruber. You can get TheraBlue. You can get these great emergency kits, the gold standard on the market. You never have to wonder where those antibiotics or antivirals or antiparasitics are, plus painkillers and other things as well, all here for you. That's why it's so important. Go ahead, check that out, twc.health/Gruber, twc.health/Gruber. Let's see here. Make sure that you get in there for the Black Friday as well. Black Friday specials. We're going to tell you about those in just a moment. Doctor, greatly appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having me, Steve.
All right, I'll have the TWC Black Friday special for you right after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
The Wellness Company, like I said, one big annual sale just in time to fulfill your New Year's resolutions. Whether you need a kickstart or you want to just stock up on innovative nutraceutical blends that help you stay in optimal health, the Wellness Company has everything to keep you out of urgent care and feeling limitless in 2026. Something to make you feel good about that. The Black Friday deals run from November 27th to November 30th. 25% off all of those things. Recharge, RX grips, ivermectin, even peptide products like Smile. Save 20% off all emergency kits like I just mentioned. Stay fully prepped, and 20% off One Wellness memberships to offset overpriced health insurance. All of the well care you need digitally ordered and delivered to your doorstep. This is the best time of the year to stock up on your favorite products and the perfect chance grab some holiday gifts for family members and friends. The sale is only 4 short days, so take advantage and stock up. TWC.health/Gruber. Enjoy amazing Black Friday savings. Discounts apply to checkout. That's TWC.health/Gruber. Up to 25% off the entire site. You can't put a price on your health. That's for sure. And let's see, one more Black Friday sale while we're here. Why not? Patriots Relief. Buy one, get one tincture. Buy one, get one of equal or lesser value, of course. Promo code Gruber2 there. Just put any 2 bottles of tincture in your shopping cart and add the promo code Gruber2. You'll get 100% off the second bottle. You can mix and match, receive the lowest price bottle for free, and you can put 2 of the same together. Buy one, get one. PatriotsRelief.com. All great people. By the way, the UN climate talk was a disaster. Yeah, they went down to Brazil, spent piles of money, bulldozed the rainforest, and then got no deal at all. America didn't show up. We said, we're not interested in that nonsense anymore, as we should not be. The Green New Deal is a terrible deal for Americans, I can tell you that, and we walked out of it. And now they're COP30. They're still trying to push us to get rid of fossil fuels. What we're doing in America is we're stopping the sale of EVs for the most part. People aren't buying them. Go figure. A lot to talk about in the next hour as well. We have a woman that's going to warn us that we're walking into a Democrat-laid trap when it comes to health care. I believe that's true. We'll talk about it straight ahead.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp A Week Away, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp A Week Away in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.